Chapter 211, Grass Star Operation 38. Bai Chenyue stood on the flying sword, looking at her masterpiece, a sense of satisfaction unlike any before swelling in her chest. I am so handsome. This posture while riding the sword. This graceful mind-controlled swordsmanship. A true immortal, no doubt about it. If I put on a white robe and stood there, who wouldn't shout immortal maiden? All that who's that guy, and body stronger than livingly Kue stuff is too tacky. From now on, please call me Bai Chenyue. Over the next half-month, Bai Chenyue settled into a highly regular retirement routine. By day, she led her personal guard, wandering through corners of grass start to hunt for valuable plants or minerals. Although she never found another treasure as godlike as starlight grass, she did collect many strange flowers and herbs with special effects. At night, she returned to the mine to check the production progress of the energy crystals, then went back to her stone cottage to practice flying her sword. Her flight skills improved by leaps and bounds during those 2 weeks. From the initial clumsy wobbling to the current unity of sword and self, she could now perform a continuous 720-degree Thomas spin in midair without falling. Meanwhile, inside the mine, aided by over 3,000 high-energy ion labor-saving hose, production efficiency had reached a terrifying level. The stockpile of high-purity energy crystals grew at an astounding daily rate. Bai Chenyue looked at the mountain-like piles of energy crystals in her space with deep satisfaction. Time passed day by day. 10 days remained until the mission ended. Bai Chenyue was patrolling the outskirts of her territory as usual when she frowned slightly. Far on the horizon, she spotted several human silhouettes. They were cautiously making their way toward the Sky Lizard tribe's territory. Players? Bai Chenyue's mind flickered. By the timing it made sense. Those who had bought her guide would have followed the steps, fought through the obstacles, and now reached the final stop, the Sky Lizard tribe territory. She didn't approach. Instead she found a hidden spot and watched from afar. The group consisted of 5 players. Judging by their gear and coordinated teamwork, they looked like a capable squad. The leader was a familiar face, none other than Wang Lai, captain of the Blaze team. Captain, the guide says we just go in directly? A teammate asked, legs trembling as he stared at the giant lizards like small mountains. What are you afraid of? Wang Lai steadied himself while sounding tough. Could the big shot's guide be false? It says we only need to hand over the energy crystals and soft fur to them to complete the task. Do not attack. But they look so fierce. What if they treat us like snacks? Shut your crow mouth. Wang Lai glared at him. If you don't want to be stuck in this hell forever, follow me. With that, he led the way, bracing himself as he strode toward the territory entrance. The others had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. They were soon spotted by patrolling Sky Lizard tribe warriors. Roar! A dozen huge Sky Lizard tribe members leaped out from behind the rocks, encircling them and issuing low warning sounds. Wang Lai and his 4 companions turned pale on the spot, nearly wetting themselves. The pressure from the apex of the food chain was terrifying. Wang Lai swallowed, pulled out the mission items, the energy crystals and soft fur, raised them high above his head, and shouted with all his might. We're delivering items, we mean no harm. The lead Sky Lizard tribe warrior cocked its enormous head, looked at the items in their hands, then at their terrified faces, puzzled. Just when Wang Lai thought he was about to be torn apart, that Sky Lizard tribe warrior actually waved its claw, signaling them to follow. Wang Lai and his team fell into a mix of relief and panic and scrambled to follow. Bai Chenyue watched it all from a distance. More and more players began to appear around the Sky Lizard tribe territory, but a trace of wariness rose in her chest. The more people there are, the easier it is for someone to blabber. If some unwary player exposed her identity as the divine emissary, it would be trouble. She definitely did not want her secret account revealed. She needed to go warn Cayman in advance. Night fell, and the entire Sky Lizard tribe territory sank into silence. Bai Chenyue slipped out of her stone cottage without a sound, took an invisibility mushroom from her space, and swallowed it. In the next second, her body began to turn transparent, merging with the surrounding darkness. She avoided all patrols and silently infiltrated the territory's core, the rock house of the chieftain Cayman. At this moment, the massive Sky Lizard tribe chieftain was sprawled on a huge stone slab, fast asleep, snoring like thunder. Bai Chenyue revealed herself and walked up, gently nudging one of his massive mountain-like claws. "Wake up!" Roar. Cayman was startled awake, snapping open his enormous golden vertical pupils. Seeing the sudden figure in front of him, he shivered and nearly leapt up. When he recognized the visitor as Bai Chenyue, he immediately rolled over, about to prostrate himself and pay grand respects. "Great divine emissary!" Before he could finish, Bai Chenyue raised a hand to interrupt. "Don't call so loudly." She lowered her voice, expression serious. "I have an important matter to tell you." Seeing the divine emissary so grave, Cayman tensed up and didn't dare breathe loudly. "Divine emissary, please instruct. Recently, haven't many two-legged beasts come into your territory?" Bai Chenyue asked. Cayman nodded. "Yes, divine emissary. Following your instructions, whenever they hand over items we haven't harmed them." "Good job." Bai Chenyue praised, then shifted tone. "But from now on, you must act as if you don't know me." "Not recognize you?" Cayman's mind completely failed to catch up. "Yes, act as if you've never seen me. Do not call me divine emissary in front of them, nor mention anything related to me." "Understood." Although Cayman did not understand why the great divine emissary would order this, it knew that the divine emissary's command was a divine decree and must be obeyed unconditionally. "Underling understands." Cayman nodded heavily. After giving all the instructions, Bai Chenyue finally breathed out. She reminded Cayman repeatedly to play the part thoroughly, leaving no loopholes. Then she left as silently as she had come. Chapter 212. Grass Planet Operation 39. To be safe and avoid detection by other players, Bai Chenyue decided to completely vanish from sight for the remaining time. She returned to the underground mine, that massive cavern specifically used for refining energy crystals. She issued a strict, non-negotiable order to the 10 members of her personal guard stationed at the cave entrance. "Starting today, without my permission, no one is to set foot inside this cave. Not even half a step. If Cayman comes, you stop him outside." "Yes, master." The personal guard answered in unison, standing like 10 door gods, completely blocking the entrance. Only after doing all this did Bai Chenyue truly relax. She walked deep into the cave, found the most comfortable spot, and simply settled in. This place was her final safe house. She planned to hole up here until the game ended. The storms and troubles of the outside world had nothing to do with her anymore. The only thing she needed to do now was supervise her divine servants, as they continued producing high-purity energy crystals for her, and then sit back and wait for the job to be done. Days passed one after another. More and more players arrived in the Sky Lizard tribe territory. After being scared witless, they then muddled through and completed their missions. There were only 5 days left until the mission ended. Most players had already finished their tasks and were camped outside the Sky Lizard tribe territory, quietly waiting for the final settlement and teleportation. As for Bai Chenyue, she remained unmoved, continuing to lay low in her exclusive mine. During these days, she could be said to have never stepped foot outside. Her daily routine consisted of either instructing Sadako on how to operate the excavator inside her space, or supervising the Sky Lizard tribe's mining operations. On this day, a commotion suddenly arose at the cave entrance. "Master! Master!" It was A2's signature loud and frantic voice. Bai Chenyue, munching on an apple, walked to the entrance and saw A2 being stopped outside by 2 Sky Lizard personal guard members, scratching his head and ears in anxiety. "What's going on?" Bai Chenyue asked. Seeing her emerge, A2 acted as if he had seen a savior, scrambling and stumbling over. "Master! My uncle's whole family is here." Bai Chenyue was momentarily stunned. A2's uncle was called Efu. Previously, Cayman had said that all the wind rats of the Sky Lizard tribe could be released, but only after finishing their work. A2's uncle hadn't been home for many years and wanted to visit first. He found A2 and, after receiving special approval from Cayman, was allowed to go home early. Of course, only him alone. Now he had actually returned. She looked in the direction A2 pointed. She saw several similarly scrawny wind rats standing not far away. The one at the front was indeed Efu. Beside him stood 3 other wind rats. One of them was a very familiar-looking rat, Big A. Next to Big A, snuggled close, was a plump female wind rat, his partner A-Man. And behind them, following along, was a young wind rat that looked only half-grown, Big A's offspring, Little A. It was timidly peeking its head out from behind A Fu, curiously surveying its surroundings. This whole family, they brought everyone along? Master, A2 ran to Bai Chenyue's feet, tilting his little head up, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, "My uncle says they also want to come and pledge themselves to you." Hearing this, Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow and looked towards A Fu. Feeling her gaze, A Fu immediately knelt down respectfully with his entire family. Great divine emissary! A Fu clearly didn't know how to address Bai Chenyue and could only use the most respectful term. "We do not wish to return to the barren caves anymore. We are willing, like A2, to follow you forever and serve you." As he spoke, he deeply buried his head against the ground. Big A and A-Man also followed suit, kowtowing. The little wind rat, imitating the adults, also used its furry little head to knock against the ground with audible thump-thump sounds. Bai Chenyue looked at the family of rats kneeling before her, feeling both amused and exasperated. She had taken an A2 because the guy was a bit adorably foolish, and following Sadako in the space, he could actually do some work. Now look, they directly brought her a family combo meal? Seeing his master remain silent, A2 hurriedly added, "Master, don't think my uncle is old. He's the best digger, the best rat at tunneling in our entire wind rat tribe. My cousin Big A runs the fastest and is the best at finding food. My sister-in-law A-Man is the best at weaving grass mats. Her hands are so skillful. And my little nephew, he's still young, but he eats so little." To get his family to stay, A2 could be said to have pulled out all the stops, praising them to the skies. Bai Chenyue was amused by his earnest expression and smiled, nodding. For more rats wouldn't eat that much more food anyway. The wind rat's skills in digging and farming were indeed good. They could be useful in her own ecological space in the future. Thinking this, she waved her hand grandly. "I never said I disagreed. From now on you can all follow me." Hearing this, A Fu's family was so moved they wept with joy, and with their whole family kowtowed vigorously to Bai Chenyue again. "Thank you, Great One. Thank you, Great One." Bai Chenyue looked somewhat helplessly at this group of overly enthusiastic new employees, waved her hand, and stored them all into her space. Inside the space, Sadako was operating a tractor, transporting water from the lake of life to the edge of the newly cultivated fields. Suddenly seeing 4 extra rats appear out of thin air, Sadako's face stretched into a relatively nuclear-friendly smile. Perfect timing, she was short of a few laborers for turning the soil. The newly arrived A Fu family, before they could even appreciate the wonders of their new environment, were immediately conscripted by Sadako, beginning their 24/7 blessed work life within the space. Only one day remained until the mission ended. Bai Chenyue began her final clearing out work. With a thought, she stored the mountain-like pile of energy crystals into her space. Under the day and night frenzied mining of over 1,000 miners, a small gap had finally been dug out of the energy crystal or vein beneath the sacred mountain. If the energy crystal reserves of the sacred mountain were compared to a pond, then this gap was like the amount scooped out with a mineral water bottle cap. Those energy crystals, haphazardly piled in a corner like a small hill, vanished without a trace. Beside the 20-dimensional fusion reactors, countless high-purity energy crystals were neatly stacked, each one emitting an enticing glow. "Store them. Take them all." Then, she looked at the 10 personal guard members guarding the entrance. These 10 massive Sky Lizard tribe members stood as still as the most loyal door gods. "You come inside too." "Yes, Master." The 10 Sky Lizard tribe warriors vanished from their spots, stored away by Chenyue into her space. Also stored away were the over 1,000 high-energy ion labor-saving hose. In just a few short minutes, the underground mine was emptied completely. "Divine Emissary, are you leaving?" Cayman's voice trembled. Chapter 213, Operation Wheat Star Part 40. Bai Chenyue nodded without saying anything more. She walked to an open area and waved her hand. 5-dimensional fusion reactors gleaming with metallic luster, along with 95 high-energy ion labor-saving hose, appeared out of thin air before all the Sky Lizard tribe members. "These are for you." Bai Chenyue's voice was calm and steady. Bai Chenyue pointed at the 5 fusion reactors and said to Cayman, "Use this from now on when you want to make wings. Put the energy crystals inside." The high-purity energy crystals produced from the fusion process will be 100 times more effective than using the energy crystals directly. Cayman suddenly lifted his head. His pupils filled with excitement. The divine emissary had not taken all the divine artifacts and had actually left such a precious gift for the sky lizard tribe. She had even pointed out the future direction for their clan. This is too valuable, Cayman was so moved he became incoherent. Accept it. I'm leaving. Bai Chenyue waved her hand and turned to leave. We respectfully send off the divine emissary. Cayman, leading the entire sky lizard tribe, roared with all their might, performing the most supreme full-body prostration towards her retreating figure. Their heads thudded heavily against the hard rocky ground, producing dull thumping sounds. Tears gushed from his golden vertical pupils, soaking the dust beneath him. They knew that once the divine emissary left this time, she might never return. The wind rat tribe also all knelt on the ground, respectfully seeing Bai Chenyue off. Suddenly, the game notification tone sounded simultaneously in all players' minds. Ding! The Grass Star World mission time has ended. Ding! Comprehensive game settlement is in progress. Ding! All players will be teleported to the settlement center shortly. Bai Chenyue only felt her vision go black. When she opened her eyes again, she was once again standing in that familiar boundless expanse of pure white. The game notification sounded. Ding! Grass Star Exploration Mission Completion Rate, 30%. 30%? Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. Why? Weren't all the missions completed? Ding! All players who participated and completed the mission have received the exclusive badge, Totem of the Forgotten Land. The badge has been distributed to each player's personal inventory. Announcing the overall leaderboard for this game session. First place, Who's That Guy? Second place, Wind Blows Pants Cold. Bai Chenyue looked at the name in first place on the leaderboard and a slight smile curved her lips. Standard operation, nothing to get excited about. Her gaze fell on the second place position. Wind Blows Pants Cold? Bai Chenyue paused, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. Oh, she remembered. That girl from Sichuan. She actually got second place? Leaderboard announcement complete. Distributing rewards to players. Rewards will be distributed in order of leaderboard ranking. A dedicated reward notification popped up before Bai Chenyue. Just like during the 3-child stars settlement, her rewards were the first to be distributed. Ding! Detected that player Who's That Guy achieved the highest completion rate in this Grass Star trial game. Comprehensive performance evaluation. Undisputed first place. Ding! Distributing exclusive rewards to the overall first place player. Bai Chenyue's heartbeat uncontrollably quickened for a moment. Another special skill was coming. Ding! Congratulations to player Who's That Guy for receiving the overall first place reward. 10,000 game coins. Ding! Congratulations to player Who's That Guy for receiving the overall first place exclusive reward. Special skill. Brain has electricity. Ding! Congratulations to player Who's That Guy for receiving additional material rewards. Purified mineral water, 500 milliliters, X10, rye bread X10. The material rewards were better than nothing. All of Bai Chenyue's attention was captured by that strangely named new skill. Brain has electricity? The game's naming style was becoming increasingly unrestrained. She immediately opened the skill panel to check the detailed description. Skill. Brain has electricity. Effect 1, Mental Purification. You can release a circular mental pulse centered on yourself. This pulse can indiscriminately purge mental threats from both inside and outside your body, such as clearing mental parasites, dissolving residual brain toxins, and granting immunity to mind control. Effect 2, Bane of the insectoid race. Your mental pulse has devastating interference effects on insectoid units. All insectoid units within a 5-meter radius will fall into a 1-minute mental disarray state. Inaccurate attacks, slowed movement, infighting. During this time, their collective consciousness network will be completely blocked, preventing coordinated combat. Effect 3, Scourge of Machines. Your mental pulse can penetrate the internal circuits of mechanical units, interfere with their core modules, and forcibly trigger chaotic commands. Effects include but are not limited to mechanical guards attacking allies, automated turrets malfunctioning, drones flying erratically, etc. Effect 4. Mental power significantly increased by 1000%, permanently. Additional effect. You can also perform a targeted purification on an allied unit, helping them dispel received mental interference and negative status effects. Each use freezes the skill for 10 minutes. Usage method. Place hand on the target's head. Note: congratulations, you have become a walking EMP, electromagnetic pulse, generator. Remember, having electricity in your brain isn't an illness, it's a superpower. However, we still do not recommend using this skill while charging your phone. Consequences are your own responsibility. Bai Chenyue. Well damn. She was utterly speechless. Mental purification, bane of the insectoid race, scourge of machines. A single skill directly crippled the core advantages of two major systems, insectoids and machines, namely, group coordination and precise control. If she were to infiltrate an insect hive or a robot army and activate this skill, the scene that would unfold. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. It could also be used as a purification spell, to remove debuffs from teammates. But she didn't have teammates, so this point could be ignored. More importantly was the fourth effect. Mental power significantly increased by 1000%, permanently. The moment the skill took effect, Bai Chenyue felt a cool electric current surge through her brain. The entire world became different in her perception. If her previous mental power was like a desk lamp, now it was a lighthouse. Her brain felt like a supercomputer that had just been upgraded from a Pentium processor to an i9. The speed and precision of information processing had improved by more than an order of magnitude. Bai Chenyue was so excited she almost rubbed her hands together. If anyone dared to play dirty tricks on her in the future, she would definitely let them experience the dual service of physical transcendence and mental purification. As she was immersed in the powerful effects of her new skill, the game notification sounded again. Reward distribution for players who completed the mission is now finished. Settlement concluded. Ding! All players will be teleported back to the real world shortly. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. Chapter 214 Return to Reality. The white light dissipated. Bai Chenyue returned to the 10th floor of the unfinished building. Almost the instant she landed, a suffocating dry heat, carrying a thick pungent stench, assaulted her face. Bai Chenyue glanced at her phone. She had spent over 2 months on Grasstar. The torrential downpour had finally stopped. The sky was no longer leaden gray, but a hazy whitish color. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. The murky floodwaters on the ground had receded considerably, and under the blazing sun, visible white steam was rising from them. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of rotting aquatic plants mixed with the fermentation of animal corpses, a stench that made one want to vomit. Bai Chenyue frowned. The high temperatures had arrived. In her previous life after the torrential rains ended, what followed was 6 months of extreme heat. Many people died from the heat, and crops couldn't grow. This drafty, unfinished building could block the rain, but it couldn't stop the relentless, penetrating heat and swarms of mosquitoes. She couldn't stay here any longer. During the flood, everyone was trapped in their respective shelters. Now that the rain had stopped, it was like a pot boiling over, with everyone starting to move around. It was time to go home. Back to Shu region, to that house on the 11th floor. Without further hesitation, Bai Chenyue ate an invisibility mushroom, took out her nightlight wings, walked to the edge of the platform, and leaped off. After getting her bearings, she flew swiftly towards the location of her home. Along the way, the city's scenery was nothing short of devastating. Houses collapsed by the floodwaters, cars tossed and turned, various debris hanging from tree branches, and on the water's surface, floating animal corpses that had already begun to rot and stink. The entire city looked like a giant garbage dump ravaged by a flood. Flying back through the intense heat, Bai Chenyue noticed that her flying speed seemed to have increased significantly, much faster than before. She guessed it was a direct benefit of brain has electricity. Her mental power had increased by 1000% after all. Thinking this, Bai Chenyue sped up. She really didn't want to be roasted under this blazing sun any longer. She felt like she was about to melt. After over 2 hours, A familiar high-rise residential building came into her view. Bai Chenyue silently landed on the balcony of her 11th floor apartment. The moment the soles of her feet touched the tiles, a searing burning heat transmitted through her shoes, making her instinctively lift her foot slightly. She stood at the edge of the balcony, her gaze sweeping over the entire city. After the flood receded, the ground was covered in a thick layer of gray-black silt, which had cracked into menacing fissures under the sun's scorching heat. The air itself seemed to warp in the extreme heat, with heat waves rolling, turning the entire city into a massive airtight steamer. Apart from the occasional, barely audible curses drifting from afar, no other sounds could be heard. She opened the balcony's glass door and slipped into the living room. A wave of heat even more terrifying than outside hit her face. Stifling. She took out her phone and glanced at it. On the screen, the weather app displayed an outrageous number. Outdoor temperature, 48 degrees Celsius. The indoors were even more like a steamer. She walked to the wall and habitually pressed the light switch. The light didn't turn on. She then walked to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. Not a single drop of water came out. Electricity, water supply, internet, all cut off. Just like when she left. It was all within expectations. But standing personally in this sauna-like environment, that sense of irritation inevitably welled up inside her. Bai Chenyue released Sadako, shoved a broom into her hands, and drew a circle on the floor at home. Clean the house. Sadako wearing a straw hat. ? What about the work in the fields? Among them, only Sadako could handle the sweeping job. The other rats and lizards weren't up to it, and Bumblebee was even more out of the question. If he appeared, the roof would get a hole in it. After all, being a ghost, she had no sensation of the extreme heat. Bai Chenyue patted Sadako's shoulder. Work hard. I'm going to go enjoy an ice pop. Sadako tilted her head, clenched her hand, a crack appearing on the broom handle, and a trace of resentment gradually surfaced. Bai Chenyue chuckled, brushed it off, pretended not to see, focused her mind and entered her space. It was still comfortable inside the space, always maintained at 25 degrees, perfectly pleasant. Putting away the nightlight wings and eating 2 ice pops later, Bai Chenyue finally felt like her soul had returned. That flight back had really roasted her. After resting for half an hour, she got back to work. She found the previously stockpiled solar generator and 10 foldable high-performance solar panels, and took them all out from the space. Item: portable solar power generator set. Description: military-grade product, using the latest light energy conversion materials, maintaining 30% power generation efficiency, even on cloudy days. Under full sunlight, it can store 50 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day, sufficient for a standard household's daily electricity needs. Bai Chenyue took out the manual and studied it carefully. The installation process wasn't complicated. She unfolded the 10 solar panels one by one, covering the cleared open area. Then, she connected them in parallel to the generator's input port via specialized cables. After finishing this, she started the generator. Following a soft startup sound, the green indicator light on the generator body flashed a few times and finally stabilized, staying lit. The LCD screen displayed the real-time charging power and battery storage level. Success! The electricity problem was solved. Next, she took out a bundle of specially insulated cables from the space. One end was connected to the generator's output port, and the other end was lowered along the exterior wall all the way down to her 11th floor balcony. Returning to the sweltering home, she connected the other end of the cable to a high-power power strip and plugged it into the air conditioner socket. No response. Probably damaged by the flood. No matter, she had backups. She brought out a brand new 3-horsepower floor-standing air conditioner and proceeded to install it step by step according to the manual. Bai Chenyue picked up the compact toolbox and walked to the balcony corner, ready to deal with the broken-down outdoor air conditioner unit. Just as she crouched down, her movements halted. On the side of that brand new 3-horsepower floor-standing outdoor unit, and on the heat sink of her home's original old machine, several objects were firmly stuck. Crimson red, resembling the shed shells of some kind of insect, about the size of an adult's thumb. They looked very hard in texture, with a metallic sheen on the surface, reflecting a glaring red light under the sun. Bai Chenyue poked one of them with her screwdriver. Kinda looks like a spicy crayfish shell, just that the red color seems a bit off. The shell was stuck too firmly. She applied a bit more force with the screwdriver, but only managed to scratch a white mark on it, not even chipping off any debris. Item: unknown biological tissue. Description: high-density metal crystal. High-energy biological reaction. Beep, beep. Intense internal energy reaction detected. Analysis module overloaded. Please move away from the target. Note: I advise you to stay away from it. This thing gives me the same feeling as an ex-boyfriend's promises. Touch it and it explodes. Even though you don't have an ex-boyfriend. Intense internal energy reaction? What's inside? Chapter 215. The omni-capable Lady Sadako. Explodes on touch? Bai Chenyue's curiosity was instead piqued. Click. With a soft sound, the thing came loose, falling onto the scalding hot balcony tiles with a crisp clatter. Bai Chenyue didn't think much of it, assuming it was some kind of mutated insect shell, and kicked it into a corner of the balcony, too lazy to deal with it. She quickly pried off the remaining few shells, piling them up with a series of clinks and clatters in the corner. Only after cleaning up this trash did she continue installing the air conditioner. Half an hour later, the brand new floor-standing air conditioner finally started operating in the living room. The whooshing cold air blew out, dispelling some of the stuffy heat indoors. At that moment, Sadako also just finished the cleaning work, standing in the room wearing a straw hat, shouldering a broom, with a resentful look on her face, like a laborer waiting for the boss to pay wages. The entire home was empty and spotlessly clean. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction. You can go back to farming. Sadako's hand tightened, and the broom snapped in response, her resentment exploding. The latter's alarm bells rang loudly and she quickly amended. Go back and rest. Sadako, holding the broken broom, disappeared from the living room. Bai Chenyue let out a sigh of relief, waved her hand, and the sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, refrigerator, large bed. All the furniture appeared out of thin air, landing in their original positions. Bai Chenyue threw herself heavily into the soft sofa. It was still comfortable at home. The air conditioner was already on maximum, but the whole room was still somewhat hot and uncomfortable. Relying on just one air conditioner was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Bai Chenyue had just thought this when a message arrived from a player. Without looking, she knew it was Cow's Leather Anus. She only had this one friend. Cow's Leather Anus. Big shot, that batch of water walking shoes you previously ordered has been specially rushed to completion. I entered the game later and never had a chance to give them to you. Can you receive them now? Who's that guy? Yes. Curled up on the sofa, Bai Chenyue looked at this message, the corner of her mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. Not useful anymore? Naive. This is just the beginning. Who's that guy? It's fine. Bai Chenyue replied with 2 words, then clicked to receive. The next second a trade window popped up. After she confirmed, several thousand pairs of brand new shoes appeared before her. Men's and women's styles from size 36 to 45, all complete. The craftsmanship was more than one level more refined than her own crudely made version. Item: water walking shoes, artisan improved version. Description: carefully woven from slip leaf and aquatic vine, improved by professional artisans, significantly enhancing the sole's anti-slip properties and the shoe body's comfort. Note: wearing these you'll be the coolest kid on the water. Friendly reminder, in places without water, they're just a pair of ordinary straw sandals. Bai Chenyue was very satisfied, waved her hand grandly, and stored the shoes in her space. Who's that guy? Thank you. Cow's Leather Anus. Big shot, you're too polite. Being able to help is my honor. Who's that guy? Want to make another deal? Cow's Leather Anus. Big shot, please tell me. Lu Qian was somewhat excited, her face even reddening. A new collaboration. She could get good stuff from the big shot again. Bai Chenyue didn't waste words, directly sending a small piece of heat insulation sand crystal raw ore and a leaf of heat-absorbing grass through the trade system. Who's that guy? Take a look at this. Lu Qian clicked to receive. The next second, a red ore and a plant leaf appeared out of thin air in her palm. Such familiar things. Cow's Leather Anus. Big shot, aren't these desert things? Who's that guy? Yes, heat insulation sand crystal and heat-absorbing grass. Who's that guy? The sand crystal can be fired into insulation boards to insulate buildings. The grass can be woven into clothes that actively cool when worn. Lu Qian recalled the grass mats the Haha tribe sat on, so that was their use. She had wondered why the Haha tribe's supplies were so cool despite the desert heat. So it was this. Insulation boards? Clothes that actively cool? The big shot is still too comprehensive knowing even this. She was now suspecting if the big shot had a computer installed in her brain, able to identify anything. Cow's leather anus. Big shot, how many do you want made? Who's that guy? There isn't much heat-absorbing grass, I can't grow it. I have a lot of raw or make more boards. I'll give you the dimensions. Bai Chenyue roughly compared the dimensions of several rooms, reported the relevant sizes to the other party. Only one set needed to be made to these specifications, the rest were standard sizes. Including clothing sizes too. Height 175 centimeters, standard weight. Then she transmitted the heat insulation sand crystal and heat-absorbing grass over. Bai Chenyue estimated in her heart, with the national team's efficiency, she should probably get the finished products before long. When the time came, this steamer-like house would finally be somewhat livable. She slumped on the sofa, blowing in the air conditioner's cold air, but still felt sticky all over, extremely uncomfortable. With a thought, she vanished from the living room and returned to her space. As soon as she entered, the constant 25-degree comfort enveloped her. Her own space was indeed more comfortable, but thinking she could only stay in the space for 6 hours made her feel not so great. Seems she could only install another air conditioner. Bai Chenyue stretched, looking out over the space, a scene of bustling activity everywhere. In the distance, Sadako was standing in front of a huge stone trough wearing that iconic straw hat, holding a large iron shovel, shoveling cut pigweed and various feeds into it scoop by scoop. Lady Sadako is truly amazing, even feeding pigs with such imposing presence. Yes, look at Lady Sadako's pig-feeding movements, aren't they beautiful? Beside them, the burly Sky Lizard tribe warriors, Lizard 2 and Lizard 3, were squatting on the ground, clumsily and comically imitating Sadako's movements, occasionally spouting a few words of flattery. Hearing this, Bai Chenyue's eyelid twitched violently. Sadako glanced at her, though not saying anything. The large iron shovel in her hand swung faster, making a huge commotion. Bai Chenyue read the meaning in Sadako's eyes. Me, a female ghost, a malevolent spirit. You have me planting vegetables, feeding pigs, chopping pig feed every day? Bai Chenyue pretended not to see, praising generously. Sadako is amazing. Becoming more and more well-rounded. Yes, as expected of Lady Sadako, too amazing, capable of everything. Lizard 1 chimed in. Sadako abruptly turned her head to look at Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue said, even if she can't now, she'll learn in the future. Sadako planted the large iron shovel into the pig feed bucket. Bai Chenyue, slightly startled, said, even if she can't now, she's still very amazing. Sadako gripped the large iron shovel tightly. Bai Chenyue couldn't stay calm. Sadako has always been amazing. No one in the space can compare to you, including Bumblebee. She added in her heart, excluding me. Sadako became happy, picked up the large iron shovel, and continued feeding the pigs. Chapter 216 Strange Insects. Bai Chenyue looked at the several Sky Lizard warriors busy in the chicken coop and duck pen and instructed, leave these to Lizard 1. Lizard 4, Lizard 5, Lizard 6, go farm. The rest, go watch the furnace. She was referring to the dimensional fusion reactor, the best thing ever, which needed constant supervision. Come to think of it, after these 10 Sky Lizard warriors had their names changed, they were indeed much easier to remember. They all had their own names before, long and tongue-twisting. She couldn't remember a single one. So she just waved her hand grandly, declaring she would bestow names upon them. She thought she would face resistance from these proud warriors, but who knew they would each get as excited as if they'd won the lottery. Even the tribe chief came and eagerly came over hoping to get a name bestowed too. In the Sky Lizard tribe's words, being named by the divine emissary meant breaking away from their original mundane tribe. It was like getting a ticket to enter the divine realm, a pass to heaven. Bai Chenyue couldn't understand their peculiar thought process, but since they were so cooperative, she was happy to make things easier. She simply numbered them from lizard 1 to lizard 10 based on their size. So easy to remember, so convenient. Lizard 1 respectfully accepted the order, then looked at Bai Chenyue with confusion. Divine emissary, your wings. Put away, Bai Chenyue answered casually. She couldn't very well say she put them away to save a bit of mental energy, could she? That would be so uncool. Sure enough, after hearing this, the admiration in Lizard 1's eyes deepened even further. It started whispering with its companion next to it, clearly starting to imagine some scenario like, the divine emissary's power is unfathomably deep. Even her wings can be retracted and deployed at will. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered with them, pretending not to see, and turned to walk towards the other side. 5 wind rats were sticking their butts up, using their sharp claws to rapidly dig into the soil. A brand new irrigation ditch was rapidly taking shape under their claws. The leader Afu had sharp eyes. As soon as it saw Bai Chenyue, it immediately dropped the dirt in its claws and scrambled over. Its fawning appearance exactly like a department team leader seeking praise from the manager. Master! Great master! Look, our family's work is decent, right? It won't be long before we can dig the ditch all the way to the lake of life. Then, we won't have to trouble Lady Sadako to drive the tractor to the lake to fetch water trip after trip. As it spoke, it even sneakily glanced out of the corner of its eye at Sadako, who was diligently feeding pigs in the distance, its eyes full of barely concealed smugness. See, I am your most valuable employee. Back when she said she wanted to dig irrigation ditches for water, the cunning rat immediately pounded its chest loudly, taking on the entire task, guaranteeing it would be completed. Bai Chenyue looked down at the progress. It really was good. Digging holes, leaving it to the wind rats, was indeed putting the right professional on the job. Finally, she walked to the edge of the space. Bumblebee was still diligently planting trees. There were too many trees plundered back then, and they still weren't all planted. No other people were helping it either, so of course the planting was slow. After looking around, Bai Chenyue sighed. Why was there not a single normal laborer in her space? A female ghost full of resentment, single-minded lizard men, timid and greedy rats, and a robot that only knew how to bury its head in work. Such a large space, relying on just these few oddballs, when would the construction ever be finished? It seemed that after entering the game in the future, she'd have to find a way to recruit more workers. Bai Chenyue fished out a popsicle from the warehouse, tore open the wrapper, and while munching on it, watched these busy creatures, calculating her next plans in her heart. Forget it, as long as they can work. Bai Chenyue shook her head, stopped overthinking, held the popsicle in her mouth, hummed a little tune and wandered back to her house. Life, it's just so simple, unadorned and dull. Oh! Night, a gale carrying a scorching heat wave howled through the ruins of the city. After installing another air conditioner, Bai Chenyue finally felt like she had come back to life. She sprawled on the sofa, enjoying the cool air blowing on her, savoring this rare peace. As for that pile of crimson-red shells she had pried off and left in the corner of the balcony, she had long forgotten about them. However, what she didn't know was that as night fell, the dry, hot gale swept across her balcony, blowing those crayfish shells she had treated as trash and pried into the corner, scattering them about. With a few light clinking sounds, several shells fell through the gaps of the 11th floor balcony, swept by the gale. One of them drifted towards a garbage-filled corner of the residential complex. There, the mud and rotting matter left behind after the flood receded emitted a nauseating stench. The crimson-red shell fell onto the filthy mud, completely inconspicuous. Next to the shell, there was another object of the same color, resembling some kind of insect egg. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. At midnight, the wind grew stronger, making the damaged windows wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. At that moment, a barely perceptible crack suddenly appeared on the crimson-red insect egg. Crack! An extremely faint sound, almost inaudible amidst the wind. Suddenly, with a light pop, the shell split open from the middle. An insect, only half the size of an infant's pinky finger, pitch black all over, with a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's, crawled out from inside. It shook its head, as if adapting to this brand new world. A red insect hatched from the shell, emitting a buzzing wing vibration sound. Soon this newly born insect seemed to smell something. Vibrating its wings, it flew towards a direction, It was a mouse corpse bloated from soaking. It landed on the corpse and began to frantically gnaw. Its tiny yet razor-sharp teeth gnawed at the rotten flesh, emitting a scalp-tingling rustling sound. Oh! Special Talents Affairs Management Office, Temporary Command Center. Lin Xiaolu leaned back in her chair, her face pale, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Ever since returning from the game, she had barely slept, constantly running between various shelters and temporary placement points, using her healing ability to treat the injured. But these past few days the situation had suddenly become bizarre. Xiaolu, are you okay? Maybe go rest for a bit. Zhu Yunyang handed over a bottle of water, his face full of concern. I'm fine. Lin Xiaolu shook her head, took the water and unscrewed the cap, but had no appetite to drink. She looked at Zhao Zhe, who was engaged in a heated argument with someone nearby, and asked, How's the situation? Zhao Zhe hung up the call, punched the table, his face full of worry. Another 100+ cases appeared, all bitten by that strange insect. By the time they were sent here, they were already in bad shape, their bodies all purple, vomiting and having diarrhea. Now they've started vomiting blood. Same here. Another Sharp Sword team member shouted with red eyes. The Southern City Shelter just reported that 34 people were bitten there last night. Exact same symptoms. 9 have already died. What the hell is this thing? Where did it come from? Chapter 217, Heat Crimson Worm. Special Talent Affairs Management Office. In the highest level conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like water could drip from it. The faces of all attendees carried a lingering exhaustion and worry. Recently, a bizarre incident had plunged the entire management office into a state of high tension. Comrades, the situation is extremely severe. From the main seat of the conference, Chan Yen, the overall person in charge of the Special Talent Management Office, spoke with a hoarse voice. On the massive screen behind him, horrifying video clips were playing. Some were captured from city surveillance. Others were riskily filmed by team members. The first video showed a strange crimson-red insect swarming in overwhelming numbers, devouring everything in the city. Rotting garbage, animal carcasses, even concrete walls soaked by the floods. The second video showed a man lifting his foot in panic, stomping hard on a red worm crawling toward him. With a squelch, the worm was crushed into a puddle of red slurry. The moment the man lifted his foot, his shoe sole was smeared with that slurry, yet he remained completely unaware, retreating into a shelter. Everywhere he walked, invisible eggs were left behind. Catalyzed by the high temperature, within mere minutes, those eggs hatched into new red worms. One became 100. The third video showed a temporary isolation ward. A man who had been bitten lay on a hospital bed, his skin showing a bizarre purple hue all over. His body convulsed violently and uncontrollably, and he continuously vomited black blood clots from his mouth. In the conference room, a deathly silence reigned. Everyone was so shocked by these terrifying images that they were speechless. Chen Yin coughed, breaking the silence. Next, let Comrade Li Zhenghua from the Strategic Support Department brief us on the current analysis results. Li Zhenghua stood up. He walked to the podium, his expression equally grim. Everyone, after 72 hours of continuous non-stop analysis by our research department, we have temporarily named this unknown organism the heat crimson worm. He picked up a laser pointer and aimed it at the high-definition anatomical diagram of the heat crimson worm, magnified countless times on the screen. Based on the data we have gathered so far, this heat crimson worm has several extremely terrifying characteristics. First, an extremely varied diet. It eats almost anything. Organic matter, inorganic matter. Anything it can chew falls within its dietary range. It possesses a special digestive enzyme in its body that can decompose most substances and convert them into energy for its own growth. Upon hatching, it is only half the size of an infant's pinky finger, but it grows through continuous consumption and molting. The adult worm is about the size of an adult's fist. They have an extremely keen sense of smell for food, especially food stored by humans. Once they detect the scent of food, they will swarm toward it in overwhelming numbers. Second, extremely strong environmental adaptability and reproductive capability. Their reproductive capability is extremely strong. They prefer high-temperature environments. The higher the temperature, the faster their reproduction rate. With sufficient food, one adult heat crimson worm can reproduce 3 times a day, each time laying approximately 100 to 300 eggs. Its reproduction method is twofold. One is conventional egg-laying, and the other is what you all just saw, passive dispersal. Li Zhengguo's voice became exceptionally heavy. Its bodily fluids and tissues contain a large number of unfertilized eggs. Once subjected to external pressure, these eggs scatter in all directions like dandelion seeds. As long as there is suitable temperature, they can undergo parthenogenesis, hatching into new individuals in an extremely short time. In other words, stepping on and killing one is equivalent to helping it give birth to a whole brood. Furthermore, these eggs are extremely tiny and can adhere to any surface. They spread to every corner of the city through wind, water flow, or the movement of survivors. A collective sharp intake of breath echoed through the conference room. Zhu Yunyang and Zhao Zhe exchanged a glance, both seeing deep horror in each other's eyes. How do you even fight this? It's impossible to eradicate. Third, the shed shells of heat crimson worms contain unstable energy that can explode under specific conditions. Fourth, and this is the most lethal point, Li Zhengguo's gaze swept over everyone present. The saliva of the heat crimson worm contains a neurotoxin we have never encountered before. Once bitten, the toxin rapidly invades the human bloodstream, damaging the central nervous system and hematopoietic function. The victim's body turns purplish-blue, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. In severe cases, they begin vomiting blood. They can die from multiple organ failure in as little as 3 to 5 days, or up to a week. Currently, we have no effective treatment method. Comrade Lin Xiaolu's healing ability can only temporarily slow the spread of the toxin. It cannot eradicate it. Sitting in the corner, Lin Xiaolu silently lowered her head upon hearing this, clenching her fists. She had tried her best, but facing such a terrifying toxin, her ability seemed so insignificant. After Li Zhenggua finished speaking, the entire conference room sank into deeper despair. Fight? You can't win. Kill? You can't exterminate them. Save? You can't cure them. A middle-aged man sitting beside Li Zhenggua, wearing glasses and exuding a calm demeanor, suddenly spoke up. Engineerly, I have a question. He was the head of the security department, Guochangfan. The structure of this organism completely defies our known Earth-based biological evolutionary system. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Guochangfan's gaze was sharp as a knife. In the real world, it's impossible for something like this to evolve naturally. Could it be a creature from the game, brought back to the real world unintentionally by some player? As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in an uproar. Everyone's focus shifted to Li Zhenggua. Li Zhenggua adjusted his glasses and immediately shook his head in denial. Minister Gua, we considered that speculation the moment we discovered the heat crimson worm. On the day the worms were found, we used emergency channels to conduct one-on-one emergency inquiries with all players registered with us. The result is, not a single player has seen or heard of this creature in the game. We made detailed records and cross-referenced their descriptions. We can confirm they were not lying. Guochangfan's frown deepened. All players have been confirmed? He pressed further. What about the one ranked first on the leaderboard? Who's that guy? Has she been questioned? The air in the conference room solidified once again. Who's that guy? This name, for all the high-ranking officials present, was a nickname both familiar and strange. They only knew she was an immensely powerful yet incredibly mysterious existence. She consistently dominated the top spot on the leaderboard, but aside from transactions, she had never proactively made any contact with the authorities. Li Zhenggua shook his head. Not yet. A look of just as I expected appeared on Guochangfan's face. Chapter 218 Mutation After Rebirth. An uncontrollable top player. He murmured to himself, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. The atmosphere instantly became stifling to the extreme. Even the strongest official force was helpless, and their only hope was actually a mysterious player they couldn't even meet, whose name remained unknown to this day. I'll ask. Right at that moment, a clear female voice rang out in the silent conference room. Everyone's gaze shifted over in unison. It was Lu Qian. She stood up and said, I'll ask the big shot. We're friends. The other players looked at her one by one, feeling incredibly envious in their hearts. A friend of the number 1 ranked player. Cow's leather anus. Big shot, are you there? Urgent, need to ask you about something. Bai Chenyue was curled up on the sofa, researching how to cool down the house. One air conditioner was simply not enough. She planned to install air conditioners in every room and seal all the windows with insulation panels. At that moment, a message notification came from her player panel. It was from Cow's leather anus. Bai Chenyue looked at the message, her eyebrows slightly raised. Asking about something? And it's urgent? She casually clicked it open and an image popped up. The image showed a crimson-red insect magnified countless times. Next to the insect there was a comparison image. It was a crimson-red object, like some kind of insect's shed exoskeleton. The texture was hard, with a metallic sheen on the surface. Bai Chenyue stared at that exoskeleton, her pupils suddenly constricting. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Item: unknown biological tissue. Description: high-density metal crystal, high-energy biological reaction. Beep, beep. Intense internal energy reaction detected. Analysis module overloaded. Please distance yourself from the target. Note: I told you last time this thing would blow up, but you didn't believe me. Bai Chenyue. Her expression froze. It felt like a thunderclap had exploded in her mind. Unknown biological tissue. Those spicy crayfish shells she pried off with a screwdriver, found annoying, kicked into the corner of the balcony, and were later blown away by the wind. Bai Chenyue abruptly stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to the balcony. But the balcony was empty. Huh? Where did they go? Blown away by the wind? Bai Chenyue crouched down, searched carefully but found nothing. Returning to the living room, she continued communicating with Cow's leather anus. Who's that guy? Don't know it, but I've seen this shell on my outdoor air conditioner unit. It looked like a crayfish shell. What is this thing? Cow's leather anus. Have you seen it in the game? Who's that guy? No. Who's that guy? Do you guys know what this is? If it's convenient, send me a copy of the information. Special Talent Affairs Management Office. Lu Qian looked at the big shot's reply and reported to the people present. The big shot said they've seen the shed exoskeleton of this thing on their outdoor air conditioner unit at home, but don't know what it is and haven't seen it in the game either. Chen Yan's expression was grave. He thought for a moment, then decisively said, since the number 1 ranked player wants to know, then send over all the information we currently have about the heat crimson worm. Li Zhenghua hesitated slightly. But this is all top-level classified information. What time is it now? Chen Yan said solemnly. In the face of humanity's survival, there are no secrets. This comrade, who's that guy? Although they haven't joined us, their contributions to the country have been witnessed by all of us. I believe they are not an enemy. Moreover, their performance in the game suggests they might possess more and more direct information than we do. Letting them understand the full situation is both to make them more vigilant, and in the hope that they can provide some new perspectives from a player's angle. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenghua nodded heavily. I understand. Xiao Lu, send all the information we've compiled about the heat crimson worm to the other party. Chen Yan made the immediate decision. He looked at Li Zhenghua. Also immediately organize a team led by Lu Ming to head for the Shu region right away. Based on our current information, the first heat crimson worm injury incident appeared in the Shu region. That is likely the origin of the heat crimson worm. On this side, Lu Qian began to operate. Cow's leather anus. Big shot, the situation is urgent. Next, I will synchronize all the information we have about this creature to you. We hope you can provide valuable insights. Yes. The order was quickly issued, and the entire command center began operating at high speed again. Lu Qian didn't dare delay. Transmitting an encrypted detailed file. Bai Chenyue clicked to receive. The next second, an encrypted file appeared before her. Bai Chenyue opened the file. Rows of shocking text and horrifyingly graphic images filled her entire screen. When she saw the information, the first infected case appeared in the Shu region. Her pupils constricted sharply. The Shu region. Isn't that right here? Suddenly appeared after the heavy rain, origin unknown. First case in the Shu region. can fly teeth so hard they can gnaw through reinforced concrete. A single insect can grow to the size of an adult's fist through constant consumption. Reproduction speed is terrifyingly fast. With sufficient food, they can reproduce 3 times a day, covering everything, getting into every nook and cranny. Most terrifyingly, they have an innate keen sense of smell for food. Once they catch a scent, they swarm like locusts, sweeping over everything. The state has named it the heat crimson worm. In the images attached to the data, the bitten infected showed an ominous bluish-purple discoloration all over their skin, curled up on the ground, vomiting large chunks of black blood. Not contagious. But currently there are no effective treatment methods. Death is inevitable within as little as 3 to 5 days, up to a week at most. Bai Chenyue felt a chill run down her spine. This thing is too sinister. She instinctively began searching her memory for information about this creature. Nothing. Not a single impression. Logically, she was a reincarnator after all. In her previous life, she struggled in the apocalypse for 3 years, later awakening as a player. She had seen or at least heard of 70 to 80% of all sorts of bizarre mutated creatures and game monsters. But this heat crimson worm, she had never heard of it. Why? Since her rebirth, she could identify things both in the game and in reality, but this time was an exception. It didn't make sense. It wasn't originally a product of this world at all. Bai Chenyue's brain raced. It didn't exist in her previous life, but suddenly appeared in this life. Could it really be because her rebirth flapped the butterfly's wings, causing the entire world's evolutionary trajectory to deviate? If that were truly the case, how much of the foreknowledge she possessed was still reliable? Chapter 219. Renovating the cabin. Bai Chenyue repeatedly flipped through the materials, her gaze lingering on one particular sentence. Each time the heat crimson worm grows, it sheds a layer of its shell. With each shedding, its body size increases by 1 circle, and the biting force of its mouth parts doubles. And the shed shell is precisely that crimson-red crystalline substance possessing unstable energy. So, the thing stuck to her air conditioner's outdoor unit wasn't some mutated little crayfish shell at all. It was the shell left behind after a heat crimson worm's growth and metamorphosis. Holding the picture of the heat crimson worm, she focused her thoughts and entered the space. Inside the space, it was still the same bustling construction scene. She walked straight towards A2, who was digging a ditch. A2, have you seen this? Bai Chenyue held her phone out in front of him. A2 leaned his furry head forward, his little eyes blinking for a long while before he shook his head. Haven't seen it, master. That bug is really ugly. Bai Chenyue then found Lizard One, who was feeding the chickens. Seen this kind of bug before? Lizard One's massive head leaned over, his golden vertical pupils staring at the picture for a long time before he finally shook his head. Reporting to Divine Emissary, this subordinate has never seen such a creature on Grass Star. As expected, it wasn't a species from Grass Star. At that moment, a white figure drifted over. Sadako, wearing a straw hat, curiously poked her head over. Before she could get a clear look, Bai Chenyue pulled the picture back. Bai Chenyue glanced at her. Ask you? A ghost born from imagination. Could you possibly know about creatures from a game? Sadako seemed to sense the disdain in Bai Chenyue's eyes, as the resentment surrounding her began to slowly undulate. Bai Chenyue's survival instincts kicked in, and she immediately extended the phone again, wearing a professional customer service smile. Here, boss, you take a look too. Sadako leaned in closer, examining it carefully for a few seconds, then tilted her head. Her expression seemed to say she didn't know. Bai Chenyue. If you don't know, why look? But meeting Sadako's gaze that seemed ready to drag her into the television the next second, she wisely swallowed those words. It seemed she could only rely on herself. The terror of the heat crimson worm had already exceeded her understanding. Fast reproduction, aggressive and poisonous. Her little cabin absolutely needed the highest level of modifications. Bai Chenyue immediately opened the game mall and began searching in the search bar. Rows of game items popped up. With a single glance, her brows furrowed. Expensive. Item. Infrasonic wave insect repellent incense. Description. When lit, releases a special frequency of infrasonic waves that can effectively repel all flying and crawling insect creatures within a 100-meter radius. Effect lasts 30 minutes. Price. 10,000 game coins. Note: ineffective against spirit bodies, Sadako, and lizardmen. Friendly reminder: do not place this by your bedside while sleeping, or you might experience the sensation of a fighter jet flying past your ear in your dreams. 100 meters. That range could cover the entire building, right? She continued scrolling down. Item: high-frequency sonic wave insect repellent matrix. Description: emits multiband, inaudible infrasonic waves that cause devastating interference to the nervous systems of most insectoid creatures, preventing them from approaching. Price: 520,000 game coins. Note: neighbors might complain about strange noises coming from your house at night, but luckily you have no neighbors. Item: alchemy polymer adhesive spray, 2L family size. Description: when sprayed on walls or floors, forms a layer of colorless, odorless transparent adhesive. Any creature weighing less than 5 kilograms will be permanently stuck upon contact and unable to break free. Price: 9,800 game coins. Note: a giant homemade cockroach trap. Buy one bottle, trap the whole family. Be careful not to get your own feet stuck. Item: prismatic purification wallpaper, 50 meters/roll. Description: after absorbing light energy, continuously releases purification rays that decompose harmful substances and microorganisms in the air. Has a repelling effect on mosquitoes, insects, snakes, ants, etc. Price: 75,000 game coins/roll. Note: paste it up, and your home will be cleaner than right after a purification ritual. Item: nanomicrobe defense coating, 50L/drum. Description: a liquid metal paint. After application on building surfaces, forms a defensive mesh composed of billions of nanobots that actively devour and decompose approaching microscopic organisms. Price: 80,000 game coins. Note: give your house an invisible iron cloth shirt. Mosquitoes will have to fly around it. Item: biological electric grid access control system. Description: covers all door and window entrances. Can intelligently recognize biological signatures and release up to 100,000 volts of electricity against unauthorized targets attempting forced entry. Price: 80,000 game coins. Note: welcome home. And welcome surprises. Item: automatic purification circulation fresh air system. Description: equipped with a miniaturized purification core. Not only filters PM 2.5, but also effectively kills insect eggs and viruses in the air. Price: 18,000 game coins. Note: lets you breathe pure, pay-to-win air even in the apocalypse. Item: Gaia's Breath plant barrier seeds, 10,000 seeds/pack. Description: after planting, quickly grows into tough thorny vines covering the entire structure. The secreted sap has a strong repelling effect on insects. Price: 5,000 game coins. Note: congratulations, you're about to own a truly green building. The downside is, you might need a machete to clear a path home in the future. Bai Chenyue felt a bit dazzled looking at all this. The prices were a bit steep, but the effects were indeed tempting. 1 box of infrasonic wave insect repellent incense, 100 sticks/box. Ding! Purchase successful. 10,000 game coins deducted. 1 automatic purification circulation fresh air system first. Ding! Purchase successful. 18,000 game coins deducted. 1 biological electric grid access control system. Ding! Purchase successful. 80,000 game coins deducted. 1 for external defense, 1 for internal, and 1 mobile. Opening her personal inventory, she retrieved the automatic purification circulation fresh air system and the biological electric grid access control system. The main body of the fresh air system was larger than she imagined, nearly 1 meter tall, with a matte off-white finish and a fine texture. The lines of the machine were extremely sleek, with no unnecessary, complicated designs, only the minimalist beauty of futuristic technology. The front only had 1 embedded circular touchscreen, currently in a dark, deep-off state. The installation steps were absurdly simple. Plug it in, turn it on. After an extremely faint startup sound, A steady operational noise came from inside the machine. The grill on top of the machine slowly opened, and a stream of cool, pure air carrying a faint grassy fragrance was silently released. Then she looked at the next item. Chapter 220. Figured out the top-rank boss's info. A square silver metal box appeared on the coffee table. Biological electric grid access control system. The box opened, revealing a palm-sized square main controller lying quietly inside. The main controller's casing was made of alloy with a matte texture, with a black crystal plate on top. Bai Chenyue placed the main controller on the coffee table in the center of the living room. Following the instructions, she gently pressed a groove on the side. Hum. The main controller emitted a soft sound, and the crystal plate on top lit up. Immediately after, several pale blue beams of light shot out from it, like living tentacles, accurately scanning every corner of the room. The beams swept past the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, the bay windows in the bedrooms, the small windows in the kitchen and bathroom, and finally covered the main entrance door. Each time a beam swept over an area, an almost imperceptible faint glow would flash briefly on the glass or door panel of that area before disappearing. In less than a minute, all the beams retracted back into the main controller, and the light on the crystal plate dimmed. After doing all this, she installed the square main controller on the wall by the entrance. Bai Chenyue extended a finger and pressed it against the main controller's crystal plate. Ding! Biological information scanning in progress. Ding! Scanning complete. Administrator privileges confirmed. Ding! Biological electric grid access control system activated. As the system notification sounds faded, an indigo blue light lit up on the main controller's crystal plate. At the same time, on all the doors and windows in the room, that invisible layer of nanomesh suddenly erupted with a dazzling silver-blue electrical glow. Countless fine arcs of electricity frantically jumped and scurried across the mesh, emitting a dense crackling sound, bathing the entire house in a blue light. The terrifying spectacle lasted less than 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the electrical glow vanished, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. To test the effect, she returned to her space, found an iron rod as thick as an arm, and reappeared on the top floor. She extended the iron rod through the gap in the glass door, slowly approaching the outside of the glass door covered by the metal mesh. When the tip of the iron rod was still 10 centimeters away from the glass, zap! A blinding electric arc erupted from the glass surface out of nowhere, precisely striking the iron rod. Bai Chenyue only felt a numbness in her hand as a tremendous force transmitted through it. The iron rod was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before falling off the building. And that glass door didn't have a single trace left on it. Wow, the power is impressive. Finally, I can sleep soundly. Bai Chenyue withdrew her hand with satisfaction, feeling at ease. With this system, forget about heat crimson worms, not even a single fly or mosquito could hope to get in. She returned to the living room, throwing herself back into the soft sofa, enjoying the coolness and cleanliness brought by the fresh air system. At that moment, a message from Cow's Leather Anus arrived again. Cow's Leather Anus. Expert, the heat insulation boards and heat-absorbing grass clothes you wanted. We worked overnight to produce a few sample pieces. Should we send them over to you now? Who's that guy? Sure. A trade request soon popped up. Bai Chenyue clicked confirm. 30 heat insulation sand crystal boards, each one large and thick. Item. Heat insulation sand crystal board. 2m x 2m x 5mm military improved version. Introduction. Made with heat insulation sand crystal as the core material, mixed with high molecular fireproof material, and formed under ultra-high temperature compression. Heat insulation effect is 30% better than the Haha Tribe's original version, while also possessing grade A fire resistance. Note: don't try to use it as a stone slab for barbecue, you'll regret it. There was also a pile of clothes woven from grass. Item. Heat-absorbing grass clothes, artisan handmade version. Introduction. Woven entirely from whole heat-absorbing grass plants by experienced artisans. When worn, it continuously absorbs and converts body heat, providing lasting coolness. Note: it's cool, but don't expect it to be bulletproof. And don't expect it to look good either. Bai Chenyue picked up one of the grass clothes and tried it on. A cool sensation spread from the skin it touched. Comfortable. She was very satisfied. In this hellish weather, this stuff is definitely going to be a hot commodity. Once mass production is ready, she can make a fortune again. As for the heat insulation boards, she planned to seal up her entire home first. Give the house a complete overhaul. Meanwhile, a convoy composed of heavy armored vehicles and military trucks was speeding along a road scarred and ravaged by floods. The convoy's destination was precisely the Shu region. In the lead-armored command vehicle, Hawkeye was driving, Lu Ming sat in the passenger seat. The second row held Lu Qian and Lin Xiaolu, while the third row held Gao Jianjun, Zhu Yunyang, and Zhao Zhe. The atmosphere was heavy. Lu Qian, however, seemed somewhat distracted, her face unable to suppress her excitement. What are you thinking about? Looking so pleased? Did you find money? Gao Jianjun, noticing Lu Qian's unusual demeanor, asked. Lu Qian chuckled, putting on a mysterious air. I think I've roughly guessed the top-ranked expert's basic information. This statement attracted the attention of everyone in the vehicle. Zhu Yunyang's ears were the sharpest. He immediately leaned over, his face full of gossip. What's the situation? Tell us quickly. Who exactly is the expert? Male or female? How old? Ever since learning that Lu Qian was friends with the top-ranked expert, Zhu Yunyang's attitude towards her had been incredibly enthusiastic, almost to the point of enshrining her. How would I know that? Lu Qian shot him a look. The expert is very secretive, never revealing any personal information. Then what are you so excited about? Zhao Zhe leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, but his words were sharp. I thought you were about to announce the expert's ID number. Get lost. Lu Qian retorted irritably. She cleared her throat and said mysteriously, although I don't know who the expert is, I can deduce the expert's current living situation. She opened her player panel, pulled up the chat with Who's That Guy. Look here, she pointed at Bai Chenyue's sentence. I've seen this shell on my home's air conditioner outdoor unit, and analyzed. The expert said she saw the heat crimson worms molt on her home's air conditioner outdoor unit. What does that mean? The vehicle fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Xiaolu sat in the corner, having spoken very little. At this moment she softly spoke up. It means the expert hasn't moved into a shelter. Exactly, IQ Online. Lu Qian slapped her thigh. The expert is living alone outside. Hearing this, the several people in the vehicle all showed expressions that said, of course. Zhao Zhe snorted, not opening his eyes, just wriggling his waist to get more comfortable as he continued sleeping. No kidding. If I were the expert, having stockpiled that many supplies, would I go to a shelter to squeeze into a communal bunk with others? Are you crazy? Isn't living alone much more comfortable? His words were crude, but the reasoning wasn't wrong. Although shelters were safe, conditions were limited after all. Not only did you have to work to earn points, but daily food and water were rationed, and movement was restricted everywhere. For a player of the expert's level, a shelter really held little appeal. Chapter 221. The top-ranked boss is a girl? Lin Xiaolu thought of her own basement filled with supplies and replied thoughtfully. So you mean the expert lives alone in a villa? Her thinking was completely based on her own experience. With so many supplies stockpiled, where else could they live but a villa? Could an ordinary apartment fit all that stuff? Definitely. Zhao Zhe opened his eyes, his tone decisive. How many supplies did the expert trade in the game before? Where else could you store that much besides a standalone villa with a big yard and a large basement? With the current weather, the floods just receded, there's extreme heat, and water, electricity, and internet are all cut off. Which ordinary household's air conditioning can still work? Yet the expert's house can, meaning the expert's home has an independent power supply system. And also the expert previously traded so many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep with the country. If they didn't have an independent survival base, where could they possibly keep all those animals? The expert definitely lives in a high-end villa area with beautiful surroundings and strict security. Places like that were safe before the apocalypse, and they must be even more so now. Maybe they even modified the security system themselves, dug a moat, and keeps a few big guard dogs. Zhu Yunyang listened, stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Damn. Old Zhao, you're a genius. So, you're saying if we thoroughly investigate all villa areas nationwide, we might be able to find the expert. Lu Qian nodded. The student is teachable. Also, the expert previously asked us to urgently make water walking shoes, shoe size 40. That means the expert's foot size is probably 40. This time, making the heat-absorbing clothes, we learned their height is 175 centimeters standard weight. But we don't know the exact number. Weight isn't important anymore, Zhao said, the corner of his mouth curving up, a look of being thoroughly familiar with the subject as he deduced. We just need to investigate high-end villa areas, someone living alone at home, height 175 centimeters, shoe size 40 male. Naturally, we'll find the top-ranked expert. Lin Xiaolu objected. Why male? Couldn't it be female? What if the expert is a domineering CEO like my brother? Zhao Zhe glanced at her. What CEO is 175 centimeters tall? Lin Xiaolu was unconvinced, but before she could retort, without absolute information we can't lock in the gender. Lu Qian did not agree with Zhao Zhe's line of thinking. My sixth sense tells me the expert is female, and a very handsome girl at that. Naive, how could a girl dominate the rankings so many times? Zhao Zhe lifted his chin, still believing the top-ranked expert was a very powerful man. When we find the expert, you just wait to be proven wrong. Whether I'm proven wrong or not, I don't know, but you're a man too, and I haven't seen you make it into the top 10 either, no, not even the top 3. Lin Xiaolu snorted, very dissatisfied. Brother Lu was once ranked 3, and I've been ranked 2. How about you surpass me just once? Zhao Zhe's face flushed red. The slap to his face stung. He really hadn't made it into the top 10, but he didn't want to admit defeat. I am me, the expert is the expert. You say the expert is a girl, dare to make a bet. Lin Xiaolu wasn't afraid in the slightest. Bet it is, who's afraid of who? What do you want to bet? Zhao Zhe said. Whoever loses has to agree to one request from the other person. Nothing that crosses the bottom line. Lin Xiaolu agreed. No problem. Zhu Yunyang excitedly rubbed his hands together. You two in your bet, but I'm getting more and more curious. When we find the expert, what expression will they have? Will they be startled by us? Lu Qian also grinned from ear to ear. Definitely. The expert must think they're hidden perfectly, no flaws at all. Who knew we'd dig up their background just based on their information? Gao Jianjun poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't think about it. Even if we want to find the expert, we have to finish the mission first. The expert isn't likely to be in the Shu region. Finding the mysterious top-ranked expert, this mission sounded thrilling just thinking about it. They had even started imagining it. When they knocked on the door of a luxurious villa and saw the legendary top-ranked expert, the other party's shocked and flabbergasted expression. Lu Ming, sitting in the back row, listened to his teammates' discussion, the corner of his mouth also lifting slightly. It had to be said, this was indeed a very valuable clue. He picked up the communicator, edited and sent a message. Putting down the communicator, he looked out the window at the ruins flying past and his gaze grew deep. Who's that guy, huh? Hope to see your true face. Oh. Bai Chenyue was standing on a stool, struggling to press the final heat insulation sand crystal board into the window frame. Achoo! She sneezed a big sneeze without any warning, almost falling off the stool. Who? Who was talking about her? Bai Chenyue rubbed her nose and muttered. Beside her, a white figure floated over and helped her steady the wobbling insulation board. Sadako was wearing a clean white dress, a comical straw hat on her head, tilting her head. Her eyes, hidden by black hair, seemed to ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, no zitch." Bai Chenyue waved her hand, signaling for her to hold it steady. With Sadako's help, this strong laborer, who didn't need to eat or sleep and had surprisingly great strength, the entire house renovation project progressed rapidly. 30 large, heavy insulation boards sealed all the room windows tightly in less than half a day. The living room, originally glaringly bright from the scorching sun, darkened, leaving only the faint glow of the fresh air system indicator light. The oppressive heat was shut out. The indoor temperature began to drop at a visible rate, eventually stabilizing at a comfortable 25 degrees. Bai Chenyue patted the dust off her hands with satisfaction and took out a chilled watermelon from her space, cutting it open. One person, one ghost, and one rat sat around the coffee table, enjoying the rare comfort in the apocalypse. Atu gnawed on the watermelon, his little eyes darting around. His rodent life had ascended, it was so delicious. The best decision he ever made in his life was finding the right master and hugging the right thigh. He felt he was getting smarter and smarter. A2's little eyes shifted, and he scooted closer to Bai Chenyue. Master, can I go out and take a look? What's so good to see outside? Bai Chenyue didn't even look up, continuing to deal with the watermelon in front of her. I'll just stay on the rooftop, won't run around. Staying in the space every day. I'm almost growing mold. A2 moved closer to Bai Chenyue, trying to make himself look more pitiful. Bai Chenyue glanced at him and agreed. Just the rooftop, don't go downstairs, don't make random noises. If anything seems off, come back immediately. She instructed, not fully at ease. Thank you, master. A2 excitedly called out, swallowed the watermelon in his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, and immediately ran towards the door leading to the rooftop. Bai Chenyue watched his eager back and shook her head. She walked to the door and deactivated the electric fence security systems, lock on the rooftop door. As soon as the door opened, a wave of scorching air rushed over. But A2 didn't mind at all, darting out in a flash. Chapter 222. Sparking Brain shows its power. Night had swallowed the entire city. Scorching air currents swept across the rooftop of the unfinished building, emitting mournful howls. A2 lay sprawled on the blistering hot concrete floor, his small body pressed tightly against the ground. The free air smelled so good. Even though he was so hot he was almost dehydrated, it was still better than staying inside the space and facing that female ghost who carried farming tools and could flatten him into mouse cake at any moment. He stretched lazily, placing his 2 front paws together, squinting his eyes and enjoying this rare free time. Trunk, trunk. An extremely faint sound like someone nibbling on biscuits drifted over with the wind. A2's ears twitched alertly. What was that sound? Following the source of the sound, he looked over and noticed something moving on the dozen or so black, crystalline panels his master had laid out on the other side of the rooftop. Did the wind blow some trash up here? Curiosity piqued. A2 moved his 4 short legs and silently crept over. As he got closer, the crunching sounds became increasingly clear. A2 peeked out half his head. The next second, all the fur on his body stood on end. He saw that on the 10 solar panels, shimmering faintly under the moonlight, were densely packed with crimson-red insects. The larger ones were about the size of a fist, while the smaller ones were as thick as a thumb. Their bodies were entirely crimson, with transparent wings. They were using their incredibly sharp-looking mouthparts to frantically gnaw at the surface of the solar panels. The hard, special-grade material was as fragile as crispy potato chips in their mouths. Crunch crunch. One corner of a solar panel had already been gnawed into a jagged, gaping hole. A2 was scared out of his wits. What the hell were these things? He recognized them. These were the insects his master had shown him before. Why were they here? And so many of them? A fist-sized heat crimson worm seemed to sense his gaze. It stopped gnawing, turned its gaze toward A2's hiding spot, and twitched slightly. A2 was so frightened he immediately pulled his head back, his heart pounding wildly, almost leaping out of his throat. Run! Run fast! Tell the master! The moment he turned around, he heard a dense buzzing sound from behind. Dozens of heat crimson worms vibrated their wings, transforming into a red shadow that blotted out the sky as they surged toward him. Squeak! A2 let out a scream of terror so intense it distorted. His survival instinct made him erupt with unprecedented speed, transforming into a gray lightning bolt as he frantically fled toward the doorway he came from. Scorching wind blades whistled past his ears. He could even smell the nauseating fishy stench emanating from the swarm of monsters behind him. Faster! Even faster! That was the only thought left in A2's mind. Just as he was about to dash into the doorway, a heat crimson worm suddenly accelerated, diving down, its sharp mouthparts precisely aiming to peck at his hind leg. Thud! A2 only felt a sharp pain in his hind leg. Losing his balance, he tumbled clumsily on the ground several times before smashing headfirst into the door frame. Ignoring the intense pain, he scrambled and crawled his way through the door, slamming it shut behind him. Bang! Almost the instant the door closed, a terrifying sizzling and crackling explosion immediately erupted from the other side. Countless silvery blue electric arcs madly danced and exploded across the door panel. The revolting stench of burnt protein instantly filled the air, so foul it made one want to vomit. Atu collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. One of his hind legs was dripping with blood. His soul still shaken, he stared at that iron door flickering amidst the electric light, as if it separated two worlds. Then he scrambled and crawled his way downstairs. "Master, it's bad." Atu limped into the living room, his voice choked with tears. Bai Chenyue was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding the newly purchased infrasonic wave insect-repellent incense and studying the instruction manual. Hearing the commotion, she raised her head impatiently. "What are you screeching about?" "Bugs, so many red bugs on the rooftop, they're gnawing on your..." Atu was so frantic he was incoherent, pointing at the ceiling. "Gnawing on my what?" Bai Chenyue's heart sank. She abruptly stood up. "Gnawing on my solar panels?" Yes. Those black board things." Atu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, almost crying. "Bai Chenyue!" Exclamation point. A nameless fury shot straight from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. "Great. Just great. The solar generator set I worked so hard to install. These ignorant suicidal heat crimson worms dare to treat it as a buffet? Don't they know electricity is expensive?" Without another word, she pulled out the Ripper sonic resonance device from her space, turned around and headed upstairs. Sadako silently followed behind her. Beneath the straw hat, within her black hair, a certain expectant, resentful aura seemed to be stirring. The higher they went, the stronger the smell of burnt stench mixed with fishiness in the air became. Even before reaching the top floor, a dense, crackling series of explosions clearly drifted down, as if someone were continuously whipping an electric lash. Countless fine electric arcs madly danced across the door panel, incinerating the crimson-red insects swarming outside into charcoal. On the rooftop, those dozen-plus solar panels she had spent a fortune to install were completely submerged by this crimson-red tide of insects. Looking out, thousands of heat crimson worms, like maggots clinging to bone, densely covered the panels. They were using their sharp mouthparts to frantically gnaw away, emitting a sound that set one's teeth on edge. Her solar panels. Their frames were almost completely gnawed away, their remains almost impossible to find. The door panel was already dented and pitted from the impacts. A thick layer of twitching insect corpses piled up outside, yet it still stubbornly blocked the frenzy beyond. The game coins were not spent in vain. A flash of relief crossed Bai Chenyue's mind, but her gaze grew colder and colder. "Perfect timing to test my new skill on you. Brain has electricity." A circular mental pulse, invisible to the naked eye, suddenly expanded outward with her as the center. The entire rooftop seemed to have been muted. All the heat crimson worms that had been frantically gnawing away just a moment ago stiffened simultaneously the instant they came into contact with the mental pulse. Their bodies convulsed violently, uncontrollably, as if drunk. They began falling off the solar panels out of midair in a crackling rain. 1 minute of mental disarray status. "That's enough." With an expressionless face, Bai Chenyue raised the Ripper sonic resonance device in her hand, aimed it at the sea of red still struggling futilely on the ground, and pulled the trigger. No flames, no deafening roar. Only an invisible sonic resonance wave swept through like the scythe of death. The next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The soft tissues inside the bodies of those smaller heat crimson worms were instantly annihilated. They didn't even have time to let out a single mournful cry before their entire bodies collectively crumbled and disintegrated, turning from the inside out into fine clouds of crimson dust. A strong wind blew, scattering the dust into the sky. Chapter 223. The rat got bitten. However, those big fellows with bodies comparable to adult fists were not instantly killed. The invisible sound waves swept over their bodies, only causing them to fall into a deeper state of paralysis, their bodies trembling violently. Bai Chenyue showed no surprise. She pulled the trigger again. Bzzz. Another sound wave swept through. Those massive heat crimson worms, under the second resonance damage, finally couldn't hold on. Cracks appeared on their hard shells. Bzzz. The third time. Bang! 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 A series of dull bursting sounds rang out. The bodies of those big fellows exploded from the inside like overinflated balloons, splattering red pulp and shattered tissue everywhere. In just a few dozen seconds, The insect swarm that had been so arrogant and unruly moments before was swept clean. The wind on the rooftop carried a foul, fishy stench, blowing red dust particles everywhere. Bai Chenyue looked at the 3 solar panels that had been gnawed down to their skeletons, her heart aching with every throb. That was all money. Bai Chenyue returned to the living room and saw A2 collapsed on the floor. The usually timid and clever rat was now covered in dust. On one of his hind legs, a small bloody hole was seeping out droplets of blood, staining the surrounding fur a dark red. She walked over and crouched down. A2 saw her, his small eyes filled with the terror of a survivor, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Bai Chenyue didn't dare touch it with her hand, she just poked at the wound. It was a very small bite wound, but the puncture was deep, bitten by a heat crimson worm. The contents of that encrypted document immediately surfaced in her mind. The bitten person's body turns bluish-purple, vomiting and diarrhea, coughing up black blood, multiple organ failure. Currently, there are no effective treatment methods. That document was targeted at humans. She didn't know if the effects would be the same on a rat. Bai Chenyue hesitated no longer. With a flip of her hand, a mushroom that was entirely golden and emitted a strange fragrance appeared in her palm. Item: Golden Thread Healing Mushroom. Note: Congratulations, you successfully wasted a precious item capable of pulling someone back from the gates of hell on a rat. You treat your employees so well, I want to work for you too. Do you provide meals, accommodation, and the 5 social insurances in one housing fund? Open your mouth, eat it. Bai Chenyue pushed it to A2's mouth. A2 struggled weakly for a moment, but instinctively began to chew. Visibly, the bloody hole on his hind leg began to heal at a speed that defied common sense. The damaged skin and tissue rapidly regenerated. Pink new flesh grew out, soon covered by newly grown gray rat fur. In just over 10 seconds, the leg was restored to its original state, without even leaving a scar. The effect of the golden thread healing mushroom was as overwhelmingly powerful as ever. But A2's condition did not improve. He was still collapsed on the floor, without even the strength to stand up. His small body twitched intermittently, his eyes unfocused, completely devoid of his usual vigor. It seemed the healing mushroom could only repair physical trauma, and had no effect on that unknown neurotoxin. Troublesome. With a thought, she grabbed A2 and returned to the space. The moment she appeared, the 4 wind rats led by A2 chirped and gathered around. When they saw the half-dead A2 in Bai Chenyue's hand, the rat group immediately fell into chaos. Master A2 he. A2 came closer, looking at his nephew's miserable state, his whiskers trembling with anxiety. Bitten by an insect. Bai Chenyue handed A2 to him. The external injury is healed, but he might be poisoned. His condition isn't good right now. Her words were calm, but they plunged the entire rat group into dead silence. Watch him carefully. If anything seems off, tell me immediately. Bai Chenyue instructed. A2 held his unconscious nephew, his small eyes full of panic. He nodded repeatedly, unable to speak. Bai Chenyue watched this scene, said nothing more, and returned to the living room. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed several messy stains and a few dark red spots on the originally clean floor, left behind when A2 dragged his injured leg in earlier. Blood. She remembered the official document's description of the heat crimson worm egg transmission method. She wondered if the bitten person's blood carried worm eggs? Sadako had somehow already floated to the wall, holding a mop, looking up at her. She wasn't used in the fight just now. What about now? Bai Chenyue gave her a look. The next second, Sadako silently slid over. The mop soaked with water meticulously wiped the traces on the floor completely clean. Bai Chenyue watched, still not reassured. She took disinfectant from her space and personally mopped that area again, not even sparing the corners. Only when the air filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant did she stop. After doing all this, she threw herself onto the sofa, her body sinking into the soft cushions, but her mind couldn't relax at all. A2's condition served as a wake-up call for her. The heat crimson worm was more troublesome than she had imagined. Physical defense was maxed out, but what about this hard-to-guard against toxin? She irritably grabbed her hair. Wait. Bai Chenyue suddenly sat up straight. She remembered a detail she had overlooked. Why did the heat crimson worms gnaw on her solar panels? If it was simply for sustenance, the city was full of rotting corpses and waterlogged debris. They didn't even spare cement and steel reinforcement bars. Why bother flying to the rooftop dozens of meters high to gnaw on those almost nutritionless solar panels? Bai Chenyue chewed over these words repeatedly in her mind. Unless those panels were not ordinary food to them. Solar panels absorb light energy and convert it into electrical energy. Energy. One word surfaced clearly in her mind. Could these insects have been attracted by energy? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. She needed to verify. With a thought, Bai Chenyue had 4 energy crystals in her hand. If her guess was true, then this thing was probably an irresistible top-tier delicacy for the heat crimson worms. She also casually grabbed 2 baguettes. On one side, pure energy. On the other, ordinary food. Which would the insects choose? Bai Chenyue took the items and returned to the rooftop again. She walked to the center of the rooftop, placed the 4 energy crystals in the 4 corners respectively, then broke the fragrant bread into pieces and placed them in the very center of the rooftop. After doing all this, she quickly retreated inside the door, watching through the window. Time passed minute by minute. 5 minutes later. Being faint. A familiar buzzing sound of wings flapping grew from far to near. They're here. Bai Chenyue's heart tightened. A dark, swarming mass of insects surged from all directions of the city, transforming into a crimson tide that swept across the entire rooftop. Bai Chenyue clearly saw that not a single insect touched the bread. All the heat crimson worms, as if gone mad, pounced on the 4 energy crystals emitting a faint glow. They surrounded the crystals, frantically gnawing with their sharp mouthparts. Crunch! Crunch! The hard crystals made crisp, shattering sounds in their mouths. Every time a heat crimson worm swallowed a small piece of crystal fragment, its body would visibly swell at a speed discernible to the naked eye. The originally thumb-sized larvae rapidly lengthened and thickened. The crimson shells on their bodies surfaced with spiderweb-like cracks. Chapter 224. Not enough points, so you're paying with your life? Tap. A soft sound, the shell cracked open and an adult insect, its body a size larger, its color darker, its wings broader, crawled out from within. Molting. In less than a minute, the 4 energy crystals were completely devoured. On the rooftop, among the heat crimson worms, those that had eaten the energy crystals had generally doubled in size, with dozens even growing to the size of an adult's fist. Their shed-old shells formed a thin layer on the ground. After finishing the energy crystals, these newly emerged adults still seemed unsatisfied. Only then did they shift their attention to the breadcrumbs nearby. The swarm surged, sweeping the breadcrumbs off the ground clean. A layer of cold sweat seeped out on Bai Chenyue's back. Her conjecture was verified. In the heat crimson worm's diet, energy took far higher priority than ordinary food. Watching the heat crimson worms on the rooftop, their bodies swollen in size, their wing beats now deep and powerful, an even more terrifying thought surfaced in Bai Chenyue's mind. If their target was energy, then what they would attack was definitely not just solar panels and hydroelectric stations. Substations in the city, backup generators, even the energy items players stored in their spaces. Everything would become their target. Bai Chenyue didn't dare think further. She had to tell the authorities this news immediately. She immediately opened her player panel and found that familiar avatar. Who's that guy? Are you there? Urgent situation. On the other side, inside a speeding armored vehicle, Lu Qian and Zhao Zhe were arguing heatedly, their faces red, over the gender of the top-ranked expert. Suddenly, her player panel lit up. Seeing that familiar nickname, Lu Qian jolted, forgetting the argument instantly, and clicked to open it. Cow's leather anus. Expert, yes, I'm here. Please speak. Her reply was lightning fast, terrified that even a second's delay would mean the expert went offline. Everyone else in the vehicle quieted down, all eyes fixed on the panel in her hand. Who's that guy? I tested with energy crystals and bread. Heat crimson worms are attracted to items containing energy, especially objects with high purity energy which allow them to rapidly grow, molt, and complete evolution. Who's that guy? Ordinary food is just sustenance, but energy is their evolutionary catalyst. All energy facilities, including energy crystals, will become their primary attack targets. Lu Qian stared at the few short lines of text on the screen, her mind buzzing. She read the contents aloud. Inside the vehicle compartment, a deathly silence fell. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. He quickly relayed this situation to the command center. Oh. The next day, Bai Chenyue entered the space again to check on A2's condition. A2 was still unconscious, unresponsive, but his body showed no signs of bruising or discoloration. Character Wind Rat A2. Status: deep coma, neurotoxin erosion in progress, vital signs slowly declining. This toxin structure is a bit interesting, like a half-finished product. Note: stop staring. He won't die, but he won't wake up either. Suggest keeping him as a pet vegetable rat, might add some unique flair to your space. Half-finished product? Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. Perhaps this toxin wasn't as unsolvable as the data suggested. She didn't dwell on it further. Taking out another small piece of golden thread healing mushroom, she pried open A2's mouth and stuffed it in. Nearby, A Fu watched the golden mushroom, his small eyes filled with longing, drool almost dripping, but seeing his nephew half dead, he forcefully swallowed it back. Keep a good eye on him. Bai Chenyue stood up and instructed A Fu. She left the space. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden knocking shattered the indoor tranquility. Bai Chenyue was sitting on the sofa, idly toying with an energy crystal, feeling the pure power contained within. The house, guarded by layers of insulation panels and an electric fence, was so quiet she could hear the breeze from the fresh air system. She put down the crystal, walked to the entrance, and looked at the monitor screen of the intercom system. On the screen was a familiar face, tinged with some awkwardness. The landlord. Little girl, it's me, Auntie Wong. The other party's raised voice, carrying deliberate enthusiasm, came from outside the door. After all that heavy rain before, and those strange bugs, I didn't see you at the shelter. I was so worried about you. You're still living here, right? Bai Chenyue didn't open the door immediately. This apartment was rented before the apocalypse and was about to expire. At this critical juncture, why wasn't the landlord hiding but coming here instead? Something the matter? She spoke into the intercom, her voice flat. The landlord's smile, plastered on her face outside the door, stiffened for a moment before she leaned closer to the door with even more fervor. Well, since I see you're still living here, I came to ask. Do you want to renew the lease for this place? Bai Chenyue opened the door, only creating a crack wide enough for one person to pass through. A stream of cool, refreshing air surged out through the crack. Outside, the landlord held an umbrella in one hand and a cattail leaf fan in the other, fanning herself vigorously. The hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat, sticking together in strands. When that cool air brushed her cheek, her fanning stopped. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh my, how is your place so cool? She said while subconsciously trying to squeeze inside, craning her neck to peer into the room. Bai Chenyue subtly blocked her line of sight with her body. Renew. She uttered only one word. This was her temporary base. Its geographical location and concealment were both decent. She had no plans to change it for now. That's great to hear. Upon hearing this, the landlord's face immediately blossomed into a delighted smile. But little girl, times are different now. The rent can't be paid with the old money either. She extended one finger, then gestured to 1,200 points per month. Points? Bai Chenyue remembered. This was a new currency system implemented after the official shelters were established. Through labor or submitting supplies, one could earn points to spend within the shelters. She operated alone, so naturally she wouldn't have this stuff. I don't have points. No points is fine too. The landlord had been waiting for this exact sentence. Her volume even rose a bit. Use things to barter. Look, everything is in short supply now. Food, drink, supplies, all can be counted. Your place. Her gaze once again tried to peer past Bai Chenyue's shoulder, desperately trying to make out the furnishings inside. Bai Chenyue was growing impatient. Give me 2 days, she interrupted the other party. I'll move out. After saying this, without waiting for the landlord's reaction, she closed the door directly. Outside, the landlord was caught off guard by this move. The smile on her face completely vanished. She muttered a few resentful curses and stomped her way downstairs. Bai Chenyue returned to the living room. The bit of relaxed mood from earlier had completely evaporated. It seemed she needed to find a new nest. Chapter 225. Heaven's Chosen Overlord. The landlord walked down the stairs seething with anger. Just as she rounded the corner past the 9th floor, a young man emerged from the shadows. "Niece, how did it go?" The man was in his early 20s with an ordinary appearance, yet his expression was full of smugness and arrogance. "Don't even mention it." The moment the landlord saw him, she started pouring out her grievances. "That girl is downright weird. It's so hot outside you could fry an egg, but her room is like an ice house. She's definitely a player, but her temper is awful too. Say one wrong word and she threatens to move out. She's completely unyielding." Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Like an ice house? That meant she had ample supplies, maybe even special items. His heart grew hot with desire, but he put on a simple, honest expression and comforted her. "Don't be angry, Auntie. Players, they all have a bit of a temper. I just wanted to team up with her. In these times it's too dangerous to be alone outside. More people means more support. Team up." The landlord looked at him suspiciously. "You better be careful. That girl doesn't seem easy to mess with. If you ask me, you should listen to your auntie and apply to join the national team. Having an organization to manage things, that's true stability. You're my sister's only child. You can't afford to have anything happen." I know. Zhang Hao responded dismissively. "Join the national team?" He sneered inwardly. What era is this already? Still believing in that old stuff? This is the apocalypse, the dawn of a new world. Someone like him who became a player is definitely different from ordinary people. He is a chosen one, a future ruler. Going to be a workhorse for the nation? What a huge joke. Shelter? Not even dogs would go there. A few days ago, he accidentally noticed that the lights were on in his aunt's vacant apartment here, and immediately started scheming. He remembered before the apocalypse, his aunt said she rented the place to a woman. A single woman living so comfortably in the apocalypse? The overwhelming possibility was that she was a player. A solo female player with abundant supplies, possibly even special items. That's precisely why he didn't dare to go directly to her door. Instead, he coaxed his aunt, who had moved to the shelter to avoid the bugs, into coming to scout the situation. The landlord was still chattering on beside him with warnings, but Zhang Hao wasn't listening to a single word anymore. His mind was completely occupied with plotting how to pry open that door and claim everything inside for himself. As for teaming up, once he got his hands on all the stuff, maybe he'd consider letting that woman become his subordinate, dedicated to serving him. "All right, Auntie, you should head back to the shelter. It's not safe outside." Zhang Hao impatiently cut her off. "I know what I'm doing with my own business." He escorted the landlord all the way to the shelter entrance, watched her blend into the crowd, then turned and walked back. The moment he turned, the simple, honest expression on his face vanished completely, replaced by greed and ruthlessness. As he walked back to the residential complex and looked up at the window on the 11th floor. Just a woman, could she really turn the world upside down? Naively thinking she could live peacefully guarding a room full of good stuff? Pathetic. Humming a tune, his steps light, he turned and walked into the entrance of another building nearby. After he entered, the air not far away underwent a faint, almost imperceptible distortion. Bai Chenyue followed behind him, silent and undetected. From the moment the landlord left her doorstep, the alarm in her heart hadn't stopped ringing. If something seems abnormal, there's always a reason. An ordinary middle-aged woman during the heat crimson worm infestation, not hiding in the safe shelter, but coming all this way to collect rent? And even asking for points right off the bat? It didn't make sense. She immediately consumed an invisibility mushroom, and followed, just in time to hear the entire conversation between the two in the stairwell. Wanting to team up with her was a lie. Robbing her supplies was the real goal. Right? She followed behind Zhang Hao, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Character Zhang Hao. Game nickname. Chosen Overlord. Status. A self-proclaimed chosen one, plotting a robbery destined to fail, completely unaware of the judgment awaiting him. Note. Congratulations, you've encountered this year's most confident sucker. The value of being third on the leaderboard is roughly equivalent to bronze plated with gold. Friendly reminder: when you harvest, mind your posture. Don't get blood splattered all over you. Third on the leaderboard? She'd forgotten. But she remembered in her past life some players said that anyone in the top 3 of the leaderboard could obtain special skills. This guy probably had one too. Zhang Hao returned to his own base, a room on the 6th floor, tightly blocked by all sorts of junk he had scavenged. He closed the door, pulled out a can of beer, took a satisfying gulp, and began plotting his specific action plan. That woman definitely had cooling items and an independent power supply system. Just those 2 things alone were priceless. Not to mention the food and water she must have stockpiled. As long as he could get his hands on all of it, his strength would leap forward again. Once he had that woman under control, should he make her his personal maid or? Bai Chenyue, following behind him, quietly used Honor Among Thieves. Ding! Skill Honor Among Thieves activated successfully. Copying target Zhang Hao. Target possesses skill 1000 faces. Copying in progress. Copy progress 10%, 50%, 90%. Copy progress 100%. Copy successful. The notification sounded in Bai Chenyue's mind, just as she heard Zhang Hao mutter to himself, I could lure that woman out, control the bugs to bite her to death. After I've had my fun, then tell that person. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. Control bugs? Heat crimson worms? That person. Burp. Zhang Hao had just let out a beer burp when a bone-chilling cold, without any warning, swept up from behind him, blowing directly against the back of his neck. Zhang Hao's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. He stiffly, inch by inch, turned his head. A figure in a white dress stood quietly right behind him. Black hair hung down from her head, completely obscuring her face. Only through the gaps in the strands could a glimpse of insane malice be seen. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His mind went completely blank. He even forgot to be afraid. He wanted to scream, but found his vocal cords gripped by an invisible hand, unable to make any sound. Sadako moved. She drifted closer silently, extending one deathly pale, bloodless hand, and grabbed Zhang Hao by the throat. That hand was cold, not like a living thing, more like frozen meat taken from an icehouse, yet it contained an irresistible immense force. Let. The suffocation and extreme terror finally allowed Zhang Hao to regain a shred of consciousness. His hands frantically tried to pry Sadako's wrist away, but it was like trying to move an iron clamp. In his despair, he suddenly raised his left hand. A strange ring flashed with a faint gleam in the dim light. Buzz buzz. Several buzzing, wing-flapping sounds broke the deathly silence. From the cracks in the window, from the shadows in the corners, dozens of heat crimson worms suddenly emerged, transforming into streaks of red lightning, fearlessly pouncing towards Sadako. Their target was clear. The very arm choking Zhang Hao's throat. Bai Chenyue, who had been invisible the whole time, felt her eyes turn cold. This guy could control heat crimson worms. Chapter 226. 1000 Faces. She raised her hand, aiming the Ripper sonic resonance device in her grasp at the insects circling in the air, attempting to attack, and gently pulled the trigger. There was no sound, no muzzle flash. An invisible ripple of death swept through. The next second, those dozen or so ferocious heat crimson worms stiffened simultaneously in midair. Then, like punctured water bags, pop pop pop, exploded from the inside out, transforming into puffs of red dust and fluid, dispersing into the air. Zhang Hao watched helplessly as his final trump card was wiped out in an instant. A fear deeper than being strangled by Sadako completely shattered all his psychological defenses. Zhang Hao stared in terror, his eyes wide. An uncontrollable stream of warmth surged from his groin. Despair, following Sadako's hand gripping his neck, frantically poured into every part of his body. At that moment, a woman's figure materialized out of thin air from the air in front of him. She was the tenant renting his aunt's house. Zhang Hao desperately wanted to slap himself twice at that moment. Which nerve in his brain had short-circuited, making him provoke her? Bai Chenyue walked up to him, looking down at him from above. How did you control the heat crimson worms? Sadako's hand loosened slightly, allowing Zhang Hao to catch his breath. Don't kill me. Zhang Hao wept, tears and snot flowing, not a trace of the arrogance of the chosen overlord remaining. If you kill me, my aunt won't let you off. Bai Chenyue pulled out a flame pistol, aimed it at him and asked again. Tell me everything you know about the heat crimson worms, and I won't kill you. Scared to death, Zhang Hao babbled incoherently. It was a person. A while ago when I went out looking for supplies, I saw a person controlling these bugs, so many bugs. He wanted me to be his servant, to help him gather information about other players. He said this world would be his in the future. He gave me this ring, which can prevent the bugs from attacking me, and also control a few dozen bugs for self-preservation. As he spoke, Zhang Hao raised his hand, showing the ring to Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue reached out her hand. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, took off the ring and placed it in her palm. Bai Chenyue frowned slightly. Where is that person? At the Biological Research Institute in the south of the city. Zhang Hao, as if grabbing the last lifeline, said urgently. He said he was undergoing final evolution there. That's all I know really, I've told you everything. Do you have any secret signals or codes for contact? No. He told me to just bring any players I found directly to him. Bai Chenyue nodded and said to Sadako, send him on his way. You said you wouldn't kill me. Zhang Hao panicked. Sadako directly twisted Zhang Hao's neck. Bai Chenyue fiddled with the ring, thinking to herself, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say my ghost wouldn't kill you. Item. Unknown ring. Description. Made from the finger bone of some unknown creature, it seems to resonate with the low-level psychic network of heat crimson worms, allowing for limited control. The ring carries a special scent that is repulsive to heat crimson worms, preventing attacks from them. Note. Seems the mastermind behind the scenes doesn't trust his lackey much either. This thing smells like a mix of a dog whistle and insecticide. The heat crimson worms will obey, but they definitely don't like it. A rather low-end control method, isn't it? Bai Chenyue put Sadako back into her space, glanced at Zhang Hao's corpse, ate an invisibility mushroom, took out the flying sword, tossed an energy crystal into the house, and quickly left the scene. Less than 5 minutes after she left, a dense buzzing sound approached from afar. Countless crimson-red insects drawn by the energy swarmed into the open house like sharks smelling blood. Soon everything inside the house, including the burning corpse, was devoured by the insect swarm. Not even bone fragments remaining. The scene was handled cleanly and efficiently, leaving no trace. Bai Chenyue returned home and began preparing to explore the Biological Research Institute in the south of the city later. However, right now, she needed to first check the new skill she had just obtained. Player skills. Universal Translation, Lightning Legs, Absolute Insight, Honor Among Thieves, Brain has Electricity. Purchase skills. Map, Upgradable, Night Vision. And the latest one acquired. 1,000 Faces. Bai Chenyue tapped on it. The familiar information box immediately popped up. Skill 1,000 Faces. Description. The user can arbitrarily change their facial appearance, transforming into any person existing in their memory. Skill duration 30 minutes. Can switch appearances at will. Cooldown time 1 hour. Note. Finally got a proper stealth skill. Congratulations, you can now play a real-life version of Guess Who I Am, provided you have an audience willing to play along. Also, this skill only changes the face, not the body or voice. Don't think about transforming into a burly man to scare people, and don't use your soul-shattering voice while wearing the face of a delicate young girl. Only the face? Although it has limitations, it's pretty good. She could be a scavenger appearing in the east of the city today, and tomorrow become an inconspicuous survivor in a shelter in the west of the city. As long as she wished, she could have countless alternate identities. The game nickname Body Stronger Than Livingly Kue would fool the players in the game. 1,000 Faces. For use in the real world. Perfect. She walked to the full-length mirror in the entryway. The mirror reflected her own face. Delicate, ordinary, the kind that wouldn't attract any attention in a crowd. She raised her hand, gently stroking her own cheek. Activate 1,000 Faces. A strange sensation spread across her face, as if countless invisible hands were making subtle adjustments to her skin and bones. The face in the mirror began to change, turning into Sadako. Bai Chenyue moved slightly, and the person in the mirror moved accordingly. Except for the face, the body shape and clothing were still her own. She tried opening her mouth, The voice that came out was her original tone. Indeed, only the face changes. But it's sufficient. A duration of 30 minutes and a cooldown of 1 hour are more than enough for disguising her identity. With a thought, she entered her space. Inside the space, the bustling scene was as usual. Lizard 1 to Lizard 10, some were expanding the chicken and duck pens, some were tending to the dimensional fusion reactor, some were tilling new plots of land, all working with great enthusiasm. In the distance, Bumblebee was still planting cold resistance fruit trees. The efficiency wasn't high, but he made up for it with diligence. Just him alone, planting for so long and still not finished. She was almost starting to feel embarrassed for him. Bai Chenyue didn't disturb them and walked straight towards the cultivated field. Sadako was working in the field again, seemingly completely unaffected by having killed Zhang Hao. At that moment she was facing away, wearing that ridiculous straw hat on her head once more, holding a hoe, loosening the soil stroke by stroke. Bai Chenyue lightened her footsteps, walking over silently, stopping not far behind Sadako. Chapter 227. Game temporary mission traced to the source. Sadako was focused on the farm work in her hands. Bai Chenyue cleared her throat and stood in front of Sadako, her feet planted in a freshly dug pit. Sadako looked up. The moment she saw Bai Chenyue, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop by several degrees. The hoe in her hand remained raised mid-air, completely motionless. A sinister, resentful aura began to emanate from her. Bai Chen Sadako Yue. She felt she might have just poked a hornet's nest. The next second the hoe came flying. Bai Chenyue was so startled she quickly dodged. "Don't hit me, it's me." She hurriedly cancelled the Thousand Faces skill, and her face returned to its original appearance. But the resentment had not dissipated. Sadako was still coming at her with the hoe. "What are you doing? Don't you recognize me?" Bai Chenyue activated lightning legs, putting a good distance between herself and Sadako. Sadako looked at the soil under Bai Chenyue's feet, and the resentment grew even thicker. Bai Chenyue understood. She quickly found another hoe, straightened the seedling she had stepped on, and dug the pit again. The resentment subsided. Bai Chenyue breathed a sigh of relief. Good, no fight broke out. It seemed this kind of joke couldn't be played casually in the future. She didn't disturb the sulking boss Sadako any further and turned to check on A2. He was lying on a straw mat, eyes tightly shut, completely still. Beside him, a gray wind rat, one size smaller than him, was carefully using a tube to drip water onto A2's cracked lips. It was A-Fu's grandson, Big A's son, Little A. Seeing Bai Chenyue enter, Little A was startled, dropping the tube in his hand. He called out timidly, Master." Bai Chenyue took out a piece of milk candy and gave it to him, patted his head, then crouched down to check on A2's condition. Status: deep coma. Bai Chenyue reached out and touched A2's body. Her hand felt icy cold, a temperature completely unlike that of a living creature. "Master Uncle, can he still be saved?" Little A asked in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his small eyes full of worry. "He won't die." Bai Chenyue stood up and tossed out these 3 words. As for whether he could live, she didn't know. It could only depend on this rat's own luck. She walked out of the hut and looked at the busy rat colony outside, her mind calculating. It seemed the golden thread healing mushroom wasn't a cure-all either. She had also searched for suitable items in the mall, but found nothing fitting for him. Just as she was thinking this, Sadako silently drifted to a spot less than half a meter behind her. She was still wearing that straw hat, holding that small hoe, her black hair hanging down, not saying a word. Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. "What?" Sadako didn't speak, merely extended her other hand, offering something. It was a potato freshly dug from the ground, still covered in fresh soil. Bai Chenyue looked at the round potato, then at Sadako. Was this an apology gift? Or compensation for emotional distress? She reached out and took it. After handing over the potato, Sadako silently drifted away again, returning to her field to continue being a diligent, hard-working Sadako the farmer. Holding the potato that still carried the warmth of the earth, Bai Chenyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation for a moment. Her Sadako was becoming more and more well-rounded. After her training, she was gradually moving towards becoming an all-around farmer, stepping out of the category of a ghost. Game emergency mission. Mission description. Detection indicates the world's rules are being severely eroded by a creature not belonging to this world, the heat crimson worm. A temporary mission is activated. Its appearance is not accidental. Please find the root of its creation and reveal everything behind it. Given the mission's special nature and urgency, the top 3 players from the previous round's Grass Star Game Points leaderboard will be forcibly conscripted. Upon detection, the original 3rd place position is vacant and will be filled by the 4th place player in order. Mission traced to the source. Reward. Mission rewards will be evaluated based on the completeness of the final investigation results. First clue. Shu Region, Chengdu, Biological Research Institute. Forced conscription. Top 3 from the previous round's points leaderboard. Bai Chenyue remembered very clearly. In the previous round's settlement, she dominated 1st place. 2nd place was Tian, who played with the flying sword. 3rd place was Zhang Hao, who had already been sent by her to feed the worms. Now Zhang Hao was dead, and the 4th place player had moved up. The game system, in this non-negotiable manner, forcibly pushed the top players towards the same destination. Shu Region, Chengdu Biological Research Institute. She felt a headache coming on. Was the game's move here meant to expose her identity? Annoying. She activated the skill she had just obtained. 1,000 faces. A strange wriggling sensation spread across the skin and bones of her face. It didn't hurt, but it was very odd. The face in the mirror began to twist and reshape. A few seconds later, a young man's face, somewhat ordinary yet unable to conceal its arrogance and smugness, replaced her original appearance. Zhang Hao. Since the game hadn't announced the participants' IDs, going under Zhang Hao's identity was currently the safest plan. She took out that ring and put it on her finger. After completing all this, she began to inventory the equipment needed for this operation. Everything was ready. The night was deep. She left silently, ate an invisibility mushroom on the rooftop, and summoned the flying sword. A flash of silver light, and her whole body shot up from the ground, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the city's night sky. Southern part of the city, Biological Research Institute. Bai Chenyue stopped several hundred meters away from the research institute, put away the flying sword, and approached on foot. She detoured around a collapsed commercial building, and the full view of the research institute finally unfolded before her. The entire research institute campus, from the perimeter walls to the main building, from the ground to the street lamps, everything in sight was covered by a thick, writhing crimson carpet. That was tens of millions of heat crimson worms. Packed densely together, they crawled over every inch of space, completely obscuring the building's original colors, turning the place into a scarlet hell that emitted an ominous red glow under the night sky. Bai Chenyue felt her scalp crawl. The game has misled me. So many worms. One bite and there's no anti-venom. Amid her hesitation, Bai Chenyue still stepped forward. The moment her foot, clad in the Zhang Hao disguise and wearing that bone ring, stepped into the worm swarm's range. Rustle. The crimson carpet of worms at her feet parted to both sides, clearing a neat, circular path just wide enough for one person to pass through. The ring was working. Bai Chenyue felt slightly more at ease and continued walking forward without changing her expression. With each step she took, the worm swarm retreated a step, always maintaining a distance of about 1 meter from her. She crossed the square submerged by worms, walked up the steps to the main building, and pushed open the already shattered glass door. Inside the Research Institute's lobby was an even more vivid crimson hell. On the walls, on the ceiling, they were everywhere. Bai Chenyue kept her eyes forward and, relying on the signs in the lobby, walked towards the deep experimental zone. Along the way, all the heat crimson worms ignored her, treating her as just a moving lump of air. After passing through several messy corridors, she arrived at a heavy metal door. A sign hung on the door. P4. Advanced Biological Experimental Zone. Chapter 228. Night break-in at the experimental zone. When she was about to push the door open, she suddenly stopped moving. Something was wrong. This corridor leading to the core area was too clean. Clean to an eerie degree. The floor was spotless and gleaming. The walls were the sterile white typical of such environments, and the air didn't even have the strong, pungent stench from outside. Most importantly, there wasn't a single heat crimson worm here. Where there is abnormality, there is a reason. At that moment, a feeling of being watched washed over her. Bai Chenyue's entire body stiffened, freezing in place. Her skill, absolute insight, was issuing a warning. Something was watching her. Yet this long, narrow white corridor was completely unobstructed. Apart from herself, there was nothing. She slowly turned her body, scanning her surroundings, not missing a single corner, the ceiling or even the ventilation ducts. There was nothing. But the feeling of being locked on by a predator grew increasingly clear, increasingly intense. Right in front of her, in the air less than 3 meters away. Warning. High-intensity killing intent lock detected. Target count 3. Threat level high. Bai Chenyue looked up, precisely locking onto the area ahead. Species. Heat crimson worm mimicry variant. Description. A rare variant of the heat crimson worm, cultivated through special materials. Possesses chameleon-like stealth abilities. Its saliva is even more toxic. A natural-born assassin. Note, you can see it, but it seems to see you too. The scent from that broken ring doesn't work on it. It seems to prefer the scent of a living person on you. Run or turn it to ash with electricity. Bai Chenyue did not move. Run or turn it to ash. 2 choices were given, but for her there was only one option. Brain has electricity activated. An invisible circular mental pulse erupted from her, spreading outward in a wave. For a moment, the air in the entire corridor rippled with faint disturbances. The space 3 meters ahead suddenly distorted. An outline that had been perfectly merged with the white wall flickered violently several times, like a TV with bad reception, finally revealing its form. It was an insect she had never seen before. Its body was more than just one size larger than those outside, almost the length of a forearm. Its body wasn't pure crimson, but had a semi-transparent, crystalline texture, with its internal blood vessels and tissues faintly visible. Eerily, its body surface was covered by a thin film that constantly shifted in luster. It was this membrane that allowed it to perfectly blend with its environment. The mental disarray status had temporarily disrupted its stealth ability. The mimicry variant's body convulsed violently, as if gripped by an invisible force. Its 8-segmented limbs scrabbled wildly across the smooth floor, making no sound, but its ferocious killing intent remained undiminished. And it wasn't alone. The moment it materialized, 2 more identical outlines flickered and appeared on the walls to its left and right. 3. Bai Chenyue raised the Ripper sonic resonance device in her hand, aimed at the one in the middle, and pulled the trigger. Voom! An invisible sonic wave swept past. The mimicry variant's body arched violently. The optical film on its surface shattered, emitting a light sound like breaking glass. Its internal tissue structure seemed to have suffered severe damage, but it didn't turn to dust directly like the ordinary heat crimson worms outside. It just trembled violently, its mouthparts opening in a silent roar. Bai Chenyue pulled the trigger again. Voom! The second sonic wave hit its mark precisely. This time the mimicry variant could no longer hold on. A series of dull, explosive sounds came from within its body. Its crystalline form cracked from the inside, exploding into a sticky purple slurry that emitted a potent, toxic odor. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 mimicry variants had broken free from the mental disarray. Without the slightest pause, they turned into 2 blurs of motion, pouncing at Bai Chenyue from tricky angles, one from the left and one from the right. Extremely fast. Bai Chenyue activated lightning legs. Her body slid backward several meters, narrowly avoiding the pounces. The 2 mimicry variants missed. Their limbs made a screeching, scraping sound on the floor. They adjusted their posture, locking onto Bai Chenyue once more. But Bai Chenyue didn't give them another chance. The resonance device's muzzle swung around. Voom! 2 sonic waves were fired in quick succession. The 2 mimicry variants which had just landed, stiffened in unison, then followed in their companions' footsteps, exploding from the inside, turning into 2 disgusting puddles of purple liquid. A strong corrosive odor began to permeate the corridor. Bai Chenyue glanced at the floor. The purple liquid was corroding the sterile tiles, emitting a sizzling sound. She took out a gas mask, put it on, and pushed open the metal door. A smell mixing formaldehyde and various chemical reagents assaulted her senses. Inside was a massive ring-shaped laboratory. Rows of lab benches were filled with various glassware and precision instruments. Most eye-catching was an entire wall of glass cabinets lining the walls. Inside the cabinets were countless insect specimens preserved in culture fluid. Bai Chenyue walked to the first glass cabinet. Inside was a sealed glass jar. Soaking inside was an unusually brightly colored beetle. Its carapace had a rainbow-like metallic sheen. Species: neurobeetle. Description: possesses a gorgeous shell. The toxin secreted by its tail stinger is one of the strongest known natural neurotoxins. It can rapidly destroy the central nervous system of warm-blooded animals, causing irreversible paralysis. Note: the prettier it looks, the more poisonous its heart. This saying holds true in the insect world as well. Don't be fooled by its appearance. One sting from this thing, and even an elephant would break into a breakdance for you. She shifted her gaze to the one next to it. It was a larger glass tank containing a massive wasp. The end of its abdomen was connected to a long, thin ovipositor that resembled a syringe needle. Species: blood nest parasitic wasp. Description: a rare endoparasitic wasp. It directly injects its fertilized eggs into the host's blood vessels. The eggs incubate and hatch inside the host's body as they circulate with the blood. The larvae feed on the host's blood and tissues. Note: a mobile nursery, a portable lunchbox. The moment its children burst out of your body, congratulations, you will become the greatest mother. Food. Bai Chenyue felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Separately, weren't the characteristics of these insects exactly the various terrifying abilities possessed by the heat crimson worms? She walked to the third cabinet. This time what was inside wasn't a specimen, but a piece of black carapace. The carapace was riddled with bullet holes and burn marks, but its main structure remained intact. Species: molten sand scorpion carapace. Description: a mutated sand scorpion that lives near volcanic vents. Its carapace, after years of absorbing geothermal heat and volcanic minerals, underwent a peculiar mutation, granting it extremely high resistance to high temperatures and physical impacts. Note: an all-natural bulletproof vest, complete with heat insulation. Too bad you can't wear it. Otherwise, going out in this weather, you'd be the toughest and coolest kid on the block. Chapter 229. Artificially created scorchworms. Bai Chenyue continued walking forward. The fourth one was a huge glass terrarium. Inside there was no culture fluid, only a giant worm with a body size comparable to a house cat. It was lying on a piece of synthetic material board that had been gnawed full of pits, slowly wriggling. Species: aggregate worm. Introduction: a failed creation of genetic engineering, possessing an extremely unique digestive system capable of decomposing and absorbing various man-made materials including plastics, rubber and alloys. Has an extremely varied diet and is never satiated. Note: a walking garbage processor, the ultimate environmental guardian. Give it a landfill, and it will give you back a huge pit with not a single blade of grass left. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't fall in. Step by step, Bai Chenyue walked over, and her inner suspicions were confirmed step by step. Neurotoxin, blood egg-laying, sturdy exoskeleton devouring all things. That mastermind behind the scenes was like a tailor, stitching together the functions of multiple creatures into a single world-ending monster, named the Heat Crimson Worm. Her footsteps stopped before a glass cabinet at the end of the laboratory. Bai Chenyue's entire body stiffened. Isn't this different from the other specimens? What was immersed in this cabinet was a lizard. Its size wasn't large, only half a meter long, but the scales covering its body showed a rock-like fiery red color, and its back also had a hard shell. Species: Haha desert creature, fire scale lizard. Introduction: a peculiar reptilian creature that only lives in the center of the Haha desert. It can move freely in environments with temperatures up to 80 degrees Celsius. Its blood contains a special heat-resistant protein, and its shell possesses extremely strong heat storage and insulation capabilities. Note: see that? This is the genetic source for why the heat crimson worm isn't afraid of boiling water. By the way, if you roast this thing to eat, it tastes about the same as a dried-out tire. Crispy and crunchy, just a bit tough on the teeth. A creature from the Haha desert. Bai Chenyue's heart sank heavily. She scanned this huge circular laboratory, the rows of experiment tables, the cold instruments, and this entire wall of monster gene banks. The last shred of wishful thinking in Bai Chenyue's heart was extinguished. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she walked towards the last row of shelves. What was placed here were no longer insect specimens, but rows of metal sample boxes with labels attached. She walked over and casually picked one up. Opening the lid, inside were 2 tubes of long since coagulated dark red blood. On the label, a line of small printed text read, "Haha Tribe Number 03 Blood Sample." Item: Haha Tribe People Blood Sample. Introduction: fresh blood taken from the Haha Tribe people of the Haha Desert, processed via cryogenic freezing. The blood contains a unique protein component. The special pheromones produced after this component's metabolism have a strong repelling effect on insect-class creatures with fire-scale lizard genes as their main body. Note: congratulations, you've found the answer. The secret of that dog whistle ring on your hand is right here. It was soaked in this kind of blood. Seriously, don't you find it creepy wearing someone else's blood on your hand as a protective charm? The metal box in her fingertips was cold. That line of small printed text, "Haha Tribe Number 03 Blood Sample," was even colder. The blood of the Haha tribe was now in this box, having become the raw material for crafting the ring on her hand. Bai Chenyue took the ring off her hand. She looked at it left and right but couldn't see anything unusual. Bringing the bone ring close to her nose, however, an extremely faint, strange smell came from it, clinging to the ring's body. It wasn't fishy or foul. Instead, it carried a scent like rusted ironware mixed with the fragrance of some kind of crushed dry grass. Bai Chenyue put those 2 tubes of blood samples, along with the box, into her storage space. She then looked at the other boxes on the shelf. Haha Tribe Number 07 Blood Sample. Haha Tribe Number 11 Blood Sample. An entire row, at least 20-something boxes, all containing the blood of Haha Tribe people. Just how much blood had been drawn from how many people? Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she walked towards another row of shelves. The sample boxes on this row of shelves had labels that were a different color blue. She picked one up and opened it. Item: Cuckoo Tribe People Blood Sample. Introduction: fresh blood taken from the Cuckoo Tribe people of the Cuckoo Ice Plain. The special substances in their blood can effectively interfere with and neutralize the toxins of neurobeetles. Simultaneously, their pheromones have a weak irritating effect on creatures with optical camouflage abilities, capable of briefly disrupting their disguise structure. Note: another key. It seems your enemy is a perfectionist, creating a unique key for every lock they make. Those invisible assassin bugs from outside earlier were afraid of precisely this smell. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. Ordinary heat crimson worms fear the blood of the Haha tribe. The mimicry species that act as assassins are countered by the blood of the Cuckoo tribe. 2 different evolutionary paths, 2 different countermeasures. Looking at these blood samples, Bai Chenyue gritted her teeth in anger. The only ones who could bring these things out of the game were players. To be precise, it was the madman among the players who produced such a monster. Silently, she began to take action. Almost in a sweeping manner, she collected all the blood samples in the cryogenic storage room, whether from the Haha tribe or the Cuckoo tribe, into her own storage space. Including the other experimental specimens, she took everything. The entire room was stripped bare by her. After finishing all this, she didn't linger. She turned and walked out of this uncomfortable experimental area. In the outer circular laboratory, the 3 puddles of purple liquid that had been corroding the floor had stopped sizzling, leaving only patches of pitch-black stains. Bai Chenyue skirted around these stains and walked towards the next tightly shut metal door. There was no sign on the door, only a small observation window, but it was covered from the inside with black paper, making it impossible to see anything. She reached out and pushed. The door opened. This wasn't a laboratory but a huge archive room. Rows of metal filing cabinets reaching the ceiling crammed the entire space full, leaving only narrow aisles. Most of the cabinets were open, countless paper documents and folders pulled out haphazardly and piled on the floor, in some places even reaching past the ankles. Bai Chenyue walked in, her feet stepping on the thick layers of paper, making a rustling sound. There were too many documents here, too chaotic. Trying to find useful information here was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. No time to read? Then take it all away. She casually pulled open a drawer that was still relatively intact. Inside were all purchase orders and warehousing records for various chemical reagents. Take it away. She walked towards another row. The documents on the table were piled even higher. Among them, a thick craft paper file folder caught her attention. There were no labels on the file folder, only a strange symbol drawn with a red marker. An equilateral triangle, with a small solid circle at each of its 3 vertices. Written with 3 large characters. 3 child stars. Chapter 230 TriStar Exile Race Observation Log. Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. She bent down to pick up the file folder. It felt heavy in her hand. Tearing open the seal, she found a thick stack of printed papers bound together. On the first page, a line of bold, black font text directly invaded her field of vision. 3 child stars Exiled Race Observation Log. Exiled Race? She quickly flipped to the first page. Observation Target. Cuckoo Tribe Original Name. People of the Scorching Sun. Biological Threat Level. Gamma, High Threat. High Aggressiveness, High Adaptability. Source Planet. Unknown. This race was forcibly exiled to the 3 child stars ecosystem in star calendar year 3742. She continued reading. Biological Trait Analysis. Individuals of this race possess extremely strong combat instincts and extreme territorial awareness, showing intense exclusivity and hostility towards any non-tribal organisms. Their social structure is primitive and savage, believing in absolute supremacy of strength. Their cellular structure is extremely unique, continuously generating low temperatures during metabolic processes, allowing them to perfectly adapt to extremely high-temperature harsh environments. She turned to the next page, her pupils contracting slightly. Core trait. Unlimited regeneration. Can rapidly reconstruct flesh at designated locations, altars, a process approximating infinite resurrection. An inexplicable chill rose from the depths of Bai Chenyue's heart. She continued flipping through, finding information about the Haha tribe. Observation Target. Haha tribe, Original Name. People of the Ice Abyss. Biological Threat Level. Gamma, High Threat. High Aggressiveness, High Adaptability. Trait Summary. Like the Cuckoo tribe, they are among the first batch of exiled races, possessing a similar primitive social structure, and the core trait of unlimited regeneration. Their cellular structure is the complete opposite of the Cuckoo tribe, allowing adaptation to frigid environments approaching absolute zero. The last few pages of the material were some scribbled handwritten notes. The handwriting was very chaotic, as if the recorder had been extremely agitated at the time. They are lunatics. Utter and complete lunatics. They enjoy battle, they enjoy destruction. The Interstellar Court's judgment was correct. A locust-like race like this should not exist within the normal sequence of cosmic civilizations. Locking them in the cage of the 3 child stars and letting them kill each other is the greatest mercy to other civilizations. Bai Chenyue was utterly shocked after reading the material. So the Haha tribe and the Cuckoo tribe were all prisoners locked away in the 3 child stars. If the 3 child stars was a prison, what about the other races? For example, the Think Bubble tribe, they weren't an evil race. Mysteries came one after another, making her temples throb. She stored this thick stack of material, along with the manila folder and all the other paper documents in the room, into her storage space. These things absolutely had to be made known to the authorities, just as she was about to continue searching for other clues in this sea of paper. Huff, huff, hiss. A strange dragging sound, accompanied by a beast-like panting, drifted eerily from the depths of the corridor. The sound wasn't loud, but in the deathly silence of the research institute, it was clear enough to make one's scalp crawl. It's here. Bai Chenyue silently retreated behind the door, pulling the heavy metal door open just a tiny crack to peer outside. At the end of the corridor, in that area shrouded in darkness, a tall humanoid silhouette was moving slowly step by step towards this direction. That was definitely not a human. It had a humanoid outline, but it looked like a species crudely stitched together from corpse parts of different creatures. One arm was a thick, chitinous limb, while the other was a muscular human arm just of a shockingly large size. Its chest cavity was half open, revealing writhing internal organs that were clearly not a heart. Its face was even more horrifying, with several different mouths roughly sewn together, opening and closing with each breath, dripping thick saliva. Species: Stitcher failed product. Introduction: a failed experimental subject fused with the genes of multiple organisms. Possesses powerful physical destructive force and vitality, but is mentally deranged and acts purely on instinct. Note: don't expect to reason with it. Its brain is just a mess of mush and endless hunger. By the way, its skin is very thick, and some parts are fused with high-density chitin. Conventional physical attacks are not very effective. The moment Bai Chenyue read the information, the Stitcher, as if it had caught the scent of a living creature, suddenly raised its head. Its several misplaced mouths opened simultaneously, letting out a howl, and it charged straight towards Bai Chenyue's direction on its two mismatched legs. Its speed was completely at odds with its clumsy build. Its heavy footsteps thudded dully on the ground. Without hesitation, Bai Chenyue raised her hand and aimed the Ripper sonic resonance device at it. Invisible sonic ripples swept over. The Stitcher's charging figure jolted to a sudden halt, its body trembling violently. But just 1 second later, it let out another roar of fury, like an enraged beast, its speed increasing even more. The sonic attack had minimal effect on it. Bai Chenyue's heart tightened. She put away the resonance device, flipped her wrist, and the flame pistol was already in her grip. Facing the foul-smelling wind rushing towards her, she didn't retreat but instead advanced. Activating lightning legs, her figure turned into a blur as she slipped under the swinging chitinous limb of the Stitcher, brushing past it, and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A blazing fire dragon surged from the gun barrel, plastering itself squarely onto the Stitcher's back. Roar! A wretched, distorted shriek of agony echoed through the corridor. The flames ignited the stitched-together tissues on its body, filling the air with a pungent smell of burning. The Stitcher's massive body twisted wildly in agony, flailing its arms randomly on the spot, trying to extinguish the fire on its back. Bai Chenyue didn't linger for a prolonged fight. She turned and ran. Her target was information and intelligence, not a life-or-death struggle with a thick-skinned, tough monster. She sprinted along the corridor deeper into the research institute. The roars and sounds of it crashing into walls followed closely behind like a shadow. Her gaze swept rapidly over the rooms on both sides. Most were ordinary laboratories or offices with fragile doors that couldn't possibly withstand that monster's assault. As she rushed up to a corner on the second floor, a heavy metal door, different from the others, came into view. That door was thicker and sturdier than the others. It had no nameplate, only a smashed electronic keypad lock sparking with electricity. This is the place. Without further hesitation, she dashed over, pulled the door open a crack with all her strength, slipped inside, then immediately turned around and used her shoulder to press hard against the door panel. Her expression unchanged, Bai Chenyue quickly scanned the room. Spotting a toppled server rack, she dragged the heavy rack over with great effort and firmly wedged it behind the door. Temporarily safe. Only then did Bai Chenyue turn around to examine the room she had barged into. This place was completely different from the document-stuffed archive room downstairs. Dozens of rows of tall server racks were neatly arranged. In the very center of the room was a circular main control console. Over a dozen huge display screens formed a monitoring wall, all currently blacked out. Chapter 231 Swarm Invasion Map Upgrade. Bai Chenyue examined this room, filled entirely with servers. Could it be a database? If they couldn't be opened, she would just take them all. Bai Chenyue began storing away server cabinet after server cabinet. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from the center of the main control console. The main screen flickered with static for a moment, then a man who looked to be in his 40s appeared. He wore an immaculate white lab coat, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his face scholarly and his demeanor gentle. "Welcome, intruder." The man spoke with a smile, his voice coming through the speakers cultured and refined. He slowly spread his arms open. "Welcome to my world. Look at these little darlings. They are my most perfect creations. They will cleanse this rotten, filthy, hopeless world. And I, using their genes as the blueprint, will create the truly perfect, eternal God." Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. Who was he? Right now, she was wearing Zhang Hao's face. If this was the man Zhang Hao had mentioned, he should definitely recognize Zhang Hao. You are not Zhang Hao. The man adjusted his glasses, his gaze from behind the lenses seeming to penetrate everything. That fool couldn't make it here. However, you are the first person to find this place. Your ability, your composure, I quite admire them. He paused, revealing a smile he believed was full of goodwill. Submit to me. I can let you live. I can even make you my lieutenant, to witness the birth of the new world with your own eyes. Bai Chenyue retorted. Are you the creator of the heat crimson worms? The man suddenly became angry, his tone displeased. Nonsense. What heat crimson worms? Such an ugly name, how could it be worthy of my little darlings? They are called the creators. Bai Chenyue felt a chill of disgust in her heart. He was a madman. Bai Chenyue looked at that hypocritical face on the screen, feelings of nausea and anger welling up inside her. She slowly stood up, the arrogant face of Zhang Hao now filled with utter contempt. She enunciated each word clearly. I will never ever associate with scum like you, who don't even qualify as human. Is that so? The smile vanished from the man's face on the screen, replaced by a trace of regret. What a pity. Being able to come here means you too are someone chosen by the game. I had thought you, more than those ordinary mortals, would be able to comprehend the grandeur of my vision. The regret on the man's face transformed into a mocking smile. Since you refused to submit to me. His smile turned ferocious and twisted. Then I invite you to become the most delicious nourishment on the evolutionary path of my adorable children. The moment his words fell, all the screens on the main console snapped off simultaneously. The entire server room plunged into deathly darkness. Alarm bells screamed in Bai Chenyue's mind. Boom! A deafening roar came from the direction of the research institute's entrance. The entire structure shuddered violently, dust raining down from the ceiling. Bai Chenyue's expression changed. The main gate had been blown open. Map scan initiated. A simple floor plan of the research institute appeared. The small green dot representing herself was blinking in the second-floor server room. Meanwhile, at the institute's main entrance, a huge breach had appeared. Immediately after, tens of thousands of red dots, like a bursting flood, surged madly through that breach. It was the heat crimson worms. The entire research institute was being rapidly devoured by the insect swarm. A wave of cold dread rose from the depths of Bai Chenyue's heart. She turned and began frantically storing the remaining server cabinets in the room. These were that madman's life's work, all the data behind the birth of the heat crimson worms. Take them. She had to take them all. Hand them over to the state. Perhaps they could find a way to completely eradicate these damn things from within. 1, 2, 3. Row after row of heavy cabinets vanished into thin air, stored into her space. Time was tight. The insect swarm had already flooded over half of the first floor, and was spreading towards the staircase. Soon, the last cabinet was also stored into her space. The entire room was now empty. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath and looked at her map again. The 500-meter detection range seemed utterly laughable at this moment. The entire research institute was like a massive maze. She could only see a small area around herself and couldn't find the exit at all. Damn it! Bai Chenyue cursed under her breath. She opened the game mall and found the upgrade option for map. Map, upgradable. Each upgrade costs 10,000 game coins, increasing detection range diameter by 100 meters. 10,000 game coins for 100 meters. This research institute covered a vast area with a complex structure. To fully cover it and find a way out, she needed to expand the detection range to at least several kilometers. How much money would that be? But right now she had no choice. Money lost could be earned again. Life lost and there was truly nothing left. Upgrade. Gritting her teeth, she began frantically clicking on the upgrade option. Ding! 10,000 game coins consumed. Map detection range increased by 100 meters. She clicked 10 times in one go, spending 100,000 game coins. The map range expanded by 1,000 meters. Not enough. On the map, the spread speed of the insect swarm was beyond imagination. Countless red dots had already begun surging towards the second floor through different passageways. Clenching her jaw, Bai Chenyue continued clicking. 200,000. 300,000. 500,000. When she had spent a full 1 million game coins, the notification sound finally stopped. Ding! Map upgrade complete. Current detection range. Diameter 10,500 meters. Map scan initiated. Current scan coverage. Approximately 95%. A brand new map unfolded across her retina. Every corridor, every room, every ventilation duct was laid out clearly. She could even see several maintenance passages hidden within wall cavities. And at the other end of the map, in the southwest corner of the first floor, was an exit marked as an emergency evacuation route. That place was the weakest point in the entire Institute's defenses. However, getting from her current position to that exit required traversing more than half of the research institute, passing through the biochemical experiment zone, virus cultivation chambers, and several large warehouses. On the map, those areas were all densely covered with red dots, the concentration terrifyingly high. Currently detected heat crimson worm hives. Times 24 locations. Analyzing. Estimated total number of heat crimson worms. 9,730,000. Over 9 million. Bai Chenyue sucked in a sharp cold breath. And that was just the number inside the research institute. Madman. That man was absolutely a madman. Fortunately, the map also marked out a path to survival for her. Chapter 232. Whose kid are you again? At that moment she felt a slight tingling on her face. The sensation of her skin and bones being adjusted vanished. The duration of 1,000 faces had ended. She had reverted to her original appearance. But right now, who would care about that? Staying alive was the most important thing. Looking at the map showing that death road leading to the exit, she took a deep breath. With a thought from Bai Chenyue, a white figure appeared beside her. Sadako. Boss, time for work. Bai Chenyue was brief and to the point. She pulled 2 Don't Run Bugs high-voltage electric bug zappers from her spatial storage and shoved them into Sadako's hands. Know how to use these? Sadako tilted her head. Her gaze from beneath the black hair fell upon the 2 peculiarly shaped guns. Then she silently accepted them. Bai Chenyue didn't dare to summon Bumblebee. That guy was a mechanical body. If he got bitten and damaged by the heat crimson worms, she wouldn't even have a place to repair him. The gain wouldn't be worth the loss. Bai Chenyue held the Ripper sonic resonance device, felt it wasn't enough, and bought another one. Price. 150,000 game coins. Ding. Purchase successful. 150,000 game coins deducted. A brand new resonance device appeared in her hand. The old one in her left hand, the new one in her right. With dual wielding, her sense of security skyrocketed. Let's go. Bai Chenyue shouted lowly, kicked open the server room door and charged out first. Outside the door, the corridor was already half submerged by a crimson tide. Bzzz. The piercing sound of buzzing wings merged into a cacophony. Countless fist-sized heat crimson worms, having caught the scent of living creatures, surged forward like mad. Bai Chenyue raised her arms, aiming the muzzles of the 2 resonance devices at the insect swarm ahead. Bzzz. 2 invisible ripples of death swept out in a fan-shaped arc. The heat crimson worms at the forefront all stiffened simultaneously in midair. Then came 2 more shots. The next second, that group of heat crimson worms burst from the inside like punctured water bags. Puff, puff, puff. Transforming into a sky full of red dust and pulp. A 2-meter-wide vacuum zone was cleared. Zzzt. Crackle, pop. Sadako, following behind her, also moved. She pulled the triggers of the electric bug zappers. 2 overlapping electric nets, covering nearly 100 square meters, shot out. Carrying blinding blue electric arcs, they directly blanketed the insect swarms surging from the rear and sides. The stench of burning filled the air. The heat crimson worms covered by the electric nets didn't even have time to struggle before turning into charred clumps under the high-voltage current, crackling and popping as they fell from the walls and ceiling. One was responsible for frontal assault, the other for clearing the rear. Extremely efficient. Consulting the map in her mind, Bai Chenyue sped along the predetermined route, crossing a corridor, rushing down a flight of stairs. The insects around them grew denser, seemingly endless. Bai Chenyue didn't dare pause for a second. her focus razor-sharp. The resonance devices in her hands almost never stopped firing. When they reached the first floor and prepared to turn into another area, Bai Chenyue was just about to sidestep into a new corridor. The air ahead suddenly rippled with a faint distortion. A tall figure, having just emerged from an invisible state, appeared right in front of them, blocking their path. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted. Almost subconsciously, she raised the resonance device in her hand, ready to fire. But when she clearly saw that person's face, her movement abruptly froze. It was a woman at least 1.75 meters tall with a physique quite robust. Her face held a mix of startled alarm and anger she hadn't had time to conceal. This person, Bai Chenyue couldn't stop in time and crashed right into her. After steadying herself, she felt the woman looked somewhat familiar. Ouch, which blind person crashed into me? It was a woman, tall and large, wearing dusty combat fatigues, her face still showing signs of being badly shaken. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted. Tian, what was she doing here? Oh right, the forced mission. She was ranked second, so she was also conscripted. Her map had been active the whole time. How did she not see this person enter? Meanwhile, Tian was also frantic. She had been counting the time. Her invisibility skill was about to expire. She was planning to find a safe place to hide, to lie low until all the insects left before moving. But before she could hide, someone gave her a hard shove from behind. Rubbing her sore lower back from the impact, she was about to speak when she looked up and clearly saw the person who had crashed into her. A seemingly ordinary young woman, but that face, it looked familiar. Wasn't she that sister she met in the Wind Rat Cave, the one who kept a rat trader as a pet? Tian's brain short-circuited for a second. Why was she here too? Immediately, she remembered that damned forced mission announcement. Forcibly conscripting the top 3 players from the previous round of the Grass Star Game Points leaderboard. Top 3. First place, that mysterious, unfathomable who's that guy, whom no one knew was male or female. Second place, herself, Tian. Third place, didn't know. Tian's gaze fixed intently on Bai Chenyue. Remembering the strategy guide she bought on Grass Star, an uncontrollable thought surfaced. She looked at Bai Chenyue, then at the white-clad female ghost behind Bai Chenyue who was frantically electrocuting bugs, and at the cleared safe zone around them. Formidable strength, mysterious identity, and a combat style that almost crushed everything. Tian's mouth hung wider and wider, her eyes bulging like copper bells. She extended a trembling finger, pointing at Bai Chenyue. You? She stammered you. For a long time before finally squeezing that name from her throat. You are who's that guy? Where did you appear from? Both spoke simultaneously. Tian's voice was distorted from extreme shock. In the game, many players believed the top-ranked expert was a man. It was actually a woman, and a sister she had once raided a rat nest with. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue felt a surge of irritation. She thought maybe just silence her permanently. Her identity as the top-ranked player was her biggest trump card. It couldn't be exposed. But the other party wasn't weak. If they really fought in this insect swarm, neither would gain an advantage. This game is screwing me over. Why only forcibly conscript the top 3 players? Bai Chenyue's brows furrowed slightly, before she could even speak. Roar! Just as the two were locked in a standoff, the atmosphere tense, a roar came from a corridor not far away. The ground began to tremble. That Stitcher, which Bai Chenyue had burned, had actually chased them here. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps grew closer. Damn, what kind of monster is that? Tian was also startled by the commotion, turning to look. At the end of the corridor, an ugly stitched-together monster was taking large strides, charging towards their location at a run. Now's not the time to discuss this. Chapter 233. You stole my sword? Bai Chenyue gave a low shout, breaking the silence. If you don't want to die, then run. She finished speaking, ignored Tian, and turned to sprint toward the exit. Wait for me. Tian snapped back to her senses and stopped worrying about Bai Chenyue's identity, hurrying to follow. That monster looked dangerous, and with the endless insects around them, she couldn't handle it alone. It was much safer to stick close to the top-ranked expert. The 2 women and the ghost moved like a formation, one in front and 2 behind, darting rapidly through the sea of insects. Bai Chenyue led the way, dual-wielding resonance devices to clear a path. The buzzing sonic waves swept forward continuously, shredding the insects ahead into powder by the dozens. Tian followed behind, taking a Don't Run Bug's high-voltage electric bug zapper from her inventory, clearing swarms that flanked them from both sides. Sadako patched the gaps now and then, preventing any insects from sneaking through. "No! It's catching up!" Tian shouted anxiously. She grit her teeth, halted, and spun to face the charging monster. "I'm going to take it on!" she shouted, and the flying sword at her back slid from its sheath with a sung, becoming a silver streak that stabbed straight for the stitched monster's head. SSK. The flying sword pierced precisely into one of the stitched monster's eyes, black ichor exploding out instantly. Roar! The stitched monster howled in pain, a harsher roar, but it only shook its head, its speed not slowing at all. Tian's face changed. She immediately pulled the flying sword out and stabbed from another angle. Back and forth a dozen times, the stitched monster's head became full of holes like a wasp nest, yet it remained vigorous and ferocious. "You bastard's hide is just too thick," Tian cursed furiously. Bai Chenyue watched the scene, her expression shifting. This creature's vitality was tenacious. Physical attacks had limited effect, but they weren't useless. Tian's flying sword could inflict a bit of damage, although not much. But what if... There was one more. A thought flickered through her mind. Bai Chenyue and Sadako swapped positions. She retracted one of her rippers, the sonic resonance devices, and also summoned her flying sword, roaring, "Aim for its eyes." Tian responded and steered her flying sword toward the stitched monster. On Bai Chenyue's side, she simply extended a finger and pointed at the creature from a distance. A flash of silver, and her replicated flying sword tore through the air like lightning, its sharp rushing sound preceding the rest, catching up to Tian's flying sword in an instant. The two identical flying swords carved intersecting silver trails through the air, one left, one right, like two cooperative hawks diving as one toward the stitched monster. SSK. Two dull, meat-piercing sounds rang almost simultaneously. Bai Chenyue's flying sword plunged precisely into the monster's other intact eye, the tip emerging from the back of its skull. Tian's flying sword drove hard into the monster's wide, roaring maw, piercing straight through its upper jaw. Roar! The stitched monster's roar cut off abruptly, its massive body suddenly stiffened, inertia carrying it forward a few steps before it crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Dead. This thick-skinned, monstrously tenacious creature was cleanly and decisively taken down by two flying swords. The corridor fell silent. Only the insect's nauseating buzzing remained. Tian stood there dumbfounded, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. She glanced at the motionless stitched monster, then at the two flying swords lodged in its head, still trembling faintly. Then she turned stiffly, staring at Bai Chenyue with an expression like she was looking at an alien. You? Tian stammered, her thoughts short-circuited. You stole my sword? She pointed at the flying sword hovering beside Bai Chenyue, her voice wavering. She recognized her own flying sword instantly. But how on earth could the top-ranked expert produce a flying sword exactly the same as hers? It made no sense. Every player's imagination creature was supposed to be unique. Was Bai Chenyue cheating? Bai Chenyue, expressionless, retracted her flying sword. Its silver blade traced a graceful arc in the air and hovered steadily at her side. She glanced at Tian, who still seemed to be questioning reality, and spoke coldly. "This is mine." She pointed to her own flying sword. "Yours is over there." She then pointed to the other sword still embedded in the monster's skull. Tian followed her finger and looked, saw her familiar flying sword, then looked at the one beside Bai Chenyue. Both swords identical in shape, sheen, and even the tiny scratches on their hilts. Her CPU felt like it was overheating. How is this possible? Tian grabbed her hair, feeling on the verge of madness. What's going on? Bai Chenyue had no intention of explaining. She glanced at the stitched monster corpse and frowned slightly. Tian's flying sword was still trembling slightly in the corpse, as if trying to break free. "Aren't you going to retract that? Or wait for it to grow in?" Bai Chenyue reminded. Oh oh oh. Tian snapped awake and focused, controlling her flying sword. With a peetish, the flying sword pulled free from the monster's skull, dragging out a large burst of black viscous fluid, and flew back to Tian's side. Tian looked at the disgusting goo smeared on her blade and went green. She disgustedly made the flying sword shake it off, but the sticky fluid wouldn't come off. Bai Chenyue ignored her. Her attention had already been drawn to something else. Although the stitched monster was dead, its huge body still occupied most of the already narrow corridor. Behind it, the insectide, after a brief pause, surged forward like a frenzy. Buzz buzz buzz. The shrill beating of wings nearly tore at the eardrums. Don't dawdle, the bugs are coming, Bai Chenyue barked. Without hesitation, she activated lightning legs and stepped across the stitched monster's corpse, sprinting toward the other end of the corridor. Tian reacted and hurried after her. The two women and the ghost ran over the monster's body. The slick, sticky flesh and tissues underfoot were nauseating, but there was no time to care. Just as Bai Chenyue was about to clear the corpse and land on the opposite corridor, a sudden change. The stitched monster that should have been dead, pierced through the brain by two flying swords, twitched. Its intact human arm, without warning, rose and lightning fast reached to grab Bai Chenyue as she vaulted over its head. Chapter 234. Pauper, not even 150,000. Bai Chenyue's pupils shrank violently. The warning from absolute insight screamed frantically. The arm moved with extreme speed, carrying a stench-filled gale that nearly sealed off every evasion route she had. In a flash of lightning, she didn't even have time to think, her body's instincts already reacting first. She was suspended midair, and that foul-smelling huge hand nearly blocked every escape path. The moment the monster's fingertip brushed her clothing hem, a silver light suddenly appeared beside her out of nowhere, arriving later yet striking first, shooting straight at the incoming hand. SHT. A blade pierced flesh, the flying sword stabbed into the rough back of the hand, passed through the palm, pinning the whole arm to the monster's own chest. The arm the monster had grabbed froze abruptly. That brief pause became Bai Chenyue's only chance. Her toe landed precisely on the spine of the flying sword, becoming her lone pivot in midair. She pushed off with her foot, her body springing backward, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. It hadn't completely died? Roar! The failed strike enraged the stitching monster. It jerked upright from the ground, black blood pouring from the pits where its eyes had been, with Tian's flying sword still stuck in its mouth, looking monstrously savage. It ignored the insects crawling over it, all its hatred locked onto Bai Chenyue, the one who had just killed it once. Its uneven legs held the body as it staggered to its feet, then let out a earth-shattering roar toward Bai Chenyue. Mary's butt, it's coming back to life. Tian, trailing behind, was terrified out of her wits, hurriedly recalling her flying sword and staring in horror at the monster that had risen again. Bai Chenyue's gaze went icy. If she didn't finish this thing off, none of them would leave. Fall back. She hissed at Tian. Immediately, an invisible, powerful mental force erupted from her. Brain has electricity activated. An imperceptible circular mental pulse radiated outward from her with a thunderous spread. The stitching monster about to charge shuddered violently. Its frenzied momentum was interrupted. Its movements became stiff and slow, several misaligned mouths gaping and snapping madly, as if plunged into utter chaos. Now, Bai Chenyue did not waste this precious stun. She aimed the Ripper sonic resonance device in her left hand at the monster's chest, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hey! An invisible sound wave slammed into the stitching monster like a heavy hammer. Though it couldn't shatter the beast like it would small bugs, the intense internal organ resonance only compounded its already chaotic state, making its body tremble violently. At the same time, Bai Chenyue drew the flame pistol, aimed its muzzle at the monster's half-open chest cavity, and decisively squeezed the trigger. Boom! She fired 3 shots in succession, all unleashed. 3 streams of fire dragons burst forth continuously, pouring entirely into the creature's chest. This time, the sound the stitching monster made was not a roar but an utterly agonized wail. Flames flared inside its body, scorching the haphazardly sewn organ tissues into charred black. Its massive frame twisted and thrashed madly on the spot, The acrid smell of burning and charred flesh filled the corridor. This time it could no longer hold on. Its burning body slammed to its knees and, engulfed in roaring flames, gradually turned into a pile of blackened carbon. Bai Chenyue took a slight breath. Finally solved. But she hadn't even had time to relax. Hey! That hair-raising buzzing returned from all directions. With the stitching monster dealt with, they were now exposed to an endless insect swarm. Countless crimson bugs, like a breached flood, poured into the corridor from every side, flooding the area. Tian turned pale at the sight of the surging Red Sea, nearly succumbing to trypophobia. Her instinct was to make the flying sword stab in. Bai Chenyue barked at her and shot her a furious glare. Are you stupid? How many will your one flying sword kill if you shoot it in? Single target attacks were a joke against the insect sea. Then what do we do? Tian nearly cried, watching the swarm rapidly approach, feeling utterly doomed. One or two bugs were not scary, but thousands charging at once plunged a person into despair. Go to the mall and buy a Ripper sonic resonance device. Bai Chenyue shouted loudly. Ripper. Tian froze, then hurriedly opened the game mall and typed the name into the search bar. Soon that sci-fi-shaped big gun appeared before her eyes. When she saw the price listed beneath it, her eyes bulged. Price: 150,000 game coins. 150,000. Tian's scream almost drowned out the buzzing of the insects. Then why not rob someone? It's so expensive. She looked at her own pitiful panel balance. Not even 5 digits, her face collapsing into something worse than crying. I have no money, sis. She wailed helplessly. The game coins they had earned from bean worms had almost all been spent. After buying a grass star guide, she had only a few thousand left. Dirt poor. Bai Chenyue. More trouble than help. There were too many insects. Although Sadako was desperately resisting with an electric net, the insects were simply too numerous. Relying only on her and Sadako, they couldn't fight their way out. Here. Bai Chenyue grit her teeth, pulled out a Ripper sonic resonance device, and without argument shoved it into Tian's arms. I don't have money to pay you. Tian hugged the heavy big gun, stunned. Pay me back after we finish. Bai Chenyue snapped. She had no time for more talk and immediately spent another 150,000 game coins to replenish one for herself. Now she was back to dual gun form. Ding! Purchase successful, 150,000 game coins deducted. Aim at the densest parts of the insects. While firing wildly at the insect tide, Bai Chenyue shouted instructions at the still dazed Tian beside her. Oh. Tian snapped back to it, imitating Bai Chenyue's posture, lifted the resonance device, and pulled the trigger. Hey! An invisible sound wave swept from the muzzle of her gun. A large swath of the insect tide in front of them was cleared, revealing a patch of clean ground. No way, this thing's that powerful. Chapter 235. The beetles that are impervious to blade and bullet. Tian watched the immediate effect in front of her, her eyes lighting up. 150,000 well spent. Even if it wasn't her money. With Tian as fresh reinforcements, the pressure dropped instantly. A new combat formation took shape. Bai Chenyue and Tian, 2 people, one handling the left, one handling the right, alternately firing their sonic resonance devices, forming an impassable deadly fan in front of them. And Sadako floated behind them, wielding 2 high-voltage electric bug zappers, assigned to clean up the stragglers that fell from the ceiling or tried to flank from behind. 3 people and a ghost formed an astonishingly efficient killing machine, forcing its way forward against an endless insect swarm. The path beneath their feet was paved with the corpses and dust of countless insects. The air was thick with a sharp fishy stench and the smell of burning, enough to make one nearly retch. Where are we heading? Tian called out loudly while firing. First floor, southwest corner, emergency evacuation route. Bai Chenyue answered succinctly. How do you know that? Map. You paid for a map that big? Bought it. Must be loaded. Tian fell silent, feeling the world's gradients and concentrating fully on dealing with the insects in front of her. No sooner had she spoken than they rushed into a new area. Before them was a large warehouse, shelves collapsed everywhere, twisted sheets of metal. The air stung with the smell of machine oil and rust mixed with insect rot, hitting the nose hard. The red heat crimson worm still covered the sky, but the swarm now contained something new. A kind of beetle, jet black all over, larger than the heat crimson worms by a noticeable margin, about the size of an adult's fist. Its shell shone with a metallic luster, and even its silhouette looked troublesome. Bzz. Bai Chenyue raised her hand and fired. The sonic sweep hit, and the insect mass ahead exploded into a cloud of red dust. But the black beetles only paused for a moment. Their bodies convulsed violently. Then they shook their heads and kept crawling toward them. The sonic gun did nothing. What are these black shells? They won't go down. Tian fired as well with the same result. Her gunfire could only make the black beetles pause, not cause any damage. Information popped up before Bai Chenyue's eyes. Species: heat crimson worm heavy armor variant. Description: one of the variants of the heat crimson worm. During breeding, scorpion shell genes were fused in, giving it strong physical and energy resistance. It functions as a naturally armored infantry. Note: your sonic resonance device feels like tickling it. Maybe try a hammer. No matter how hard a turtle shell is, it won't withstand repeated strikes. Another variant. That madman. A chill sank into Bai Chenyue's heart. If the sonic resonance device couldn't clear the field, their advantage vanished. SEZZT. Sadako's electric net flew out. Electric currents danced across the black beetle's shell, sparks popping. The black beetle twitched and emitted black smoke but still didn't die. It simply moved more slowly and became even more violent. Use the flying sword, stab their joints and bellies. Bai Chenyue ordered immediately. The flying sword at her side turned into a silver streak and stopped sweeping randomly. The blade flashed like lightning, precisely thrusting at the belly of one black beetle. PFT. The sword tip pierced in but got stuck against resilient muscle and couldn't penetrate. The beetle cried out in pain and gaped its jaws to bite back. Bai Chenyue pushed her will and the flying sword suddenly twisted. Crack! A splintering sound came from inside the insect. The black beetle froze then collapsed. Effective. Use your sword to hit their bellies and legs. Bai Chenyue shouted. Got it. Tian controlled her flying sword, specifically striking the weak spots of the black beetles. Their forward pace slowed dramatically. Each black beetle took several flying sword strikes to finish off. All around them, ordinary red heat crimson worms kept surging in, interfering with their movements. This won't do. We'll be worn down and die here. Tian switched through multiple energy cartridges for her sonic resonance device, and controlling the flying sword made sweat bead on her forehead. Bai Chenyue understood that too. The map showed a long way still to the exit. She shouted, voice rising above the insect drone. Listen up. When I stop all the insects, we'll only have 1 minute. We must dash through this warehouse. Tian, who was struggling to stab a black beetle's leg joint, paused in surprise at the word stop. Stop? How do we stop them? Don't ask. Bai Chenyue cut her off. When I tell you, you run. Now hurry. She tossed her a nimble mushroom. Eat it. Tian gulped it down in 2 or 3 bites and immediately felt light as air, as if her 200 gene weight had been halved. Bai Chenyue ate one herself next. Then she activated the brain has electricity skill. The next moment the whole world fell silent. That eardrum-rending hum vanished into thin air. The warehouse seemed paused. The red heat crimson worms hovering in midair began to fall like rain. The black beetles that had been charging around froze where they were, some still in crawling postures, completely motionless. Run! Bai Chenyue gave the order and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Tian, stunned by the strange scene for a second, snapped back at Bai Chenyue's roar and without thinking further tore off after her. The two of them sprinted across a surface littered with insect corpses and rigid live insects, their feet crunching on shells with crisp crack crunch sounds. What kind of divine trick is this? Tian couldn't help but shout while running. Shut up! Bai Chenyue cursed without looking back. Her temples thudded as she continuously unleashed mental pulses, which took a heavy toll on her as well. Tian immediately shut her mouth and pushed her legs to their limit to keep up. Bai Chenyue's mental map was clearer than ever in her head. She guided Tian around collapsed huge shelving and through a chaotic pile of parts. Just as they were about to burst out of the warehouse, The deathly silence behind them was broken. Bzzz. The faint sound of wings fluttering rose from behind, beginning like mosquitoes and quickly swelling into thunder. The once rigid insect masses awakened. They're waking up. Tian glanced back, face going pale with fright. The black and red insect tide surged at them again, even more ferocious than before. Bai Chenyue knew this. She could feel the effect of the mental pulse fading rapidly. The warehouse exit was right ahead, a heavy alloy fire door. But a massive square ventilation duct, fallen from an unknown floor, had crashed down slantwise and blocked most of the exit. Only a narrow gap remained at the bottom between the duct and the wall. The way's blocked. Tian shouted. A barricade before them, death chasing insects behind. Why was heaven punishing her like this? Chapter 236. The acid-spitting mantis. Behind them, the buzzing roar of the awakened insect swarm exploded, that red and black tide visibly surging back towards them at a speed the naked eye could follow. A dead end ahead, pursuers behind. Bai Chenyue didn't utter a word, only barking a low command at Tian in front of her and Sadako floating midair. Move aside. Tian instinctively dodged to the side. Before the words had fully faded, a massive yellow object smashed onto the ground. With a heavy thud, the entire floor trembled. Tian looked over. It was a completely bright yellow metal contraption, several heads taller than her. For a moment she forgot where she was. First a female ghost, then a flying sword, and now this metal machine pops out? She felt her brain was insufficient. Bumblebee. Bai Chenyue's instruction was concise and clear. Open the door. Bumblebee grabbed the edge of the ventilation duct. Asterisk screech crunch asterisk. The thick sheet metal was ripped outward, bent, and torn open with ear-piercing noises, forming a gap wide enough for two people to pass through. Go! Bai Chenyue was the first to scramble out through the gap. Tian, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly bent down and followed. The moment the two humans and one ghost rushed out, the buzzing roar of the insect swarm behind them was already upon them. Countless red-black insects, like filthy water thrown out, surged out through the gap in a frantic scramble. Block it! Bai Chenyue commanded without looking back. Bumblebee turned around, facing the twisted opening of the ventilation duct, and stomped down hard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A tremendous crash shook the entire passageway 3 times. The torn sheet metal duct completely collapsed under the immense force, crushed together with the surrounding walls and floor, sealing the gap tightly. The buzzing of the insect swarm was isolated behind the thick metal and concrete, its volume abruptly diminishing by more than half, leaving only faint, futile thumping sounds. Bai Chenyue recalled Bumblebee, glanced at the map, and saw they were almost at the first floor. Huff. I'm exhausted. Tian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Controlling the flying sword for such physical labor was more tiring than fighting someone. Bai Chenyue's condition was slightly better, but a layer of fine sweat beads had also appeared on her forehead. Just one more door ahead, and they would reach the final corridor. Victory was in sight, but in Bai Chenyue's heart, there was not the slightest bit of relaxation. Instead, an increasingly intense sense of foreboding enveloped her. Would that madman let them escape so easily? The closer they got to the exit, the more dangerous it likely was. Bai Chenyue didn't give Tian much time to catch her breath, urging, "Rested enough? Let's go." At the end of the corridor was a glass door labeled Plant Cultivation Center. Inside was a transparent glass greenhouse, its ceiling already sporting several holes. Moonlight shone through the holes, illuminating the floating dust in the air. There were no plants left here. They had long been devoured clean by the heat crimson worms. Scattered on the ground were fragments of culture dishes, with huge metal racks everywhere. A sour, rotten smell of decaying plants mixed with chemicals assaulted their noses. The entire greenhouse was so empty you could hear echoes. Bai Chenyue pressed the sonic resonance device's stock more firmly against her shoulder. This greenhouse was too quiet. Quiet in a way that felt wrong. Completely empty. Warning: detection of multiple high-intensity killing intent locks. Target count: 387. Threat level high. Her head slowly lifted, looking up towards the high, grime-covered glass dome. The moment she clearly saw the scene on the dome, her breathing stopped. green elongated, almost blending into the surrounding abandoned green pipes. No, those weren't pipes. They were insects, slim-bodied, resembling mantises, each over half a meter long, emerald green all over, quietly lurking in the shadows. Species: heat crimson worm corrosive strain. Introduction: a variant of the heat crimson worm, fused with genes from an unknown acidic organism, granting it the ability to climb on any surface and to spray highly corrosive acid from its mouthparts. Shows no interest in the blood of either the Haha tribe or the Cuckoo tribe. Note: watch your head. What falls from the sky isn't necessarily bird droppings. It could also be concentrated sulfuric acid that melts your skull. Above. Bai Chenyue's voice was urgent and clipped. Tian looked up as instructed. Her face instantly drained of color at the sight of the dense green shadows, the insects hanging upside down from the glass dome. Holy sh! Before she could finish on the dome, all the mantis insects' triangular heads swiveled in unison, locking onto the two figures below. Their mouthparts opened. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk. Over 100 streams of green liquid shot down through the air, heading straight for the tops of their heads. Dodge! Bai Chenyue barked, her legs driving her to dart behind a massive metal cultivation tank. Tian rolled on the spot, also shrinking beneath a pile of collapsed metal racks. Asterisk sizzle asterisk. The green liquid splattered on the ground, white smoke rising. Black holes appeared in the floor. The metal racks were burned through with irregular holes, their edges still melting, dripping with scalding acidic water. Tian looked at the newly formed hole above her head, swallowed, and felt a chill run down her spine. If that stuff touched her, she'd be instantly gone. Pinned behind cover, sticking their heads out would mean concentrated fire. The corrosive strain above kept spraying acid, turning the ground around them into a sizzling pool of acid water. The cover above their heads was melting, acid dripping down through the holes. The ground sizzled, white smoke rising. Tian huddled under the metal racks. Half a meter above her head, a new hole was corroded open. This is endless. Bai Chenyue didn't respond. The greenhouse was a death trap. The ground would be covered in acid, the ceiling full of corrosive strain. The way out was above. She looked up, her gaze passing through the gaps in the cultivation tank towards the glass dome. There hung the green mantis insects in several holes. The holes were too small for a person to climb through. The holes had to be enlarged. The flame pistol appeared in her hand. Seeing that gun, Tian's heart skipped a beat. What was she going to do now? Meeting Bai Chenyue's utterly calm gaze, she swallowed her question. Dared not speak, dared not ask. There was a reason the big shot was a big shot. Bai Chenyue raised the gun's muzzle, aiming at the edge of one of the holes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The gunshot exploded, echoing in the greenhouse. A fireball shot upward, crashing into the dome. Glass and metal framework shattered, fragments raining down. That hole had doubled in size. But it also thoroughly enraged the corrosive strain overhead. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk. More green liquid sprayed down, the assault intensifying. After firing the shot, Bai Chenyue activated a skill. Brain has electricity. In that instant the world fell silent. Chapter 237. Wings of Night Feather of the Void. Crackle crackle. The sound of falling echoed. Tian saw the green mantis insects on the ceiling lose their grip, dropping one after another. A rain of green insects began to fall. Oh no! Tian yelled, scrambling and rolling to dodge. She had just rolled out from under the iron shelf when an insect slammed into her previous spot, its carapace hitting the metal frame with a dull thud. Tian crawled behind another piece of cover and patted her chest. She turned her head and froze completely. The big shot had walked out from cover, the woman in white beside her already gone without a trace. Behind her, a pair of wings spread out. The wings were pure black, radiating a faint glow. My God, that is way too cool. Tian's jaw dropped, her brain grinding to a halt. Flying swords, robots. And now wings. How does the big shot have so many items? So rich. She was stunned for over 10 seconds before squeezing out a sentence. Boss, don't leave me behind. Bai Chenyue didn't answer. Her actions were the answer. With a single beat of the light wings, her figure vanished. Tian only felt a blur before her eyes as the big shot grabbed her arm, suspending them both in the air. The moment she took hold, Bai Chenyue frowned. So heavy. She immediately increased the strength in her arm. Go! Tian let out a scream as she was hoisted up by immense force, her feet leaving the ground as they shot toward the hole in the ceiling overhead. Two flying swords followed closely behind. Wind howled past their ears. The corrosive strain on the ground rapidly shrank in size. The two broke through the dome, emerging under the night sky. The air was icy, flooding their lungs, clearing Tian's mind a little. We're saved. This thought had just surfaced when it was shattered by the scene before her eyes. Under the moonlight, a red insect swarm had gathered above the base. Countless heat crimson worms, attracted by the explosion sounds, swarmed in from all directions. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Bai Chenyue's heart grew anxious. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Tian, coming to an abrupt halt in midair. Shoot! She roared at Tian. Tian snapped back to reality and raised the sonic resonance device in her arms. Vroom! A sonic wave swept out. The insect swarm ahead exploded, turning into powder. But it was useless. Insects surged in from all directions, filling the gap. If this continued, they wouldn't even need to be torn apart by the insects. She herself would run out of strength and fall first. She had to think of another way. Bai Chenyue's mind was racing. Single-target attacks were useless. The sonic gun's coverage wasn't enough. The evolution ability of the nightlight wings. Void feathers. She had never used this move before, not knowing its exact effect or cost, but now she could only gamble. Hold on tight, she shouted lowly. The next second, the pair of pure black light wings behind her trembled violently. Countless pure black plumes instantly solidified, detaching from the wings, transforming into sharp, blade-like black arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Hundreds, thousands of black plumes, like a storm of pear blossom needles, erupted indiscriminately in all directions with Bai Chenyue at the center. Thud 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 thud. The sound was like knives stabbing into frozen meat. The heat crimson worms at the forefront, whether ordinary red flying insects or the thick-skinned, heavily armored black variants, were instantly pierced through the moment they touched the void feathers, as if made of paper, exploding into puffs of bloody mist. For a moment, the sky within a 20-meter radius around them was forcibly cleared into a circular airspace. Countless mutilated insect corpses rained down. Tian, clutching her gun, was utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open, her mind a complete blank. What just happened? The big shot's wings turned into weapons? Feathers flying across the sky. 10,000 insects silenced. So cool. Oh no, I'm in love. Just as this thought popped into Tian's head, a tremendous force yanked her forward violently. Tian snapped back to reality. Hugging the Ripper sonic resonance device in her arms, she fired wildly at the densest area ahead. Vroom! The Ripper could indeed clear out a temporary opening, but the number of insects was simply too vast. The moment one area was cleared, the insect swarm from the left, right, and rear had already pressed in. Vroom vroom vroom. The whole world fell silent again. Bai Chenyue activated brain has electricity. It rained. A rain of insects. Countless insects crackled and popped as they fell from the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Tian could react, a second wave of black plume arrows exploded from behind Bai Chenyue with even more ferocious intensity than before. Another huge ring-shaped airspace was cleared. Tian's inner self was screaming wildly. Her eyes directly turned into starry eyes, drool nearly flowing from the corners. Love it, love it. Even dying here would be worth it. The momentary silence was ruthlessly torn apart by a new wave of buzzing. The gaps in the insect swarm were rapidly filled, the onslaught becoming even more turbulent. Still not enough. Bai Chenyue gritted her teeth, the light wings behind her flaring out angrily once more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another ripple of bloody mist exploded in the air. This time, however, she failed to stabilize her posture. A sharp stabbing pain exploded from her temples. The world before her eyes swayed. A numbing ache shot up the arm holding Tian. Intense dizziness rushed to her head. The scenery before her began to blur and double. The power of void feathers far exceeded her expectations, but the mental energy consumption also exceeded imagination. Several consecutive launches had almost drained more than half of her mental energy. Carrying a 200-gene accessory, while continuously outputting at high intensity, was rapidly draining both her spirit and stamina. She shook her head, forcing herself to stay conscious. No good, she couldn't use this move again. A couple more times and she'd plummet from the sky herself. The gaps in the insect swarm only lasted 5 seconds before more insects from behind fearlessly filled them in. The buzzing once again drowned them. Bai Chenyue clenched her jaw, her mind racing. Fly? Couldn't fly far. Fight? Couldn't finish them off. The only way out was to create chaos and seize the chance to escape. She glanced down at Tian, who was still in a daze, and immediately had a plan. Recall your flying sword, have it stop at your feet, Bai Chenyue commanded. Huh? What for? Though confused, Tian subconsciously obeyed. The silver flying sword emitted a hum as it flew back to her feet, hovering in the air. I'll count to 3. You put one foot on your sword, and the other foot on my sword, Bai Chenyue said. With a thought, she maneuvered her own flying sword to hover side by side with Tian's. Tian looked down at the two swords swaying slightly in the air, her face paling. Boss, no way, the swords can't carry me. I tried before. One more word of nonsense and I'll drop you right now. Bai Chenyue's eyes, gleaming coldly in the night, glanced at Tian. Boss, it won't work. Tian met Bai Chenyue's gaze and immediately shut up. She had no doubt the big shot would do exactly as she said. Compared to being eaten by insects, trusting the big shot seemed more reliable. Chapter 238. Big shot, don't you die. Don't throw it, I'll step on it. She wailed, one foot tentatively stepping towards that protective charm. It was a keepsake her deceased grandmother had left her. The protective charm sank sharply downward. Tian let out a frightened scream, hurriedly placing her other foot on Bai Chenyue's flying sword. The two flying swords wobbled violently in the air a few times. Tian teetered precariously, her hands flailing wildly to maintain balance, muttering under her breath. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be smashed into a meat pancake. Bai Chenyue paid no attention to her hysterical wailing. The moment Tian steadied herself, Bai Chenyue let go, feeling a sudden lightness in her arms. Tian glanced down below, her legs turning to jelly. Above her, Bai Chenyue's face was even paler. Having to control the wings, manipulate the flying sword, and support the fat man was draining her mental energy at an alarming rate. Her now free hands could finally do some proper work. Bai Chenyue pulled a power mushroom from her spatial storage and stuffed it into her mouth. A wave of heat surged from her stomach to her limbs. The weakness brought on by excessive mental energy consumption was temporarily suppressed by a surge of pure physical strength. Strength flooded back into her sore, aching arms. Immediately after, a swarm feast pheromone grenade appeared in her hand. She swung her arm back violently and, using every ounce of her strength, hurled it with all her might towards the distant darkness. Whoosh! Under the influence of the power mushroom, that small grenade transformed into a streak of silver light, flying several kilometers into the darkness. Boom! A faint, muffled thud echoed from the distance. In the next second, the red insect swarm that had tightly surrounded Bai Chenyue and Tian seemed to be intensely stimulated. They abruptly changed direction, ceasing their attack on the two and instead swarming frantically towards where the grenade had landed. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The red cloud in the sky, like floodwaters bursting through a dam finding an outlet, surged towards the distant horizon. It worked, they're leaving, they're all leaving. Standing on the wobbling protective charm, Tian looked at the now empty sky around them, so excited she nearly lost her balance. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe flushed her face with excitement. Bai Chenyue, however, did not relax. Her expression grew even more grave, because she saw that not only were the heat crimson worms in the sky leaving, but down in the ruins of the research institute, those green corrosive strains that had just fallen through the greenhouse dome were also crawling out of the holes one by one. They unfolded their wings, thin as cicada wings, emitting piercing shrieks as they joined the surging torrent. Trouble! Bai Chenyue's heart sank. The pheromone grenade's attraction was too strong. It had drawn out the monsters from the ground as well. and their flight path just happened to pass directly through the area where she was currently positioned. "Watch out below," Bai Chenyue shouted sharply. Before her words faded, a green wave had already surged upwards from below, rushing straight towards them. The corrosive strains were incredibly fast. The compound eyes on their triangular heads gleamed with cruel light, their mouthparts opening, ready to spray a few mouthfuls of lethal acid as they passed by. "They're flying up." Tian was scared out of her wits, flustered as she tried to maneuver the protective charm to dodge. But it was already too late. The green swarm composed of hundreds of corrosive strains was already right upon them. At the critical moment, a cold glint flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. She didn't dodge, she didn't flee. Brain has electricity. Bzzz. An invisible circular mental pulse erupted from her as the center, violently expanding outwards. The surging green wave in midair abruptly stalled. The movements of all the corrosive strains became stiff and sluggish. Their originally ferocious gazes turned dull and confused. Pitter-patter. Crackle. A green rain of insects fell from the sky. Hundreds of corrosive strains, like dumplings dropped into boiling water, lost their ability to fly. They plummeted stiffly from the air, crashing heavily onto the ruins of the research institute, producing a series of dull thuds. Area cleared. But Bai Chenyue also felt the world spin around her, her temples throbbing violently. Her brain ached terribly. The world before her eyes whirled, filled with countless double images. Her mental energy was almost depleted. "Go." Bai Chenyue bit the tip of her tongue, using the sharp pain to forcibly wrest a sliver of clarity. She grabbed the arm of the still dazed Tian, giving her no time to react. Her nightlight wings unfurled, transforming into a black lightning bolt as she shot towards the direction where the insect swarm was thinnest. She had to find a place to rest immediately. Wind roared in her ears like hot knives scraping across her cheeks. Bai Chenyue's sense of pain had long gone numb. Her senses dulled. Only one word remained in her mind: fly. Her arm screamed with pain, but Tian didn't dare make a sound. The hand clutching hers was trembling. The big shot was about to collapse. Tian held her breath, letting herself be dragged along like a sack. Meanwhile, on a highland several kilometers away. "Captain, look. What is that?" The scout Hawkeye exclaimed in surprise, immediately raising his military binoculars to look. "What's wrong?" Lu Ming moved closer, looking in the direction Hawkeye pointed. In the sky not far away, a black shadow was flying away at an extremely high speed. "Is that a person?" "No, two people." Lu Qian raised her binoculars. "They have wings. Must be another lucky player who managed to get a flight item." Zhao Zhe squinted as he looked over. It was too far. He could only see the outline, not the front. A hint of jealousy tinged his words. "Too far and the light is dim. Can't make out who it is." Lu Ming lowered his binoculars, his brow furrowed tightly. "But that direction. They're coming from the south of the city. I have a feeling." Zhu Yunyang's face held an inexplicable excitement. "What do you think? Could that be the top-ranked expert? Didn't you see there's another person dangling below?" Zhao Zhe refuted. "Big shots are all lone wolves. Why would they team up with someone? Definitely can't be the big shot." "But I also think it's the big shot." Lin Xiaolu agreed with Zhu Yunyang. Nearing the limit, Bai Chenyue only felt the scenery before her spin. She could barely even sense the existence of her wings anymore, only relying on the instinct to survive as she mechanically charged forward. Finally, in the second before her consciousness sank into darkness, she saw a towering skyscraper piercing the clouds. Using the last of her strength, she controlled her direction, crashing towards the building's rooftop. Thud! A heavy dull impact. Bai Chenyue, carrying Tian, slammed heavily onto the rooftop ground, skidding over 10 meters before crashing into a rusty ventilation duct and coming to a stop. Bai Chenyue lay face down on the ground, coughing violently. She wanted to move but found not a shred of strength left in her entire body. Big shot. Tian was knocked dizzy and disoriented by the fall, but her ample flesh made her particularly impact-resistant. Struggling to get up from the ground, ignoring the pain on her own body, she scrambled over to Bai Chenyue's side on her hands and knees. Seeing Bai Chenyue's face pale as paper, Her voice changed with fright. Big shot, don't you die. Chapter 239, Copy failed. Bai Chenyue didn't have the strength to answer. Tian didn't dare shake her again, so anxious she was spinning in place. Finally, she slapped her thigh, took out her portable space backpack from her inventory, and fished out a jelly-like object from inside. Expert, drink some water. Tian fumbled to tear open the packaging, squeezed the jelly into a clean water bottle, and brought it to Bai Chenyue's lips. Bai Chenyue forced her eyes open a sliver, her vision a complete blur. Item: Ice Spring Jelly. Description: a technological product of Noah City. The internal flesh is a pure solid water structure, preservable for 10 years at room temperature. When squeezed, it transforms into 500 milliliters of drinking water, with water quality surpassing interstellar grade A standards. Not poisonous. Bai Chenyue opened her mouth, letting Tian feed the water to her. The clear, sweet liquid slid down her throat, dispelling some of the burning sensation. But that was just a drop in the bucket. The emptiness of having her mental energy completely drained was devouring the last shreds of her consciousness. The scenery before her eyes grew increasingly blurry, and she finally sank into darkness. Seeing her lose consciousness again, Tian was startled. She reached out to check Bai Chenyue's breathing, finding it weak but steady, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. She didn't dare move Bai Chenyue. Sitting cross-legged beside her, hands propping her chin, she kept watch. Under the extreme heat, there wasn't a hint of wind on the rooftop, and the surroundings were utterly quiet. But right now, Tian's mind was a tangled mess. She couldn't even feel the heat. She alternated between looking at the unconscious Bai Chenyue and lowering her head to stare at her own hands. Just moments ago, this person had flown her out from a sea of countless insects. Those pure black wings, the black plumes scattering across the sky, the bizarre scene of 10,000 insects freezing stiff. Scene after scene replayed relentlessly in her mind. So cool. Cool in a way that defied all logic. In her over 20 years of life, Tian had never witnessed a scene so utterly cool. She used to think being able to control a flying sword was pretty cool. After seeing this today, what even was a flying sword? She was becoming more and more convinced that the person before her was, who's that guy? The servers only. #1 on all leaderboards. Once this thought sprouted, it took root and grew wildly in her mind, impossible to suppress. She began to recall, from their initial meeting at the Research Institute's entrance, the expert's unusual calm and decisiveness. Facing the insect swarm, not a trace of panic. While she herself was still screaming and shouting, the expert had already planned the route and purchased the map. And the endless stream of various strange props she kept pulling out. The more she thought, the faster Tian's heart raced. Oh my god, could she really be that? Who's that guy? Did I actually latch onto the server's thickest thigh? Me, Tian actually fought side by side with the top-ranked expert? Who would believe it if I said it out loud? She desperately wanted to open the global channel right now and post a thread to brag. Even having thought of a title. Shocking. The untold story between me and the top-ranked expert. Tian giggled foolishly. A bunch of people would be green with envy, right? No. She immediately shook her head vigorously, tossing out this dangerous thought. The expert's identity definitely needed to be kept secret. If she blabbed, wouldn't the expert just cleave her in two with one sword? Lost in these wild thoughts, she kept watch beside Bai Chenyue, even forgetting the passage of time. About half an hour later, Bai Chenyue's finger twitched. She slowly opened her eyes. The feeling of the world spinning had lessened considerably, but her body was still terrifyingly weak. Propping herself up on the ground, she slowly sat up. Expert, you're awake. Tian rushed over happily, helping Bai Chenyue lean against the wall. Her starry eyes looked at Bai Chenyue, her entire face written with curiosity and worship. She had a bellyful of questions. Opening her mouth, she wanted to ask, Expert, are you? I'll ask the questions first. Bai Chenyue interrupted her, her voice still weak. You answer. Later, I'll answer your questions. Oh, okay. Tian nodded subconsciously, swallowing the words that had reached her lips. How on earth did you get inside that research institute? Bai Chenyue got straight to the point. This was something she couldn't figure out. With so many insects surrounding the place, how had Tian slipped into the building's interior completely unscathed? Mentioning her own skill, Tian finally regained a bit of confidence. She puffed out her chest. I have a skill called invisibility. Bai Chenyue's heart stirred. Invisibility? Using this skill I can become transparent. Others can't see me. But Tian scratched her head. While invisible I can't use any items. Is there a time limit? Bai Chenyue pressed. Can use it for 1 hour at a time. Tian counted on her fingers. Within that hour, I can reveal myself whenever I want. But after 1 hour I have to wait 3 hours to use it again. Oh right, while invisible I can also pass through walls, through all sorts of things. No living creature can see me. Can penetrate everything? Bai Chenyue? Question mark. That overpowered? A god-tier skill for infiltration, reconnaissance, and escape. Almost instantly, four big characters surfaced in her mind. Honor among thieves. Ding. Skill honor among thieves activation successful. Copying target Tian. Target possesses skill invisibility. Copying in progress. A familiar sensation washed over her. Bai Chenyue waited quietly. The next second, the prompt that popped up in her mind made her entire body freeze stiff. Copy failed. Prompt. Insufficient mental energy cannot complete copy. Failed. Immediately, a stabbing pain erupted from her temples, more intense than any previous instance. Bai Chenyue's face turned another shade paler, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Damn it. Copying with honor among thieves actually consumed mental energy too. This was something she had never known before. She had always used honor among thieves, while at her peak state, so the copies had all gone smoothly. She silently filed away this new discovery. Expert, what's wrong? You look awful. Seeing Bai Chenyue's suddenly ashen face, Tian was alarmed. Are you poisoned? I'm fine. Bai Chenyue shook her head, forcefully suppressing the dizziness in her head. Just need to rest a bit. She leaned back against the pipe behind her, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing. Tian looked at her weak state and ultimately couldn't hold back, asking the question she'd been bottling up for half the day. Expert, are you who's that guy? The air grew quiet. Bai Chenyue didn't answer immediately. She opened her eyes, looking quietly at Tian. Tian grew a bit nervous under her gaze, not knowing where to put her hands. Just as Tian was about to think she wouldn't answer, Bai Chenyue gave a slight, gentle nod. Chapter 240. Best Friend Contract. Boom. Tian felt something explode in her brain. Even though she had suspected it for a while, hearing the confirmation directly from the person herself, oh no, seeing her personally nod in confirmation, the impact was still immense. Shock. Ecstasy. Disbelief. My God, you really are the top-ranked expert. Tian shot up from the ground, bouncing on the spot. Her 200-pound frame made Bai Chenyue feel the ground beneath her tremble. I actually fought monsters alongside the top-ranked expert. Oh heavens, I've made it big. Calm down. Bai Chenyue's head ached from her noise. Can't calm down one bit, Tian said, her face flushed red, waving her arms incoherently. I knew it, I just knew it. Last time on Grasstar I bought your strategy guide. I was thinking then, the stuff in the guide was so similar to what you were doing. She was so excited she couldn't finish, only stammering. I. Seeing her like this, Bai Chenyue's heart, in contrast, grew calm. Things had reached this point. Her identity being exposed to Tian was now an established fact. Rather than letting the other party keep guessing and leaving a hidden danger, it was better to openly admit it, and then use a more secure method to lock this secret away. She took a petal from her inventory, crimson as flame, still adorned with glistening dewdrops. 7-color wishing flower red petal. Description. A petal representing trust. After use, you can form a trust contract with a designated target. While the contract is in effect, the target's trust in you will be permanently fixed at the maximum value, and they will not harbor any thoughts of suspicion or betrayal. What's this? Tian's curiosity was piqued. Bai Chenyue offered no explanation. She simply placed the petal between 2 fingers and gave it a gentle squeeze. The red petal transformed into countless tiny points of light, scattering in the air and drifting down towards Tian Tian. Tian Tian instinctively reached out to catch them, but the light points seeped into her body instead. She let out a surprised "huh?", looked down at herself and raised a hand to touch her skin, but felt nothing unusual. However, when Bai Chenyue's gaze fell upon Tian Tian, a new prompt appeared. Character Tian Tian. Game nickname. Retrieving talisman. Status. Vital signs stable, mentally excited. Affected by best friend contract. Loyalty locked at absolute trust. Note: congratulations, you have acquired a 200-pound, absolutely loyal dog-type accessory that will never betray you. The contract was successfully established. When Tian Tian looked up at Bai Chenyue again, she herself didn't realize that her feelings had undergone a subtle change. Before, it was admiration and excitement. Now it had transformed into an almost instinctive trust. Anything the expert did was right. Anything the expert said must be obeyed. She could entrust her life to the expert. Remember this. Bai Chenyue looked at her, speaking each word clearly. Never tell anyone that I am. Who's that guy? If there are outsiders present, or if anyone asks, you say you've never met me. Got it, expert, don't worry. Tian Tian immediately thumped her chest in assurance, producing a dull thud. My lips are sealed tight, I won't breathe a word. Expert, can I add you as a friend? She rubbed her hands together, asking with a face full of hope. This was what she wanted most. To become friends with the top-ranked expert. Bai Chenyue nodded in agreement. A friend request popped up on Tian Tian's interface. Player who's that guy requests to add you as a friend. Tian Tian's hands shook with excitement. It took her several tries before she finally managed to hit the accept button. You and player who's that guy are now friends. Success. She had become friends with the top-ranked expert. Tian Tian's heart was screaming internally. The smile on her face was so bright it could have blossomed flowers, and she nearly drooled from the corners of her eyes. Love it, love it. Coming to the research institute wasn't in vain. It'd be worth dying here. She must be the first person in the entire server to be friends with the expert, right? She had truly made it big. After adding the friend, Bai Chenyue leaned against the rusty pipe and closed her eyes to rest. The aftereffects of severe mental energy depletion were still there. Her brain felt like pulp that had been kneaded repeatedly. Every heartbeat tugged at the nerves in her temples, bringing waves of dull pain. Tian Tian sat cross-legged beside her, not saying a word, quietly waiting for the expert to rest. After resting for over half an hour, her mind felt much better. She activated Honor Among Thieves. Once more. Ding! Skill Honor Among Thieves activated successfully. Copying target, retrieving talisman. Copying progress 50%. Copying progress 90%. 95%. 100%. Copy successful. The familiar dizziness assaulted her again, draining all the mental energy she had just recovered. Bai Chenyue grunted softly, her complexion turning a few shades paler, but a glint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Expert, what's wrong again? Your face looks so pale. Tian Tian leaned over nervously. It's nothing. Bai Chenyue waved her hand, pushing herself up from the ground. She brushed the dust off her clothes, looked at Tian Tian and spoke in a calm tone. Let's part ways here. But Tian Tian wanted to protest. Listen to me. Bai Chenyue cut her off. Splitting up is better for both of us. Contact me if there's something important. Don't disturb me otherwise. Better to never contact again. Under the influence of the best friend contract, this simple statement would absolutely not be contradicted. The reluctance in Tian Tian's heart immediately vanished without a trace. She even began to think the expert was absolutely right. What if she ended up holding the expert back? Splitting up was the wisest choice. She nodded emphatically. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't hold you back. Bai Chenyue extended her hand. The gun, give it back. As if waking from a dream, Tian Tian hurriedly handed over the Ripper sonic resonance device she had been cradling like a treasure, her face clearly showing reluctance. A 150,000 credit item. The feeling of using it to clear out the insect swarm earlier was just too amazing. Bai Chenyue took the Ripper sonic resonance device, held it casually, manipulated her flying sword, and then glanced at Tian Tian. See you around. Turning, she walked to the edge of the rooftop, leaped off and silently disappeared into the vast night. Tian Tian leaned over the rooftop edge, straining to look down, but couldn't see anything. The expert was already gone. A sense of loss washed over her, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger surge of excitement and pride. She was a woman who had fought side by side with the top-ranked expert, and she had become the expert's friend. Tian Tian opened her friends list, looked at that unique nickname. Who's that guy? And grinned foolishly. From today onward she, Tian Tian, was the expert's most loyal supporter. If anyone dared say one bad word about the expert, she would be the first to rush forward and tear their mouth to shreds. Chapter 241. Carried by the boss. The answer slapped us right in the face. After resting for another half-hour on the way, Bai Chenyue finally regained enough strength to fly back to the rooftop of her residential building. On the rooftop, she took out disinfectant and gave herself a thorough decontamination, including the used resonance device and flying sword, disinfecting everything. Only after confirming it was safe did she enter through the rooftop access door. After that night's battle, she was both physically and mentally exhausted, her spiritual energy completely depleted. After taking a shower, Bai Chenyue fell asleep in minutes. The next morning Bai Chenyue woke up naturally, took out a steamer basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of shredded seaweed soup. The warm breakfast filled her stomach and lifted her spirits considerably. Entering the space, the inside was still a comfortable constant 25-degree environment. Sadako was by the field, meticulously watering the potatoes. Seeing Bai Chenyue enter, she just glanced up briefly before continuing with her own work. Bai Chenyue walked straight towards the Wind Rat tribe's settlement. How is A2? She asked in a low voice. Several rats immediately cleared a path. A Fu was gathered around a nest padded with soft, dry grass, his expression solemn. Inside the nest, A2's small body lay there motionless. Its breathing was extremely faint, its body cold. If not for its vital signs still showing on the system panel, Bai Chenyue would have almost thought it was dead. Species: Wind Rat A2. Status: deep coma, neurotoxin erosion in progress. This toxin is a semi-finished product, unable to cause fatal damage, but will induce prolonged neurogenic shock. Still the same. Bai Chenyue crouched down, gently stroking A2's cold little paw, her heart heavy. Although there was no life-threatening danger, seeing it like this was still heartbreaking. They had to get the authorities to develop the antidote as soon as possible. Just as she was thinking this, Cow's Leather Anus sent a message. Cow's Leather Anus. Big boss, the custom heat insulation boards and heat-absorbing grass clothing you ordered are all finished. Should I send them to you now? Who's that guy? Send. The next second a trade request popped up. Bai Chenyue clicked accept. Ding! Player Cow's Leather Anus has sent you the items Heat Insulation Sand Crystal Board times 5,000, Heat Absorbing Grass Clothing times 1,000. The massive amount of materials filled a large open area in her space. Once the trade was complete, Bai Chenyue didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Who's that guy? I raided the Heat Crimson Worm's nest and got some things that should be useful to you. Cow's Leather Anus. The other side sent 3 shocked exclamation marks. Bai Chenyue could feel the other party's astonishment through the screen. Cow's Leather Anus. Big boss, you raided the bug's nest. What kind of efficiency is that? We just arrived in the Shu region not long ago, and you already took out the nest? Are you okay? Are you injured? Were you bitten? Who's that guy? I wasn't bitten. My pet was. While replying, Bai Chenyue began organizing the items she brought out from the research institute in her space. Those dozens of huge server racks, all the biological specimens, blood samples. She took out the 3 child stars' exiled race observation logs separately. The information in this thing was too vast. She couldn't hand it over to them yet. As for the rest, she chose to send it all without hesitation. Ding! You have initiated a trade with player Cow's Leather Anus. On the other side, in the Sharp Sword team's temporary command post, when Lu Qian saw Bai Chenyue's reply, "My pet was bitten," she was utterly speechless. She thought to herself, I'm so jealous of the big boss's pet. Should we kick the pet out and let me take its place? But she didn't dare send that. What if she angered the big boss? Just then, a trade request window popped up, filling her entire field of view. Looking at the densely packed, endlessly long list of items in the trade interface, Lu Qian's mouth hung open wider and wider. Server rack times 58. Biological sample. Neurobeetle times 1. Biological sample. Bloodnest parasitic wasp times 1. Oh. Haha tribe people blood sample times 112 units. Kuka tribe people blood sample times 89 units. Oh. Captain, come look at this. Lu Qian's voice cracked as she suddenly jumped up from her chair, rushed to Lu Ming's side, and shoved her player panel in front of his face. Lu Ming and the surrounding team members all crowded around. When they clearly saw the contents, the entire camp fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the massive list of materials. Holy crap, what is all this? Zhao Zhe stammered. Accept the trade. Lu Ming was the first to react, saying. Lu Qian fumbled as she clicked accept. Who's that guy? These things should be enough for you to research a serum to counter the heat crimson worm. Gather personnel and get to work quickly. Looking at the message from the big boss, Lu Qian felt her hands trembling. This wasn't just useful anymore. It was practically slapping the answer right in their faces. Cow's leather anus. Received. Thank you, big boss. On behalf of the nation and the people, I thank you. Cow's leather anus. Big boss, where did you get all this stuff? This was what Lu Ming had told her to ask. Who's that guy? South of Chengdu City, the Biological Research Institute. Bai Chenyue gave the address and, after a moment's thought, added another line. Who's that guy? A warning. That place is currently the heat crimson worm's nest. The number of bugs inside is probably in the tens of millions, and there are many mutated varieties. Do not approach easily without absolute preparedness. Bai Chenyue thought to herself that should be right. Given the bug's reproductive rate, even after she wiped out quite a few, they should have repopulate. Tens of millions. Seeing these words, everyone in the command post collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Their previous estimate of a million-level infestation already seemed astronomical. They never imagined the reality was 10 times more terrifying than they thought. And the big boss actually fought her way out of such a place single-handedly and brought back so much crucial data. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards that nickname on the panel was filled with awe. Cow's leather anus. Understood. We will definitely be careful. Thank you again, big boss. Ending the communication with Lu Qian, Bai Chenyue let out a sigh of relief. She had done what needed to be done. Now it was up to the authorities' efficiency. She turned her gaze towards the mountain-like piles of heat insulation boards and heat-absorbing grass clothing in her space, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It was time to harvest a wave of game coins. Bai Chenyue opened the game mall, skillfully clicked into her personal shop. Whose shop? The shop interface was still empty, clean and bare. Bai Chenyue set the item prices and information, and listed them with one click. Item. Heat insulation sand crystal board 2M x 2M x 5mm. Description. Made from the special heat insulation sand crystal, ore of the Haha Desert. Effectively insulates against high temperatures. When laid on walls or roofs, it can significantly reduce indoor temperature. Size can be cut freely. A must-have for surviving the scorching summer of the apocalypse. Price. 8,000 game coins/piece. Stock 5,000. Item. Heat-absorbing grass clothing. Description. Woven from the special heat-absorbing grass of the Haha Desert. Wearing it lowers perceived body temperature, absorbs moisture, wicks away sweat, and is cool and breathable. Lets you maintain your style even in extreme heat. Price. 3,000 game coins/piece. Stock 1,000. Chapter 242. Cooling artifacts go viral. Heat crimson worm crisis. Currently under extreme high temperatures, cooling supplies can be said to be absolute hard currency. It's inevitable that the prices would be a bit higher. However, they shouldn't be too outrageous. One insulation board costs 8,000 game coins, and you can cut it to size according to your own needs. The heat-absorbing grass clothing priced at 3,000 each, on the other hand, targets the broader ordinary player base. The price is relatively affordable, and the repurchase rate will be very high. The products were successfully listed. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, The shop welcomed its first order. Ding! Player no slipper on top of endurance. Purchased your product, heat-absorbing grass clothing ×5. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. That name. Quite an idea. Immediately after, the second and third orders arrived one after another. Clearly, some players tormented by the extreme heat were constantly refreshing the mall, searching for anything that could lower the temperature, and were the first to discover the new cooling artifacts listed in Whose Shop? Who can carry the wine jar? Holy crap, bros, go check Whose Shop. The top-ranked expert has new goods. Youth given for free. What new goods? Wait, heat insulation sand crystal board? Heat-absorbing grass clothing? Real or fake? Can they cool you down? Someone on the cloud. The price is so expensive. 3,000 for a piece of clothing? 8,000 for a board? Robbery. Another day wanting to get rich. Poor guy upstairs, stop whining. In this hellish weather, the temperature rises 5 or 6 degrees a day. It's so hot outside it can kill you. If something can cool me down, I'd buy it even for 30,000. I'm going for it first. In the regional chat channel, it exploded into chaos because of the top-ranked experts' new products. At first, most people were complaining about the high price and questioning the effectiveness. But half an hour later, the first batch of players who bought the products started spamming the chat channel like crazy. No slipper on top of endurance. I declare these 3,000 game coins are the most worthwhile money I've ever spent in my life. Brothers, this heat-absorbing grass clothing is god tier. Wearing it feels like being in an air-conditioned room. Right now, I feel like I could go run a marathon in the desert. The expert is awesome. Forever the best. Data Emperor. How's the effect of the insulation board? Anyone willing to share first-hand experience? I'm about to die from the heat. I am not a miser god. Just bought a board to test it. I stuck it on the wall of my room that gets the most sun. Damn, it really works. That wall used to be hot enough to fry an egg, now it actually feels cool to the touch. No more talk, I'm going to sell everything I own to raise money. I must cover my entire doghouse with these. Heavens above, my father below, yes. Our squad pooled money to buy 10 pieces and covered the windows and walls of our room. The thermometer inside now shows 25 degrees, while outside it's 57 degrees. Soft sweetie. Woo, so comfortable. Wearing the clothing the expert sold, I feel like I've come back to life. Sending hearts to the expert. Gossip little prince. The key point is, every time the expert brings something out, it's good stuff. From the initial guides to the current cooling artifacts, every single one is exactly what we need the most. What does this mean? It means the expert has been silently watching over us, helping us in his own way. I'm crying to death. With the first batch of brave players sharing their experiences, the other players were all fired up. The voices of doubt and complaint disappeared, replaced by a chorus of bye bye bye, and wails of begging the expert to restock. In the back end of Whose Shop, the number of orders began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Ding! Your product, heat insulation sand crystal board, sold ×5. Ding! Your product, heat-absorbing grass clothing, sold ×7. Ding! Player dear. Don't cheat. Purchased your product, heat insulation sand crystal board, ×6. Ding! Bai Chenyue's game coins balance shot up like a rocket. Money. It's only earned this fast that feels right, she mused. She leaned back on the sofa, leisurely sipping iced juice, enjoying the pleasure of her assets multiplying rapidly. The sales of the insulation boards were especially terrifying. Many players were buying them by the dozens or even hundreds, clearly planning to use them to renovate their entire shelters. Bai Chenyue watched the constantly jumping numbers, her mood exceptionally good. While she was leisurely making money, players across the entire world were going crazy because of the 2 products she had thrown out. Countless survivors struggling in the high temperatures saw them like lifelines. In the global channel, discussions about the top-ranked expert were in full swing, with all sorts of speculations and worship popping up endlessly. I am your real grandpa. You're all idiots. Why not just go to a shelter? Free air conditioning doesn't cost a thing. God's chosen only me, the God at I am your real grandpa, you're the fucking idiot. Staying in a shelter has a certain chance of getting infected. Staying at home might be hot, but at least it's safe. Specialist in curing disobedience. I just want to know, How on earth did the expert transport so much stuff out? Does he have a production line for portable space backpacks? That many in-game items can't possibly be carried by just one bag, right? Apocalypse scavenger. Who cares? The expert has his own methods. Logic with skin. Debunking it. I am your real grandpa. The air conditioning in shelters isn't on all the time. It's on a schedule. Saying the air conditioning is on is seriously misleading. Iron straight man tender as water. My family just moved out of a shelter. Those bugs came out of nowhere, ate all the food in the warehouse and then started eating people. If my family hadn't run fast, we'd be wiped out by now. As the topic of bugs came up, the channel gradually went off topic. One punch kills the winner. Haven't you guys noticed there are more and more bugs outside? Today when our squad went out to gather supplies, we ran into several waves of bugs. A dark, dense mass like a tide. We almost didn't make it back. Esports Marshall brother, right? My neighbor's house was attacked by a swarm of bugs today too. Those things even chew through reinforced concrete. If we weren't far away, they probably would have eaten through our walls by now. What the hell are these things? How come we've never seen them before? I love a piece of firewood. Didn't the authorities release an announcement? These things are called heat crimson worms. If you get bitten, you're dead for sure, and there's no antidote. Coward. It's too terrifying. Today I saw with my own eyes someone from the neighboring shelter get bitten. In less than 10 minutes, their whole body turned purple, and they died vomiting blood. It was a particularly gruesome sight. I don't even dare to go out my door now, afraid the bugs will crawl in. Top player. These are simply not something we ordinary players can deal with. High attack power, huge numbers, and poisonous too. How are we supposed to play this? Do they want all of humanity to die out? Panic spread through the channel like a plague. The appearance of the heat crimson worms brought unprecedented despair to all the players and humans struggling to survive in the apocalypse. At that moment, a certain message caught everyone's attention. Chapter 243, The Banished Race. Godslayer, Vice President. Last night, I received an emergency mandatory quest issued by the game called Seeking the Source, specifically targeting the heat crimson worms. Riding a pig onto the highway mandatory quest? What quest? Why didn't we receive it? Godslayer Vice President. This quest isn't for everyone. It's a mandatory conscription for the top 3 players from the last round's leaderboard to execute. I love a piece of firewood. The top-ranked expert down to number 3? That would be Who's That Guy, Wind Blows Pants Cold, and Chosen Overlord. Godslayer Vice President. Originally I was 4th, so it wouldn't be my turn. But the game said the 3rd-ranked player died, so I was asked to step in. Unfortunately, being far away in Zhonghua, I can't go. Sakura Samurai at Godslayer, Vice President. I suspect this is a conspiracy by Zhonghua. They developed the worms and want to destroy all of humanity and conquer the world. Social Me Brother Pig at Sakura Samurai. Our motherland could wipe you out with ease. Ever heard of global coverage? Would they need to play conspiracy games with you? You little piece of trash, you little Japanese. Sacred Mountain Guardian at Social Me Brother Pig. Then tell me, if you didn't develop the worms, why would the game send people to Zhonghua to seek the source? Cow's Leather Anus. Who knows if you guys secretly released them? Forgot about the poison gas bombs you left in the 3 provinces? Idiot. The events unfolding in the chat channel were completely unknown to Bai Chenyue. She retrieved the thick, heavy manila envelope from her spatial storage, the one labeled 3 Child Stars Exiled Race Observation Log. Back at the Research Institute, she had only hastily skimmed a part of it. There was still so much she hadn't read. The secrets hidden within it might be even more shocking than the heat crimson worms themselves. The room was dead silent, only the occasional sound of the dry, hot wind outside rustling the curtains. Bai Chenyue spread the yellow printed pages out on the table and began reading, word by word, sentence by sentence. The author of the log was of unknown identity, only known to be an observer dispatched by the Interstellar Civilization Alliance to the 3 Child Stars ecological sphere. At the beginning, the writing was still calm, the objective observations of a scientific researcher. Star Calendar 3742. I have been dispatched to the ecologically isolated planet designated G734, also known as 3 Child Stars. My mission is to observe and record the various dangerous races exiled here. First observation target, think bubble tribe. Gamma level threat. This race is composed of pure spiritual energy. Their danger lies in their uncontrollable nature and their powerful ability to materialize anything through imagination. Furthermore, they can manipulate all imagination creatures. Second observation target, 5 elements creatures. Gamma level threat. This is a collective term, encompassing elemental life forms of various forms such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They possess no consciousness whatsoever. Their core characteristic is infinite reset. No matter what method is used to kill, disintegrate, or annihilate them, they can reconstitute their energy from the universe within a short period and return to their original state. They are immortal, eternal. This in itself is considered a crime. The Interstellar Court deemed that their existence challenges the fundamental laws of the universe and must be isolated. Reading this, Bai Chenyue's heart sank. The bubble pond she had visited, the adorable little creature like Dororo. Were they judged dangerous simply because their race couldn't be controlled? And the creatures inside the 5 Elements dungeon? They were exiled criminals just because they couldn't be killed? She continued reading. The tone of the log began to change, the writing between the lines revealing gravity and fear. Third and fourth observation targets. People of the scorching sun and people of the ice abyss. Both are gamma-level high-threat species. These 2 races are the real trouble. They not only possess powerful individual combat strength, but their primitive social structure leads them to worship absolute force, making them highly aggressive. Even more terrifying, they share the infinite resurrection characteristic with the 5 elements creatures. According to analysis of captured samples, their respawn points seem to be bound to some kind of altar. As long as this node remains undestroyed, they can reconstruct their physical bodies an infinite number of times after death. To successfully exile them to 3 child stars, the Alliance paid the price of 10 standard fleets. Bai Chenyue was utterly confused. She had no idea just how many ships a standard fleet represented. Images of the Haha tribe and the Cuckoo tribe surfaced in her mind. What kind of bad guys could they possibly be? She didn't understand. During the initial period of exile, the situation was once out of control. The people of the Ice Abyss occupied the desert region, the hottest place on the entire planet, which was like a fish in water for them. Meanwhile, the people of the scorching sun entrenched themselves in the ice plains, also their comfort zone. In their respective environments, they were nearly invincible. We could only watch helplessly as they reproduced and grew stronger. A turning point appeared in star calendar 3788. Another warlike exiled race, the Koya tribe, was deployed to 3 child stars. The Koya tribe was exceedingly cunning. They knew full well they couldn't confront the people of the Ice Abyss and the people of the scorching sun head-on. So using deceitful means, they maneuvered between the 2 major races, ultimately inciting them to launch an unprecedented war to exchange territories. The outcome of the war was utterly absurd. The 2 deceived races swapped territories. The heat-loving people of the scorching sun ended up in the frigid ice plains, while the cold-loving people of the Ice Abyss were forced to migrate to the scorching desert. The drastic environmental change severely weakened their power, forcing them into a dormant state of winter hibernation and summer hibernation for up to half a year each year. This incident made the 2 major races harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Koya tribe. To seek revenge, these mortal enemies, against all odds, actually joined forces and drove the Koya tribe to the most inhospitable environment, the fire-cold zone. The weakening of the 3 races was an unexpected boon. From then on, the ecological sphere reached a fragile balance. But we all knew this balance wouldn't last forever. Whenever the planet enters its stellar brilliance period and the planet's temperature becomes suitable, it's the time when the 2 races awaken and wage war again. Turning to the final few pages of the log, the handwriting became exceptionally messy and chaotic, as if the recorder wrote in a state of extreme agitation and fear. They've discovered us. Those maniacs. They've actually united. Their target is the starship. They want to escape this prison. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. The Interstellar Court's judgment was correct. These locust-like races should not exist within the normal sequence of cosmic civilization. Locking them in a cage and letting them kill each other is the greatest mercy for other civilizations. Combat has erupted. The defense systems are collapsing. All observers in Sector B have been lost. On the last page, there was only one line of text, written in red ink so heavily it soaked through the paper. Starship main engine has been detonated. We failed, but we also succeeded. They will be trapped here forever. For the peace of the Alliance. The writing stopped abruptly there. Chapter 244. Base Command Token. Bai Chenyue closed the log and remained silent for a long time. An inexplicable chill rose from the depths of her heart, rapidly spreading to every limb and bone. The game, a prison, an exiled race. All of this completely overturned her understanding. If the three child stars were a prison, then what did that make her and the other players? Unintentional tourists who had wandered in? Or playthings casually tossed here by some higher-level existence, just to watch them survive and fight to the death? She had heard wind-chasing youth say before that many players would enter the planet, and they could only leave the fire-cold zone by achieving victory. In other words, the players from Earth were not the first batch, nor would they be the last. And how exactly did the chosen game come about? What were the criteria for selecting players? One question after another, impossible to sort out clearly, made her head ache terribly. This log was printed out on the most common A4 paper found on Earth. The three child stars obviously couldn't have such things. Her mind was a bit muddled. Then she shook her head, feeling foolish. What was there to think about? It must have been brought out from the game by the player who created the heat crimson worms. Bai Chenyue solemnly returned this thick stack of materials, along with the craft paper envelope, to her spatial storage. No matter what, this information absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of a second person. Just as she finished storing the log, a game notification sound rang in her mind. Seeking the source mandatory quest has been completed. Quest rewards being distributed. Congratulations to player, who's that guy, for receiving the reward. Base token ×1. Bai Chenyue was stunned for a moment, then opened her personal inventory. A silver token the size of a palm lay quietly in a slot. The front of the token was engraved with a complex architectural pattern, while the back bore the two characters for chosen. Her gaze fell on the token, and the AI recognition assistant automatically provided information. Item. Base token. Introduction. A token capable of leveraging the underlying rules of this world. After use, it can unfold an absolute territory under the game's protection in a designated area, establishing a player base. Features. 1. Absolute territory. After the base is generated, it will come with a basic defensive barrier, isolating some disasters and the intrusion of low-level creatures. As the base upgrades, the territory area and defensive capabilities will gradually improve. 2. Lord's Law. Allows other players or local residents to enter and reside in the base. 3. Rebuilding from ruins. The base starts at level 1 with rudimentary functions. After establishment, it will automatically activate the time-limited emergency quest, the Foundation of Home. Completing the series of quests can upgrade the base, unlocking more quests and functions. 4. Lord's authority is transferable. Note: after determining the construction location, please complete the site selection and activation within 36 hours, otherwise this token will turn into a pile of meaningless scrap iron. Friendly reminder: build a home. Isn't collecting rent much better than hiding and skimping while reselling supplies? It's heartbreaking just watching you. Base token? Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. Establish a player base, complete with basic protection? Having a base meant having an absolutely safe rear area. No more worrying about houses being eaten through by bugs, or sleeping on edge in buildings that might collapse at any moment. But establishing a base would definitely expose her location. Once she used the base token, it would be tantamount to telling everyone that who's that guy was right here. At that time, those looking for trouble, those wanting to latch onto a powerful ally, those coveting her supplies, they would probably swarm in. But collecting rent really did sound tempting. If she established a player base, she could completely lie back and collect rent in the future. However, she only wanted to develop quietly and low-key, not become the center of attention. She frowned, thought it over again and again, and still decided not to use it for now, storing the base token back in her inventory. Just as she was thinking this, the game notification sounded again. New main quest has been released. Heaven's retribution. Quest description. An individual player has violated the game convention, maliciously modified game creatures and introduced them into the real world, causing massive destruction and severely eroding the world's rules. Please apprehend him and administer punishment. Quest objective. Capture the creator of the Heat Crimson Worms. Quest reward. Settlement will be based on contribution points. The top 10 players in contribution ranking will receive special rewards. Bai Chenyue looked at the quest description, her brow furrowed tightly. She remembered that man vividly. Catch him? Easier said than done. Anyone capable of creating the Heat Crimson Worms must be meticulous and extremely cunning. He was definitely hiding now, planning his next move. In the vast sea of people, where could she even begin to look for him? Bai Chenyue closed her eyes. The face that had appeared on the screen in the Research Institute's server room surfaced in her mind. Refined, scholarly, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, yet with a hint of madness in his eyes. An idea rose in her heart. She walked to the mirror and activated the skill 1000 Faces. Her face began to change. After a few seconds, the person in the mirror was no longer herself, but had transformed into the likeness of the scholarly man. Exactly the same. Bai Chenyue took out her phone, took a clear frontal photo of the mirror, then opened the chat window with cow's leather anus, and sent the photo over. Who's that guy? Help me check this person. I saw him on a screen at the Research Institute. He's very likely the mastermind behind it all. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, the other side replied. Cow's leather anus. Boss, wait a moment. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. The other side seemed very excited. Less than a minute later, an encrypted file was transmitted over. Bai Chenyue was somewhat surprised. Who's that guy? You guys are pretty fast. Cow's leather anus. Boss, when you mentioned the Research Institute to us, we pulled out all the relevant personnel files from the Institute. It's just that there were too many people involved with complex backgrounds, so we were still screening them one by one. Seeing the photo you sent, we immediately identified the target. Our people are currently tracking his whereabouts. So that was it. Bai Chenyue understood. Who's that guy? Let me know once you find his trail. Cow's leather anus. Got it, I'll definitely notify you the moment we have anything. In the temporary command post, Lu Qian looked at the chat log, her eyes darting around thoughtfully. She remembered what the vice president of Godslayer had said yesterday in the World Channel. The game had forcibly recruited the top 4 players on the points leaderboard for the Seeking the Source quest. The boss was so concerned about this mastermind, even specifically asking for his whereabouts. Lu Qian's mind immediately began calculating, and the corners of her mouth uncontrollably turned up. The boss wanted to catch that culprit with her own hands. On the other side, Bai Chenyue had already opened the encrypted file. The title of the file was written with 3 characters. Wang Yizha. She opened the file and began reading carefully. Chapter 245. Invisibility. The information in the file was terrifyingly detailed, covering almost every milestone in Wang Yizha's life, from his birth records to his elementary school report cards. Wang Yizha, male, 42 years old, former director of the Chengdu Biological Research Institute, an internationally top-tier biological geneticist. He was born into a poor family in a remote mountain village. His father was a drunkard who would beat him and his mother every time he got drunk. His mother was a weak woman who would only hold him and cry, telling him to endure. The year he turned 4, his father, drunk again, stumbled and fell into the river at the village entrance, drowning. The villagers all said the mother and son were finally free. But Wang Yizha didn't feel any sense of liberation. He only felt numb. His mother remarried, and he was moved from one home to another like an object. His stepfather's family treated him as a burden, and he endured those looks of disgust for over a decade. The only way out was through studying, so he buried his head in books, aiming for first place, then first place again. He was the only child from the village who got into a key high school. Everyone thought he would have a bright future. The turning point happened during his final year of high school. His half-sister, born to his mother and stepfather, was harassed by a local thug in their town. His mother and stepfather went to demand an explanation but were instead severely beaten. Wang Yizha reported it to the police, but the thug's family had money and influence. In the end, they just paid a small sum of compensation and the matter was dropped. That night, Wang Yizhe went to confront the thug, only to get beaten up himself. Half a year later, the thug and his girlfriend went out into the wilderness and were bitten to death by a snake. Bai Chenyue tapped her finger on the desk as she read this. Coincidence or revenge? The file didn't specify, but she leaned towards the latter. For someone who could get into a top university's biology program as the city's top scorer, obtaining some snake venom or luring a snake to bite someone wouldn't be too difficult. Wang Yizhe continued his studies, took the college entrance exam, and was admitted as the city's top scorer into the nation's most prestigious biological science program. After entering university, Wang Yizhe completely immersed himself in the world of genetics and life sciences. He believed humans were inferior beings, fragile, stupid, swayed by emotions. He wanted to create perfect creatures, cleanse the world and establish a new order. And he would become the god who changed everything. He wanted to create the most perfect beings, cleanse this filthy world, and establish a new order under his dominion. After graduation, he joined the Chengdu Biological Research Institute. Relying on his exceptional abilities and several world-shaking scientific achievements, he rose rapidly through the ranks, becoming the youngest director in the institute's history at the age of 35. Then the chosen game descended. Wang Yizhe was a third-wave player. The game gave him the tools to realize his ambitions. He turned the research institute into his private laboratory and began forbidden experiments. The heat crimson worms, which he called the creators, were his first creation for cleansing the world. Bai Chenyue read every word, her brow furrowed tightly. What a perfect origin story for a lunatic. An unfortunate childhood, the despair of youth, the obsession of adulthood. Step by step they pushed a genius into the abyss. Reading further, it contained the nation's deduction. Wang Yizhe had participated in the three-child stars game. After coming out, he hid in the research institute, using the knowledge and technology gained from the game to conduct biological fusion experiments. When the apocalypse arrived and the grass star mission opened, all the other players went, but he alone gave up on participating. After the game updated, the time flow between Earth and the game returned to synchronization. The over 2 months the players struggled to survive on Grass Star was precisely the golden window during which Wang Yizhe, on Earth, acted without restraint and released the heat crimson worms. If he had also gone to Grass Star, there would have been no such window for his crimes. The logic checks out. Bai Chenyue lowered her head, analyzing. Bai Chenyue saw a candid photo attached at the end of the file. The man in the photo wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a gentle smile, and an elegant, scholarly demeanor, the kind of professor who would be popular with female students at university. But Bai Chenyue just felt a slight discomfort in her stomach. She had seen this type of person before. In her previous life, a neighbor uncle who was usually gentle and refined could, for half a piece of bread, smile as he plunged a dagger into another person's back. Madness sometimes wears just such a gentle skin. She closed the file, leaned back and rested against the sofa back. She thought to herself that this was a thoroughbred madman. The misfortune of his childhood, the despair of his youth were just catalysts. The obsession and destructive desire in his bones were sown long ago. The chosen game merely gave him a hoe, allowing him to dig up all the poisonous weeds in his heart, and then plant them across the entire world. Reason with someone like this? Talk about sympathy? Bai Chenyue found it laughable. Killing him. That was the only proper respect to show the world. She stood up, took 2 steps around the living room, stretching her somewhat stiff body. Waves of heat surged from outside the window, the glass itself warmed to the touch. The world was already bad enough. They couldn't let a madman make it worse. Now it was time to try out the new thing she had just acquired. Bai Chenyue stood up and stretched her body. Now she needed to test her newly acquired skill. Invisibility. Focusing her mind, she looked at her skill panel. Skill. Invisibility. Description. Game reward skill. Upon activation, the user enters a state of complete invisibility and can penetrate any physical entity not composed of energy, including walls, ground, living organisms. Duration 1 hour. Once activated, a 1-hour countdown begins. The user can become visible at any time during this period, but the countdown will not stop. While invisible, The user cannot use any physical items or perform physical attacks. Cooldown time 3 hours. Note: while invisible, you are like a ghost, a peeping Tom. Well, you get it. However, mental type skills are unaffected. She concentrated and activated the invisibility skill. A strange sensation enveloped her entire body. She looked down and saw her body rapidly turning transparent. Along with the heat-absorbing grass clothing she was wearing, it completely vanished into the air within a few seconds. She tried walking a few steps. There was no sound, no trace. She reached out to touch the wall beside her. Her palm passed through without any obstruction, as if passing through a layer of air. It really could penetrate objects. She then tried to retrieve a dagger from her space. Her will moved, but her hand remained empty. The dagger appeared at the original position of her palm, and then clattered to the floor with a metallic sound. Indeed, items couldn't be used while invisible. What about skills, then? Bai Chenyue activated brain has electricity. Where her will focused, an invisible ripple spread out like a stone dropped into still water, wave after wave, sweeping over every inch of the room. Success. A surge of joy hit Bai Chenyue. Just as she thought. She could penetrate but couldn't use items. Skills shouldn't have such restrictions, right? Just as she had suspected. Skills could be used. The hour passed quickly. The moment she voluntarily canceled the state, her body shifted from intangible to solid, reappearing in the living room. Chapter 246. Insect Swarm Inferno. Bai Chenyue sat on the sofa, carefully pondering the usage of her new skill. Invisibility could be paired with honor among thieves. The two were a perfect match. Using invisibility to silently infiltrate any location, approach the target, and copy their skills or items, the entire process would be undetectable. However, recalling the last time her skill failed, she realized that using honor among thieves to copy consumed mental energy. Thinking back to the pain from that time, she still didn't want to dwell on it. It seemed she needed to be more careful in the future. She couldn't use the skill when already experiencing dizziness. Oh! Cloud City, Shelter C13. At this moment, it was under assault by a sky-covering, earth-blanketing tide of heat crimson worms. The 2-meter-thick alloy gate had already been gnawed through, leaving several huge holes. Piercing alarm sirens wailed throughout the entire shelter. Red warning lights flashed frantically, casting the terrified faces of the people in a bloody hue. Hold the line! Open fire! On the shelter's perimeter wall, an officer roared himself hoarse, sweat soaking through his uniform. Soldiers, relying on the defensive fortifications, unleashed torrents of fire from their firearms. Dense bullets formed metal storms, sweeping towards the oncoming insect swarm. Yet these heat crimson worms were too numerous, endless, and utterly fearless. They climbed over the corpses of their brethren, layer upon layer, like a crimson tsunami, relentlessly battering against the dam forged from alloy. They're gnawing the wall. They're eating the alloy wall. A soldier on observation duty shrieked in terror. A grating, teeth-aching creak sound came from the alloy wall, the sound of countless mandibles chewing through metal. Sturdy defenses were as fragile as tofu in the face of absolute numbers. Boom! With a deafening roar, a hole was forcefully gnawed through the 2-meter-thick alloy gate, followed by a second, then a third. A crimson tide surged out from the holes. Open fire! The officer's roar was drowned out by the shrill alarms and the cacophony of gunfire. A web of fire formed by bullets swept towards the insect swarm. The front ranks of heat crimson worms were shredded to pieces, but those behind immediately surged forward over their comrades' corpses, fearless. There were simply too many of these bugs. They couldn't possibly be killed all. Hold! Reload! Fire at will! In the corridors, shelter soldiers, relying on hastily erected barricades, frantically poured out fire. Scorching shell casings clattered to the ground. They're coming through. Ah! A soldier's scream rang out. Several heat crimson worms had breached the firing line and crawled onto his body. He slapped at them madly, only to attract more bugs latching on. Seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently before quickly falling still. Panic began to spread. Make way! I'll handle this! A loud shout. A young player pushed his way out from the crowd. In his hands he held the Don't Run Bugs high-voltage electric bug zapper, and pulled the trigger. Zap! A massive blue electric net materialized out of thin air, covering an area of 50 square meters ahead. All heat crimson worms that made contact with the net exploded, charred black, emitting a series of crackling pops. The insect swarm's forward momentum faltered. It works! Quick! Everyone with this item, get up here! A cheer erupted from the crowd. Immediately, several other players who had purchased high-voltage electric bug zappers from the mall rushed out. They too raised their zappers, firing wildly at the insect swarm. For a moment, blue electric nets crisscrossed and flashed, clearing large swathes of heat crimson worms. The air filled with the pungent burnt smell of scorched protein. The good times didn't last. The number of heat crimson worms was truly horrifying. They poured out endlessly from the holes, seemingly infinite. A player had just emptied one battery, and was fumbling to replace it when the gaps in the insect swarm were already filled. One bug suddenly launched itself, landing precisely on his neck. Excruciating pain shot through him. Ah! He screamed, frantically clawing at the bug on his neck, but it was too late. A spray of blood shot out. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his eyes wide open. Even in his final moment, he remained unwilling. Someone nearby rushed over, picked up the high-voltage electric bug zapper, aimed it at the remaining heat crimson worms, and continued the attack. But as one fell, a second, then a third followed. The brief advantage the players had bought with their items was soon drowned by the sea of bugs. The defensive line completely collapsed. "Run for it!" someone shouted. The ordinary survivors completely lost their composure. They screamed, wailed, turned, and fled towards the upper levels of the shelter. In the narrow passageways, people squeezed against each other, pushed each other. A middle-aged man in a suit, slightly portly, his face twisted with ferocity, shoved aside those blocking his path to force his way to the front. Ahead of him, a little boy of about 7 was running a bit slower. "Get out of my way! Let me through!" A vicious glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He reached out and yanked at the little boy's back. Thud! The little boy fell to the ground, looking up in confusion. "Shaowen!" A heart-wrenching scream. The child's mother let out a piercing shriek. Defying the flow of the crowd, she threw herself back, desperately trying to pull up her son. But the people around kept pushing forward. Ahead was the surging insect swarm. Seeing this, the mother wrapped her arms around her child's head, shielding him beneath her body. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm swarmed over, engulfing both of them. The woman's body trembled violently, but she didn't utter a single scream, only holding her son tightly beneath her. "Beast!" The child's father's eyes burned crimson. He grabbed a fire hose pipe from nearby and, like a madman, smashed it into the insect horde. He crushed a swath of them, but more bugs crawled up his legs, his waist, his arms. He too fell, right beside his wife. "Dad! Mom!" Not far away, a girl of 16 or 17 let out a cry of despair and tried to charge forward without a second thought. Before she could get far, she was pulled back by her grandparents beside her. The two elderly faces were deathly pale, but they turned and forcefully pushed the girl backward. "Lele, live on." After saying this, the two elders exchanged a look, then resolutely turned and charged towards that red sea of death. They didn't even have any weapons, merely spreading their arms wide, trying to buy their grandchild even one more second. The insect swarm didn't pause in the slightest, easily swallowing them. The girl stood frozen in place. Her family, her entire world, was being gnawed, devoured before her eyes. Despair seized her throat, preventing any sound from escaping. The screams, the running, the shoving around her all seemed to fade into the distance. She saw one heat crimson worm break away from the main force, flying towards her. She didn't move, just watched quietly, waiting for death to arrive. Right then, a blazing fireball came whistling through the air, accurately reducing that heat crimson worm to charcoal. A tall figure stepped in front of her. It was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. In her hands she held a strangely shaped gun, smoke still curling from its barrel. Chapter 247. The Fall of Shelter C-13. "What are you still standing there for? Run!" The woman turned her head and roared. Her face was stained with blood and grime, but her eyes shone with an astonishing intensity. The girl's tears wouldn't stop flowing. Extreme panic and tension had stiffened her entire body, making it impossible to take a single step. The girl's family wasn't an isolated case. Many people around them were being swallowed by the insect swarm. The ugliness of human nature was exposed in its entirety at this moment. Some, to gain a single step for themselves, pushed their companions beside them toward the insect horde without a moment's hesitation. "Get the hell out of my way." A man shoved a frail woman to the ground and ran over her body. But there were also those who went against the tide. A soldier, in his final moment before being engulfed by the insect swarm, used all his strength to hurl a terrified, crying child toward a safe area. Catch him. Chaos, madness, death. This was hell. The young woman who had saved the girl, seeing the girl's dazed and broken state, didn't have time to say more. She grabbed the girl's arm. "Come with me if you don't want to die." The intense pain and force transmitted through her arm finally triggered a reaction in the girl's body. She was pulled along passively, stumbling as they moved against the chaotic crowd. They weren't running upward. Instead, they charged toward a deeper backup passage. The woman fired her gun while roaring. "Running up is a dead end. The bugs came from outside. The upper levels are already blocked." Her words jolted some people awake. Several other players who were also desperately fighting back, along with a few survivors who had kept their wits, immediately changed direction and followed them. "Wait for us." The young woman didn't look back, just shouted, "Follow if you can keep up." Her flame pistol was devastatingly powerful in this narrow environment. Each fireball could clear a small area, burning the insects with a sizzling sound, carving out a path of survival for them. But there were too many insects. They couldn't possibly kill them all. The screams behind them gradually grew sparse. It wasn't because people had escaped, but because there were hardly any people left who could still scream. In the crowd, a young couple was separated, falling to the rear. A heat crimson worm sprang up, accurately latching onto the boy's calf. "Ah!" The boy screamed, his body tilting. He immediately pushed the girl beside him forward with force. "Run! Don't mind me." The girl stumbled from the push. When she looked back, the boy was already pounced on by two other insects. The color drained from her face. The girl didn't run. Instead, she stopped. She looked at the ever-approaching red tide of insects, then at her boyfriend struggling on the ground, screaming at her to run. A sorrowful smile actually appeared on her face. She turned around and ran back against the human current to the boy's side. "Fool, we can't escape anymore." She crouched down, brushed aside the sweat-soaked hair from her boyfriend's forehead, leaned in and kissed him. The boy's screams stopped. He opened his eyes wide, then hugged the girl back tightly. "Don't be afraid," he whispered in her ear. Not afraid." The red tide submerged their tightly embracing bodies. On the other side, the young woman, pulling the girl along, had already charged to the entrance of the backup passage. It was an even heavier isolation door. "Hurry, open it!" she shouted at the few people who had followed. A survivor immediately rushed forward and began turning the emergency valve on the door. "Hurry up! They're catching up!" Behind them, the red tide surged closer once more. The young woman fired her last fireball. The flame pistol's energy was depleted. The doors open. With a heavy, muffled thud, the isolation door was opened a crack. "Get in!" People scrambled and squeezed inside. The young woman covered the rear. She kicked away a pouncing heat crimson worm with a knife-like kick, then turned and squeezed through the door gap. Boom! The heavy isolation door slammed shut completely, sealing off the two worlds inside and out. Outside the door was an endless insect swarm and the submerged couple. Inside the door were a dozen or so people who had narrowly escaped death, and a suffocating deathly silence. Inside the temporary command center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified concrete. On the massive electronic screen wall, divided into dozens of small sections, the final surveillance footage from Shelter C-13 was playing in real time. The images shook violently, mixed with piercing electrical static and snow. But those fragmented clips were enough to piece together a picture of a living hell. The red tide gushed out from the breach in the gnawed-through alloy gate. Over 200,000 living, breathing lives. The elderly, children, men, women. They had been fathers, mothers, sons, daughters. They had once held hopes for the future, struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. But now they had all become a string of death statistics, sacrifices to Wang Yi's mad ambition. ZZZT. All the images on the screen were replaced simultaneously by a glaring field of snow. Communications were completely severed. Shelter C-13 fell into dead silence. The command center also fell into dead silence. It was as if everyone's souls had been sucked out. They stared blankly at that flickering snow. Lu Ming stood before the screen, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his epaulets reflecting cold light under the lamps. His face was expressionless, his gaze fixed dead on that blank screen. No one saw that his hands, hanging at his sides, had long been clenched into iron fists, his fingernails deeply embedded in his palms, the knuckles bone-white from excessive force. A killing intent, cold to the extreme, emanated from him. It wasn't impulsive anger, but a pure, distilled killing aura, tempered and settled through countless trials. Wang Yi. Zhao Zhe gnashed his teeth as he uttered this name, his handsome face twisted with rage, completely devoid of his usual cynicism and arrogance. A disgusting insect hiding in the gutter, garbage discarded by society. Does he even deserve to call himself a god? Does he deserve to cleanse the world? What the hell does he think he is? Zhao Zhe's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. He had never been so furious before. Over 200,000 people. Zhu Yunyang muttered to himself, his face pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The once sunny, cheerful homebody now seemed drained of all strength. In his mind he kept replaying the image of that mother shielding her child, the unwavering backs of that elderly couple. He thought of his own parents, of those ordinary people who had bustled about for a living in the peaceful era. They weren't NPCs in a game, not strings of data. They were people. People who could cry and laugh, feel pain and fear. Sorrow and a sense of powerlessness engulfed him like a tide. He wanted to do something but found he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly. Chapter 248. Red Star Number 9. Bang! Gao Jianjun slammed his fist hard against the hardened alloy control console. A dull, heavy thud. The alloy surface of the console actually bore a clear fist imprint from his strike. Blood trickled down from between his fingers drop by drop, yet he seemed to feel no pain. As a veteran soldier, he had been on the battlefield, but he had never witnessed such a horrific scene. Fucking hell! The usually steady and resolute soldier swore aloud for the first time in the command center. Lin Xiaolu sat ramrod straight, her hand clamped tightly over her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. Tears had long since blurred her vision, silently streaming down her cheeks. But her violently trembling shoulders betrayed the utter collapse within her heart. It was as if she could hear the dying screams of those people, could feel the excruciating pain as they were devoured. The entire command center was thick with grief, fury, and killing intent. Lu Ming's voice was heavy and low. Patch me through to Supreme Command. The communication line connected quickly. Sharp Sword Team Leader Lu Ming. Reporting to the commander, requesting authorization for the Sharp Sword Team to coordinate with the space-based weapons system to execute a precision strike mission on the target. Chengdu Biological Research Institute. A precision strike meant deploying strategic-level weapons to physically and completely obliterate the target area from existence. There was a silence of several seconds on the other end of the comm. Granted. Permission granted to use all means, regardless of cost, to eliminate the source. The order was brief and absolute. Regardless of cost. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He turned to face the main console. Connect to the Red Star system. A combat staff officer wearing a headset immediately acknowledged, his fingers flying across the keyboard. In the command center, apart from the low hum of equipment operation, there was no other sound. On the large screen in the command center, the snowflake static disappeared, replaced by a high-definition satellite map. At the center of the map was precisely that research institute located in the suburbs. The staff officer's voice came through the internal comms, clear in everyone's ears. Commander. Awaiting target designation instructions. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed like a nail on the cluster of buildings at the center of the map. Space-based kinetic weapon system. Red Star 9. Target coordinates locked. Target. Chengdu Biological Research Institute. Execute lock. A red crosshair firmly encircled the research institute that had now become a demon's nest. Target locked. The staff officer's voice came again. Conducting final ballistic verification, verification complete. Requesting final launch authorization. Authorization granted. Lu Ming finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Authorization confirmed. Red Star 9, entering launch countdown. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in the deathly silent command center, pounding against everyone's hearts. 10-9-8. No one spoke. Everyone stared at the screen. 3, 2, 1. Launch. As the countdown reached 0 on the satellite map, a dazzling white point of light hurtled down from outer space, moving at a speed impossible for the naked eye to follow, and smashed precisely onto that red crosshair. The world seemed to have been muted. For just an instant, intense light flared, followed immediately by a violent tremor of the earth. The research institute that had once given birth to countless top-tier scientific achievements, along with all the evil beneath it, was instantly erased from the face of the earth in the face of absolute force, disappearing completely from this world along with the very ground it stood on. The dust and smoke gradually cleared. Drones transmitted real-time footage back. The former research institute had completely vanished, leaving only a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. The soil at the edges showed a vitrified sheen due to the extreme temperatures. Report. Lu Ming looked at the data fed back from the drone's thermal imaging scan, his voice still icy. Target structure completely destroyed. 99% of underground structures vaporized. According to thermal imaging scans, no life signs detected within the crater. However, his tone shifted. He circled an area on the screen with his finger. Within a 1-kilometer radius outside the research institute, scanning detects a small number of high thermal energy signatures, rapidly dispersing in all directions. On the screen, many tiny red dots were frantically fleeing from the edges of the giant crater in all directions. Those were the heat crimson worms that had survived by sheer luck. We destroyed the nest, but the bugs have already made themselves at home all over the world. What good did firing that shot do, besides venting some anger? That bastard Wang Yizhe is probably hiding in some corner right now, laughing to himself. His words were harsh, but they were the truth. The heat crimson worms had already spread across the globe. Blowing up one research institute was, for the overall situation, like trying to put out a cartload of burning firewood with a cup of water. No, it was useful. Lu Ming refuted in a deep voice. He wiped the blood from his fist, his eyes regaining their sharpness. That shot was for the whole world to see. It was for all the people still struggling to survive to see. And most of all, it was for Wang Yizhe to see. To tell him, we are coming to kill you. No matter where you hide, to the ends of the earth we will find you. He wants to play God? Then we'll use the very human technology he despises to bury him. His words slightly lifted the oppressive atmosphere in the command center. Yes, this military strike was the nation's declaration of a fight to the death against Wang Yizhe. Zhu Yunyang stared at the screen in silence for a long time, then murmured softly, "But the people in Shelter C-13, they won't come back. Even if we kill Wang Yizhe 1,000, 10,000 times, they won't come back to life." His words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the tiny spark that had just ignited. Declarations of victory cannot comfort the souls of the departed. The fleeting pleasure of vengeance cannot fill the pain of losing loved ones. The command center once again sank into heavy silence. Lu Ming turned off the drone feed and pulled up the disaster map for the entire country, and even the globe. His gaze swept over the red areas representing fall and death. Now is not the time for grief. Track Wang Yizhe's whereabouts, global manhunt. Analyze the weaknesses of the heat crimson worms, find methods to counter them. Tally all survivor strongholds, mobilize all resources to provide support. The war has only just begun. His words jolted everyone out of their grief. Yes, the battle had only just begun. They were soldiers. They had no time to dwell on the past. Received. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, returning to their respective stations, beginning to work with tense yet orderly efficiency. Only Lu Qian, watching the constantly jumping casualty numbers on the screen, felt a stab of pain in her heart with every increase of that red number. She was a medic by training. Her sacred duty was to save lives. Yet she had watched helplessly as over 200,000 people died, unable to do anything. Looking at her comrades who had thrown themselves back into work, looking at Lu Ming's back, she prayed silently in her heart. Please hurry. Develop the serum. The war had only just begun. But how many more would have to die before this war could end? Outside the window, the sky had darkened without anyone noticing. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 249. The building was eaten away. In Chengdu, inside a hidden underground bunker, Wang Yizhe stared at the snowflake icon on the screen indicating shelter C13 had gone completely offline. A sickly flush spreading across his face. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin, and laughed aloud. Haha, do you see it? This is the overture of the new world. 200,000. What a beautiful number, what a magnificent offering. His laughter echoed through the cavernous room, chilling in its intensity. In an encrypted communication channel, several avatars lit up. A player codename for Rast. Wang, you've gone too far. This will provoke the full force of the state apparatus. Retaliation. Wang Yizhe sounded ecstatic. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. A bunch of self-righteous fools thinking they're safe hiding inside iron shells? My children will teach them that on this planet, there is no god but me. Another player codenamed Empress chuckled. Oh? You've become a global enemy now. The latest news says Zhonghua has issued the highest-level manhunt for you. A manhunt? Wang Yizhe sounded as if he'd heard the greatest joke. That is my honor. The angrier they are, the more terrified they become. The more it proves my path is right. Come on, let them come. I've prepared a grand feast for them. He shut off the comms and looked at a location he had marked on the map, crazed light gleaming in his eyes. He was going to set a massive trap, a grave big enough to bury Zhonghua's finest forces, and invite the national team to march to their deaths. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue was leisurely lying on the sofa, watching the sales figures for her shop. Heat insulation sand crystal boards and heat-absorbing grass clothing had ignited every player's buying desire in the sweltering end times. The game coin's balance climbed like a rocket, strings of zeros dazzling the eye. Rich people's joys are so simple, Bai Chenyue said, crossing one leg over the other and sipping an ice-cold cola, utterly content. Buzz. A dense buzzing grew outside the window, like a huge swarm of bees approaching. Bai Chenyue frowned, sat up from the sofa, and walked to the window. At a single glance, her pupils constricted sharply. Outside was a dark, oppressive mass, a blood-red mass. Countless crimson insects, like a tidal wave, swarmed around the residential building where she lived. They battered the windows frantically, producing dull pap-pap thuds. These insects were heat crimson worms. How had they found this place? And why were they targeting it so precisely? Alarms rang in Bai Chenyue's mind. Sizzle. The biological electric grid access control system activated automatically. A heat crimson worm that first crawled up to the 11th floor approached within 10 centimeters of the window, and a dazzling blue arc of electricity suddenly appeared, electrocuting it into a charred fragment that fell from the wall. More insects rushed forward. Thin blue electric arcs flashed across the window surface. Any heat crimson worm within 10 centimeters of the windows was struck by the arcs and instantly reduced to charred lumps, smoking as they dropped with crackling sounds. Soon, corpses of insects rained down from the 11th floor. The grid's defenses were undeniable. Ordinary worms could not get close. But the unease in Bai Chenyue's chest only grew. Where had these heat crimson worms come from? And their target was clearly this building, this very apartment. Why? Her gaze fell on the heat insulation sand crystal boards installed on the window. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could these insulation boards have attracted them? She recalled the experiments she'd run on the rooftop. Heat crimson worms had an almost insane craving for energy. Heat insulation sand crystal also blocks heat. Its energy conversion efficiency was low and negligible to her. But to a famished swarm, a building fitted with a large number of these insulation panels might smell like a tantalizing feast. The more she thought, the more plausible it seemed. She observed a strange phenomenon. After paying a heavy price smashing against the grid, the heat crimson worm's assault actually slowed. They stopped blindly climbing and like a receding tide, fell back from the walls to regroup at the base of the building. But they did not leave. Something's wrong. Bai Chenyue narrowed her eyes. Heat crimson worms were reckless and brainless, driven purely by instinct. For them to halt in such an orderly fashion was far from normal. Bai Chenyue activated the map. Map scan initiated. Current scan coverage. Approximately 95%. Analyzing. Rows of data floated before her, but the final result made her stomach drop. On the map, centered on her building, dense red dots filled the area until the screen was almost entirely crimson. Estimated total heat crimson worm count: 358,741. 358,000? They had deployed 350,000 heat crimson worms to gnaw at her building? Were her insulation boards that irresistible? Warning: structural integrity detected under sustained damage. Currently detecting a large concentration of heat crimson worms beneath the building's foundation. Estimated subterranean heat crimson worm total: over 300,000. Bai Chenyue looked at the map. The foundation area of her building was now completely covered with dense red dots. They were eating the foundation. Countless heat crimson worms, like the most diligent worker ants, used their all-consuming mandibles to frenziedly gnaw through the reinforced concrete that supported the entire building. Bai Chenyue immediately understood their intent. "A bunch of bastards," she muttered under her breath. Those insects wanted to chew through the whole building so it would collapse from its roots. She had no time to ponder. She already felt a faint but unmistakable tremor under her feet. The building began to sway. The shaking intensified. The chandelier on the ceiling swung violently, fine cracks appeared on the walls, and dust drifted down in flakes. The furniture in the living room shifted, scraping with harsh, grating noises. The building was collapsing. Bai Chenyue did not panic. The more urgent the situation, the calmer she became. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. All the furniture and supplies she had added to the living room were immediately stored into space. Then she rushed to the window and began wrenching off the heat insulation sand crystal boards with brute force. These things might be the culprits that lured the swarm. She would not leave a single one behind. Chapter 250. Home's gone, so the boss decides to rescue the national team. With the heat insulation boards gone, scorching air flooded back in, and the room temperature soared rapidly. Bai Chenyue quickly retrieved the heat-absorbing grass clothing from her space and swiftly pulled it on. The cool sensation emanating from the clothing refreshed her spirits in the stuffy room. After doing all this, she went to the main door. She took the biological electric grid access control system covering all doors and windows and stored it back into her space. This was her final line of defense. The moment the electric grid vanished, the heat crimson worms, now unimpeded, went berserk. They smashed through the glass from all directions, surging in like a dark, oppressive tide. Invisibility. Bai Chenyue's figure vanished into thin air just before the insect swarm could pounce on her. She didn't linger. Activating lightning legs, her entire body transformed into an intangible gust of wind. She weaved through the dense insect swarm and charged straight for the rooftop terrace. Boom! A tremendous roar came from beneath her feet. The entire building shook violently and began to tilt at a drastic angle. 10 seconds later, she burst onto the rooftop terrace. The terrace was in complete disarray, also teeming with a large number of heat crimson worms. They were voraciously devouring the waterproofing layer and guardrails on the roof. Bai Chenyue didn't reveal herself. She took a deep breath and pushed her mental energy to its limit. VMM. Brain has electricity. An intangible mental pulse erupted from her as the center, sweeping across the entire rooftop terrace. All the heat crimson worms feasting heartily suddenly stiffened, their thoughts thrown into utter chaos. Like dumplings dropping into a pot, they fell one after another over the edge of the terrace. The entire terrace was cleared, creating an absolute vacuum zone with a radius of over 5 meters. Now was the time. Bai Chenyue immediately deactivated her invisibility state, her figure materializing in the center of the terrace. Rumble, rumble. The building beneath her feet let out its final death throes. The entire structure could no longer hold on. The massive building slowly collapsed at a terrifying angle, falling sideways. Bai Chenyue stood on the tilting edge of the terrace, the fierce wind whipping at the hem of her clothes and the tips of her hair. The next second she leaped into the air. A pair of pure white wings suddenly unfurled behind her back. Nightlight wings. With a gentle flap of the wings, her downward momentum halted. Bai Chenyue transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring skyward. She circled once in the air and came to a steady hover 100 meters up. She looked down. Below, her former home, that 11-story residential building, had been completely reduced to rubble. And that pile of rubble was, within a mere half-minute, utterly submerged and devoured by the crimson tide of insects swarming up from underground in all directions. The vermilion sea writhed, emitting nauseating sounds of gnawing, devouring the steel bars, concrete, and bricks until nothing remained. Bai Chenyue watched all this, then turned and flew towards the other end of the city. Home gone. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time she felt homeless. Although this so-called home was just a temporary place to stay. Where should she go next? To the shelter? No, too many people there. Just find a random place to live? No, insects are everywhere. If they could devour the place she lived today, they could devour a new place tomorrow. Maybe build one herself? She took out the base token and fell into a dilemma. Building an absolutely safe sanctuary held great appeal for her. A home that truly belonged to her, in the real sense. No more worrying about being demolished by bugs. No more living this kind of rootless, wandering life. But the risks were equally enormous. Once she used the base token, it meant she would have a fixed stronghold. When that time came, all sorts of troubles would follow one after another. Players, survivors, even the national team. She didn't want to expose herself. And she certainly didn't want to be bound by any person or faction. Just as she was hesitating, her friends' list suddenly started blinking. It was a message from Wind Blows Pants Cold. Tantian. Bai Chenyue opened it, and her pupils instantly contracted. The message was short, but its contents made her heart skip a beat. Wind Blows Pants Cold. Boss, I found out where the Heat Crimson Worm creator is hiding. It's at a place called Yuyang Machinery Factory. Coordinates are XXXX. Wind Blows Pants Cold. But, I heard the national team is heading there, planning to go encircle and suppress that bastard. Wind Blows Pants Cold. I just have a bad feeling about this. A trap? The moment she saw Tian's message, these two words popped into Bai Chenyue's mind. What kind of person is Wang Yizhe? A genius-level, meticulous madman. Would he so easily expose his hiding place? And just happen to let the national team know? It's like shouting to the whole world. I'm here, come and get me. Anything out of the ordinary must have a hidden reason. Who's that guy? Who did you hear the Wang Yizhe intel from? Wind Blows Pants Cold. My neighbor's kid next door joined the national team and is part of this operation. I overheard it. Who's that guy? He could tell you something that confidential. Wind Blows Pants Cold. She told my brother. She's afraid she won't come back. Told my brother that if she dies, he should find someone new, not wait for her. Bai Chenyue. Exclamation point. Who's that guy? Who's the zero? Wind Blows Pants Cold. Bai Chenyue's brain buffered for a moment. It's fine, it's Chengdu. An inclusive city. Snapping back to reality, Bai Chenyue smacked her own forehead. She'd gotten sidetracked. Wrong focus. Back to the topic at hand. This could very well be a trap set by Wang Yizhe. A trap specifically prepared for the national team. She glanced at the coordinates Tian sent. It wasn't too far from her current location. Bai Chenyue pondered for a moment. She had always adhered to the lone wolf principle, unwilling to get overly involved with official forces. But deep down, she was ultimately a person of Zhonghua. Watching her own national team walk right into a fire pit. She couldn't do it. She put away the base token. With a flap of the nightlight wings on her back, she adjusted her direction, transforming into a streak of black light as she flew towards the coordinate location. Inside the abandoned factory grounds of Yuyang Machinery Factory, the combat boots of the Sharp Sword team crunched softly on the ground littered with gravel and debris. They had arrived and quickly established a circular defensive perimeter, taking cover behind broken walls and ruins. Lu Ming raised his military-grade binoculars, the lenses focused on the main workshop building deep within the factory grounds. The reddish-brown sheet metal had long become patchy and worn under the apocalyptic sun. The glass windows were shattered, leaving behind dark, gaping holes. He lowered the binoculars, his brows tightly knitted together. "Too quiet," he said in a low voice, the words clearly transmitted to each team member's tactical earpiece. "It's quiet in a way that feels wrong." Along the way, they had encountered several waves of harassment from heat crimson worms. Those bugs were everywhere. Yet here, at Wang Yi's supposed hiding place according to the intel, there wasn't even a shadow of a single insect. Apart from the mournful howl of the wind whistling through the abandoned pipes, there was no other sound. Chapter 251. Today marks the national team's day of mourning. Boss, could the intelligence be wrong? Has that bastard already run away? Zhao Zhe leaned against a half-collapsed low wall, checking his Ripper sonic resonance device, a playful smirk on his lips, his tone carrying a hint of frivolity. "To be honest, I think he's all bark and no bite." Hearing the news probably scared the shit out of him, and he ran off with his tail between his legs. "Shut your crow mouth." Lu Qian's voice came through the comms channel. She was checking her medical kit and retorted, "We can't let our guard down at any time." "I'm just trying to lighten the mood, Deputy Leader." Zhao Zhe pursed his lips, but his hands didn't stop moving. After checking the sonic resonance device, he began adjusting several special devices hanging on his tactical vest. "Everyone stay alert. Hawkeye, ascend and maintain continuous reconnaissance. Shield Mountain, check the fortification strength. Brother Pig, sense the surrounding environment." Lu Ming ignored Zhao Zhe's jesting and calmly issued a string of orders. "Roger." The team members immediately began moving in an orderly manner. Lin Xiaolu stood in the center of the team, her heart thumping uncontrollably. She had grown a lot since joining the national team, but facing a demon like Wang Yi was a first for her. Images from Shelter C-13 flashed in her mind, and her gaze gradually hardened. "Don't be afraid." Gao Jianjun's sturdy figure stood protectively in front of her. He glanced back at Lin Xiaolu, his voice deep and firm. "Just focus on your own tasks. Leave the rest to us. Stick close, you'll be fine." Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously, but her knuckles were white from gripping the Ripper sonic resonance device too tightly. At that moment, a hurried voice came through Lu Ming's headset from the high-altitude drone scout. "Hawkeye. Captain. Target spotted. Third floor of the main factory building behind the window. Thermal signature shows only one." "Only one?" Lu Ming's brow furrowed even deeper. This was highly abnormal. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged by the third-floor window of the main factory building. He was wearing a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle, scholarly smile on his face. It was Wang Yi. "Hello everyone." Wang Yi's voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, echoed throughout the factory grounds. "See him?" Lu Ming asked through gritted teeth, his gaze locked on that figure through his binoculars. "That's him, Wang Yi. Target acquired," the sniper reported. "Fire," Lu Ming commanded. Bang! A specially made armor-piercing bullet, carrying the sniper's fury, crossed a distance of 1,200 meters, aimed directly at the center of Wang Yi's forehead. In the instant before the bullet reached its target, something bizarre happened. Hundreds of heavy armor strain insects appeared in front of Wang Yi. They piled up layer upon layer, using their own carapaces to form a shield of flesh and blood, blocking the path in front of him. The wall formed by the insects merely dented slightly before showing no further change. On the roof of the main factory building, Wang Yi looked at the bullet embedded in his pet's head. He extended a finger and lightly flicked the insect wall, which immediately receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. He adjusted his glasses, his face filled with a mocking smile. "Foolish struggle." His voice echoed clearly in the ears of every Sharp Sword team member. "Today is the anniversary of your death." He spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally at the sky. "Come forth, my children. Feast to your heart's content on the banquet I have prepared for you." Before his laughter faded, the earth began to tremble violently. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of faint, hair-raising scraping sounds arose from all directions. The sound seemed to come from underground, from within the walls, from behind every piece of discarded steel. They grew closer and closer, denser and denser, louder and louder. Immediately after, the concrete ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. "Bugs!" They're underground. Zhu Yunyang roared. He had just used his map skill, covering half the factory building, and his face paled upon seeing the densely packed insects underground. Before his words finished, the concrete ground beneath their feet, the rusted walls around them, the mountains of discarded machinery. All these places suddenly and violently exploded without warning. Boom! 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 Countless hard concrete chunks and metal fragments scattered everywhere. Innumerable insects frantically burrowed out from underground and within the walls. One type was the size of a fist, pitch black all over, with shells gleaming with a cold metallic luster. They had thick joints and ferocious mandibles, exactly the heat crimson worm heavy armor variant known for its strongest defense in the intel. Another type was slightly smaller, emerald green all over, shaped like a mantis. They were extremely fast, with barbed hooks at the ends of their limbs, crawling nimbly on vertical walls and ceilings. Corrosive white smoke dripped from their mouths from time to time, the heat crimson worm corrosive strain. Even worse, in some areas the light in the air twisted without warning, revealing blurry outlines. These were the heat crimson worm mimicry variants, capable of optical camouflage. Tens of thousands of mutated heat crimson worms surged in from all directions, completely surrounding their tiny defensive position. Open fire! Lu-Ming roared with a voice that could split the heavens, his eyes wide with fury. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta! Dense tongues of fire wove together into a net of death. Ordinary rifle bullets striking the black shells of the heavy armor strain only sparked a series of feeble sparks, producing crisp clinking sounds, utterly incapable of penetrating their heavy defenses. Thud! A team member's scream abruptly rang out. He was frantically firing at the heavy armor strain ahead when the air beside him suddenly twisted. A mimicry variant that had just revealed itself pounced onto him, its sharp mandibles cleanly piercing through his neck. Blood spurted. That soldier fell without even a chance to grunt. Watch out for invisible units! Lu-Ming roared, while calmly firing a 3-round burst that caused another mimicry variant attempting a sneak attack to flicker in its outline. Ah! My leg! On another side, a corrosive strain crawled upside down across the ceiling and accurately spat a stream of acid onto a team member's thigh. Acrid white smoke rose. The thick alloy combat uniform was visibly corroded into a large hole at an alarming rate, the flesh and blood beneath becoming blurred and charred. Conventional weapons ineffective. Switch to special equipment. Activate blazing prairie. Lu-Ming bellowed. Roger. 2 heavily armored soldiers who had remained silent immediately stepped forward. They unloaded 2 devices shaped like flamethrowers from their backs. These were new weapons developed by researchers by combining the principles of the hypersonic resonance device and the bugs don't run high-voltage electric mosquito gun. Blazing prairie pulse emitter. Energy injection complete. Fire. Chapter 252. The boss is here to save the day. 2 soldiers pulled their triggers. There was no loud bang, only a low, deep hum. 2 fan-shaped, crimson light screens as magnificent as the evening glow swept through the 180-degree area ahead in a cross pattern. Where the light screens passed, those agile corrosive strains and mimic strains, along with their carapaces, were instantly vaporized, not even leaving behind flying ash. As for those heavy armor strains with astonishing defensive power, after being swept by the light screens, their pitch-black carapaces turned bright red, like heated branding irons. 1 second later, the tissues inside their bodies were detonated by the high temperature and pressure, exploding one after another, their black-red bodily fluids splattering everywhere. For a moment, the pressure in front of the squad drastically decreased. A large vacuum zone cleared out. Ripper ready! Lu Qian shouted. Zhao Zhe and the other 10 soldiers immediately raised their handheld hypersonic resonance devices. Hum! Inaudible infrasound waves spread out. Those corrosive strains and mimic strains that were flanking and encircling from the sides and rear suddenly stiffened, then fell from the walls and air like puppets with their strings cut, dropping one after another. New equipment for the main assault, items for assistance. The effect was immediate. The suppressed sharp sword team stubbornly withstood the first wave of the offensive. More heavy armor strains emerged from underground. They stepped on the charred remains of their comrades and launched an even more frenzied charge. That dense mass of black carapaces reflected a desperate, cold gleam under the dim factory lights. Hold the line. Gao Jianjun picked up the Rippersonic resonance device, aimed at a heavy armor strain charging straight at him, and pulled the trigger. Inaudible infrasound waves spread out. The charging momentum of that heavy armor strain abruptly stalled, its 8 legs stiffening, nailing it in place. Victory lasted only a moment. Another heavy armor strain pounced from the shadows at the side, its sharp limbs slicing across Gao Jianjun's blocking arm. The alloy armor tore apart with a sound. A deep wound visible to the bone appeared, blood soaking through the combat uniform. Old Gao. Lu Qian had been back-to-back with him. The blue electric net she had just fired from her high-voltage electric bug zapper had just turned several corrosive strains on the flank into dust. Catching a glimpse of the blood from the corner of her eye, her heart gave a violent jolt. She turned her head and roared, "Xiaolu, quick, over here!" She didn't need to shout. Lin Xiaolu was already moving. When that soldier whose leg was corroded let out a piercing scream, Lin Xiaolu rushed over without a second thought. She knelt on the ground, her small face deathly pale, a gentle light pouring forth, covering the flesh and blood that was smoking with white fumes. New flesh buds grew wildly, repairing the tissue corroded by the acid. The soldier's screams gradually subsided, but he was completely exhausted. "Too many, we can't kill them all." Zhu Yunyang was also fighting like mad, continuously pressing the trigger of the Rippersonic resonance device. Ah! A scream. A young soldier's leg was slashed open by a sickle-shaped insect, blood gushing out. Before he could even counterattack, several insects swarmed over him, engulfing him. "Watch out!" Zhao Zhe cursed angrily. Seeing several insects pounce towards a teammate, he swung his ripper over. But this moment of negligence also got him bitten by a heat crimson worm. "Captain, Zhao Zhe's right arm is bitten." Lu Qian's voice carried a sob. She had just finished treating a severely wounded soldier and looked up to see this horrifying scene. On Zhao Zhe's right arm was a blood hole the size of a fist, a shocking sight. The skin around the wound was turning an eerie bluish-purple at a visible rate. "Xiaolu! Quick!" Lu Ming roared sternly. "Coming!" Lin Xiaolu rushed to Zhao Zhe's side, her small hand pressing on his wound, activating her healing skill. A soft white light shone. The terrifying wound on Zhao Zhe's arm began to heal rapidly, new flesh buds quickly filling the bloody hole. However, that deadly bluish-purple color did not fade. Instead, it spread upward along the blood vessels. Zhao Zhe grunted, beads of sweat as big as beans rolling down his forehead. He felt his right arm losing sensation, the numbness creeping towards his heart. "Damn it! Am I really gonna fall here?" He gritted his teeth, raised the resonance device with his left hand, and continued firing. The battle situation grew increasingly brutal. Casualties kept increasing. Lin Xiaolu's mental energy was nearly depleted. The speed of healing couldn't keep up with the rate of injuries. Ammunition was being consumed rapidly, yet the insect swarm outside seemed endless. A streak of light arrived above the machinery factory. Bai Chenyue, who had eaten an invisibility mushroom, blended with the sky's color, observing the battlefield below. The national team's situation was even worse than she had imagined. Map scan initiated. Analyzing. Warning. Large-scale underground structural modifications detected. The underground area at -50 meters in the target zone has been completely hollowed out. Detected biological tunnels times 137, forming a network structure covering the entire factory area underground. Estimated total number of heat crimson worms, over 3 million, with mutated varieties accounting for approximately 40%. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. Her breath halted for an instant. Wang Yizhe, this madman. He hollowed out the entire ground beneath the factory area to breed insects, waiting for the national team to come to their deaths. Bai Chenyue's brain worked at high speed, connecting all the information. Wang Yizhe deliberately leaked his location. He calculated that the national team would come. The sharp sword team's weapons were very sophisticated, their tactical proficiency extremely high. The combination of the blazing prairie pulse emitter and the Rippersonic resonance device was sufficient to handle any insect swarm on a frontal battlefield. But Wang Yizhe never intended to fight them head-on. The real killing move was the entire piece of land beneath their feet. With just a single thought from Wang Yizhe, the ground surface would immediately collapse. Or millions of insects would surge out simultaneously from over 100 exits, gnawing these dozen or so people to dust within 3 seconds. The situation was even worse than she imagined. Wang Yizhe, the madman, had cultivated an army of mutated heat crimson worms here. With the small number of people in the sharp sword team, charging in was like throwing meat buns at a dog, a one-way trip. Show up directly to save the day? No. Once she exposed herself, Wang Yizhe would very likely flee immediately. Moreover, she didn't want to expose herself in front of the national team either. She had to think of a way to help them break the siege without exposing herself. Bai Chenyue's gaze swept across the battlefield. Got it. She took out a swarm feast pheromone grenade from her storage space. With a glance, she spotted the small grove several hundred meters away on the flank of the battlefield. That's the spot. She fished out a power mushroom from her space, ate it, and then threw the grenade with all her might towards a direction far away from the small grove. Pop! A light sound. The grenade exploded, releasing an invisible, colorless, yet lethally irresistible temptation for the insects spreading out. On the battlefield, the insects that were frantically besieging the sharp sword team suddenly froze. Hum! 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 The hundreds of millions of insects besieging the sharp sword team were now paused, their movements halting in unison. The next second, whether they were ordinary crimson flying insects, the thick-skinned heavy armor strains, or even those reapers that had just been wreaking havoc, all turned direction. Their crimson compound eyes erupted with unprecedented fanaticism. Like madmen, they surged towards the direction where the pheromone grenade had exploded. The red tide receded. The pitch-black insect swarm blotted out the sky, whooshing past over the heads of the sharp sword team. The gale they raised making it hard for people to keep their eyes open. The previously impenetrable encirclement instantly developed a huge gap. Chapter 253, within 5 meters, Zerg no-go zone. The sudden change left all the despairing members of the sharp sword team stunned. What happened? Zhu Yunyang peeked his head out from behind the broken wall, looking at the retreating insect swarm like a receding tide. His face filled with disbelief. They left. They retreated? Why would they retreat? Zhao Zhe also stopped his attack, panting heavily as he stared at this bizarre scene. His face etched with the confusion of a survivor who had narrowly escaped death. Gao Jianjun and Shield Mountain, both covered in blood, slumped to the ground, gasping for air in huge gulps. They couldn't figure out the situation either. Don't just stand there. Everyone listen up. Break through towards the number 3 workshop. Seize Wang Yizhe, don't let him escape. Lu Ming roared with all his might. No further orders were needed. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Although most of the insects had been lured away by the pheromone grenades, tens of thousands of scattered insect swarms still remained on the battlefield. But compared to the world-destroying sea of insects from moments ago, this number was no longer a fatal threat to them. Clear the way. Zhao Zhe bellowed, forcefully suppressing his dizziness. The sonic resonance device in his left hand flared to life once more. The fiery light of the blazing prairie pulse emitter also ignited again. Not far away, the smile on Wang Yizhe's face, who had already begun his retreat, froze solid. He stared at his children, who were completely out of his control, madly surging towards the distance. His handsome face contorted with rage. What's going on? Come back. All of you come back. He let out a sharp, piercing shriek. This time his command failed. The temptation from the pheromone grenade stemmed from the most primal instincts of living creatures. Its priority even surpassed the orders of their creator, him. Only a very few insects that were relatively close to him and most strongly influenced by his mental fluctuation struggled to a stop, hovering in place in confusion. But the vast majority of the insect tide continued to rush headlong towards that feast without a second thought. No. It shouldn't be like this. Wang Yizhe muttered to himself, madness and bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Who is it? Who on earth is meddling? He stared fixedly in the direction of that small grove, and a sudden sense of alarm rose in his heart. Something was wrong. This was too wrong. He vaguely felt a tremendous danger approaching. He couldn't stay here any longer. Wang Yizhe turned and sprinted wildly towards the factory exit. The moment he left the main workshop, Bai Chenyue locked onto his position. That lunatic was indeed here. Trying to run? Not so easy. A cold glint flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. The nightlight wings suddenly unfurled, and she shot at high speed towards the main workshop. Stop them for me. Wang Yizhe issued his final command to the mere few hundred heavy armor strains and mimic strains remaining by his side, ordering them to block the sharp sword team that was breaking through. As long as he could escape, as long as he had time, he could always create another insectoid race army. Keep the green hills and you'll never lack for firewood. When she was 50 meters away, Bai Chenyue landed, retracted the nightlight wings, swallowed a nimble mushroom, and activated invisibility. Her entire being shot forward like a cannonball, using that momentum to transform into an invisible gust of wind, hurtling at extreme speed towards Wang Yizhe's location. A distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Under the dual boost of lightning legs and the nimble mushroom, her speed broke through the sound barrier, creating a series of small sonic boom clouds behind her. But due to the effect of the invisibility skill, none of this made any sound, nor did it attract anyone's attention. Wang Yizhe was currently in a state of extreme shock and fury. All his attention was focused on those two bizarre locations that had successively lured away his insect swarms. He was completely unaware that an invisible reaper was approaching him at high speed from a direction he had never anticipated. Around him, more than a dozen mutated variety heat crimson worms were still circling. Being closest to him and bearing the deepest mental imprints, they hadn't been lured away by the pheromone grenades. Among them were several pitch-black heavy armor strains and several mimic strains that flickered in and out of visibility in the air. They were Wang Yizhe's final line of defense. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Bai Chenyue could already clearly see the expression on Wang Yizhe's face. Even smell the scent of blood on him. Now, in the instant before she was about to collide with Wang Yizhe's body, Bai Chenyue's mind stirred. Brain has electricity. An invisible mental pulse erupted, spreading outwards with Bai Chenyue at its center. There was no sound. There was no visual effect. Thump! All the mutated varieties suddenly stiffened. Their crimson compound eyes grew dull and lifeless, their thoughts plunging into chaos. The next second, they fell from the air like dumplings dropping into a pot, pattering down one after another, crashing onto the ground into twisted, motionless piles of limbs. Mental disarray. Within 5 meters, a forbidden zone for the insectoid race. This sudden scene caused Wang Yizhe, who was in the midst of a furious rage, to short-circuit. He stared blankly at the guards who had fallen at his feet, completely devoid of life. The expression on his face shifted from anger to shock and finally to terror. What was going on? Why had even his final guard force been completely paralyzed? He hadn't seen any attack. No matter how high Wang Yizhe's intelligence was, he finally realized he had fallen into a trap tailor-made for him. From the beginning, luring the national team into the factory was the trap he had laid. But now, he himself had become the prey in someone else's trap. The enemy hidden in the shadows had not only outmaneuvered his insect swarms, but also possessed this bizarre ability he couldn't comprehend at all. Run. He had to run immediately. Wang Yizhe's survival instinct overwhelmed everything else. He no longer had time to think about who was behind this. He turned, wanting to dash into the nearby passageway. His foot had just lifted when a voice that chilled him to the bone, making him feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, drifted eerily from behind him. Where do you think you're going? Wang Yizhe's body froze instantly. He whipped his head around. There, less than 3 meters behind him, a figure was slowly materializing from the blurry air. It was a man dressed in black combat gear. You are, Zhang Hao. Wang Yizhe could hardly believe his eyes. Zhang Hao? How could his subordinate appear here? No, that wasn't right. He remembered that person should have died in the research institute. Someone was impersonating Zhang Hao. 1,000 faces. Just before revealing herself, Bai Chenyue activated the skill, transforming into the already deceased Zhang Hao. Even knowing this man would die, she didn't want to expose her identity. After all, the national team was not far behind. You're not him. After all, Wang Yizhe was Wang Yizhe. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately sensed something was off. The Zhang Hao before him, though identical in appearance, felt completely different. The madness surged back into his eyes. He raised his hand, wanting to summon insects. Unfortunately, Bai Chenyue would give him no more chances. The moment Wang Yizhe opened his mouth, Bai Chenyue moved. She wasted no words. Her right hand flipped, and the flame pistol appeared in her grasp. Chapter 254. The death of the world's public enemy. The pitch-black gun barrel was aimed directly between Wang Yizhe's eyebrows. No! Wang Yizhe let out a terrified shriek. He wanted to dodge, but Bai Chenyue's movements were too fast. The superhuman neural reflexes granted by the nimble mushroom allowed her to pull the trigger a full second before Wang Yizhe even formed the thought to evade. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. A fist-sized fireball, blazing with fierce flames and trailing a long tail of fire, shot from the barrel. The scorching heat wave distorted the surrounding air. At the brink of life and death, Wang Yizhe erupted with astonishing potential. He violently twisted his body to the side. The fireball grazed past his shoulder and slammed fiercely into the metal wall behind him. Although Wang Yizhe had dodged the fatal blow, the spot on his left shoulder grazed by the fireball was burned black and charred. Ah! Intense pain made him let out a pig-slaughtering shriek. Clutching his shoulder, he staggered back several steps before falling heavily onto his buttocks. The previous composure and madness were completely gone from his face, replaced only by agony and terror. He watched the Zhang Hao wearing the demon mask walking step by step toward him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Wang Yizhe's voice was tearful. He was utterly terrified. For the first time he felt the presence of death. Bai Chenyue walked up to him, looking down at him from above, the gun barrel still pointed at his head. If I die, the heat crimson worms will go completely out of control, Wang Yizhe said urgently. Although they've been lured away now, that's only temporary. If I die, they'll revert to their most primitive wild instincts. When that happens, they'll devour everything edible on this planet. Humanity will truly be finished. As he spoke, he observed Bai Chenyue's reaction. He thought these words would become his protective talisman. Someone who traveled 1,000 miles to hunt him down should be on the side of the nation. However, he was disappointed. Where is the antidote for the heat crimson worm neurotoxin? This was Bai Chenyue's most pressing concern. It was also a matter of life and death for countless people bitten by the heat crimson worms who were currently waiting to die. And for her rat, Zhao Zhe's arm was still covered in dark purple bruising. Hearing this question, Wang Yizhe was momentarily stunned. Then a sickly smile spread across his face. Antidote? Ha ha ha. He laughed, laughing so hard he rocked back and forth. The wound on his shoulder hurt fiercely from the violent motion, making him grimace, but he paid it no mind. He looked at Bai Chenyue as if looking at a naive fool. Evolution doesn't need an antidote. Those chosen by my children are honored. They will become part of the new world, nourishment for higher life forms. This is the law of nature, a great sifting. You actually want to use your laughable backward medicine to reverse this great process? Stupid, so stupid. Bai Chenyue listened to his insane ramblings expressionlessly. She already knew she wouldn't get anything useful from this madman's mouth. Her grip on the flame pistol tightened. Beast, how do you control these insects? This was the second question. His eyes darted around and he spoke. As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you. Moreover, I can help you control them. Just think, a legion of billions of insectoid race, absolutely obedient to your commands. You can use them to do anything you want. We can cooperate, rule this new world together. He began trying to tempt Bai Chenyue. In his view, no one could refuse such power. Your blood. Bai Chenyue's gaze was profound. Those four simple words drained all color from Wang Yizhe's face in an instant. He stared at Bai Chenyue as if he'd seen a ghost, his mouth opening and closing. Then he realized this person was bluffing him. You're wrong, dead wrong. Kill me then, come on, shoot here. He pointed at his own heart, roaring madly at Bai Chenyue. You killing me is utterly useless. My little darlings have already grown up. They've spread to every corner of this world. They've learned to forage on their own, reproduce on their own, evolve on their own. Bai Chenyue watched his performance quietly. She had already gotten the answer she wanted. Wang Yixia's blood was indeed the key to controlling the heat crimson worms. Although he claimed the insects were already out of control, Bai Chenyue didn't believe it. As long as his blood remained, there should be a possibility of researching a countermeasure. You're right, they've grown up. It's time for them to find their own deaths. As her words fell, the flame pistol in her hand vanished, replaced by a specially crafted crossbow. She needed a relatively intact corpse to extract his blood. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the national team side. He tried to threaten her using the national team. Swish! A crossbow bolt gleaming with cold light, accompanied by a sharp sound of splitting air, cut off all his words. Thud! It was the muffled sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. The bolt shot precisely into his open mouth, pierced through the back of his skull, and with a spray of blood emerged from the back of his neck, deeply embedding itself into the wall behind him. Wang Yixia's body jolted violently. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Thump! Wang Yixia's body stiffly fell backward, hitting the ground heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. The creator of the heat crimson worms, the culprit responsible for the 200,000 souls of Shelter C-13, the madman who fancied himself the god of a new world, Wang Yixia, was dead. He died silently, in an abandoned factory unknown to anyone. Bai Chenyue slowly lowered the crossbow and walked to his corpse. She crouched down, confirming Wang Yixia was thoroughly dead, having left no hidden contingencies. Then she reached out and Wang Yixia, along with the crossbow bolt that had pierced his skull, were both stored away into her system space. His blood was important research material and had to be preserved properly. After completing this, Bai Chenyue stood up and glanced in the direction where the national team was breaking through. Bai Chenyue had no intention of going over to help. Her target today was only Wang Yixia. Now the target had been eliminated. But the matter wasn't finished yet. She raised her head, looking toward the two locations where the pheromone grenades had gathered massive swarms of insects. Dark, oppressive clouds of insects hovered above the warehouse and the small grove. Those insects were the real major trouble. With Wang Yixia dead, they had lost their supreme commander. Although they would gather due to the pheromones for a short time, once the pheromone effect wore off, they might, as Wang Yixia said, go completely out of control, scatter in all directions, and cause even greater disaster. They had to be concentrated and exterminated now. Bai Chenyue took out the Rippersonic resonance device and eliminated all the insects she had knocked down earlier. After finishing this, she opened her friends list and found the familiar avatar. Cow's leather anus. She quickly edited a message. Who's that guy? At the machinery factory. She wasn't sure if the other party had also participated in this encirclement operation, but this was the only official personnel she could currently contact. Chapter 255, Thank you for avenging them. On the other side, the Sharp Sword team had just cleared the last scattered insects on their breakout path, and were preparing to catch their breath. Captain, Wang Yixia escaped. What do we do now? Pursue. Zhao Zhe covered his still-throbbing right arm, looking toward the direction of the main workshop with an expression of utter reluctance. Lu Ming frowned deeply, about to give the order to regroup, when Lu Qian beside him suddenly let out a surprised, "Huh? What is it?" Lu Ming immediately went on alert. The big shot. The big shot sent me a message. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with shock. She raised her game panel to show Lu Ming and Zhu Yunyang beside her. Who's that guy? At the machinery factory. Just 4 simple words, yet they made the hearts of all the players present skip a beat. The big shot. Zhu Yunyang's eyes widened like bronze bells. He rushed over. The big shot isn't here too, is he? Holy crap. Zhao Zhe forgot about his arm pain, darting forward in a flash, staring intently at the message, his breathing becoming rapid. I knew it. The sudden retreat of the insect swarm just now definitely wasn't a coincidence. It was the big shot who intervened. His mind raced, connecting all the illogical events from before and after. The eerily quiet factory grounds. The suddenly retreating insect swarm. All of this was the big shot's doing. He was here. He had been here all along. While they were being besieged by the insects nearly wiped out, the big shot was right under their noses, casually helping them break the siege. An indescribable fervor and admiration surged in Zhao Zhe's heart. This was a true powerhouse. Cow's leather anus. Yes. What are your instructions, Big Shot? The message was sent. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the screen, waiting for the Big Shot's reply. A new message popped up. Who's that guy? Wang Yizha, I killed him. Everyone. Question mark. Oh. These 6 words exploded in the minds of everyone in the Sharp Sword team. Killed? Killed. Zhu Yunyang stammered, his eyeballs practically popping out. The Big Shot killed Wang Yizha? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Zhao Zhe waved his uninjured left arm excitedly. That's not the main point. The main point is, while we were fighting the insects for our lives, the Big Shot alone quietly took care of Wang Yizha. How did he do it? With so many insects, how did he get past them? No one could answer his question. Everyone was stunned by this news, their scalps tingling. Wang Yizha, that demon who created the Shelter C13 tragedy, whose hands were stained with the blood of 200,000 souls, was just dead? Lu Qian's eyes instantly reddened. She remembered the horrific images sent back from Shelter C13, remembered those compatriots who died in despair. Her fingers trembling, she typed out a line. Cow's leather anus. Big Shot, on behalf of the 200,000 souls who died at Shelter C13, I thank you. Thank you for killing Wang Yizha, for avenging them. Bai Chenyue looked at this message, her heart sinking as well. 200,000. The internet was down everywhere, making it impossible to know the news from all over. 200,000 vibrant lives, all devoured by insects because of Wang Yizha's ambition. Bai Chenyue clenched her fist. She suddenly felt that the shot earlier was too lenient for Wang Yizha. He died too easily. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in her heart, and continued typing. Who's that guy? Let's not talk about that for now. Although Wang Yizha is dead, the insects he left behind are a huge problem. I need your help to clear them all out. Help? The Big Shot wants our help. Seeing the message, Lu Qian immediately turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. Decisively, he said, Agree. What does he need us to do? He understood very clearly that someone who could quietly eliminate Wang Yizha and lure away the terrifying insect swarm possessed strength beyond their imagination. Only by cooperating with a powerhouse could they thoroughly eliminate this cancer that was the Yuyang Machinery Factory. Cow's leather anus. Please tell us, Big Shot, what do you need us to do? We will follow your command completely. Bai Chenyue looked at the reply, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She wanted all these children, Wang Yizha left behind, to go down and accompany him in death. Who's that guy? Later, I will lure all the remaining insects up into the sky. I'll kill a wave of them in the air. Many insects will fall down. They will temporarily lose the ability to move. Your task is to immediately finish them off, killing them completely once they hit the ground. Who's that guy? Remember, you won't have much time, probably less than a minute. If you exceed that time, they will wake up, and you will be in mortal danger. Seeing this plan, everyone in the Sharp Sword team gasped in shock. Lure all the insects up into the sky? How? Question marks floated in everyone's minds. Lu Qian's heart leapt into her throat, but she still replied without hesitation. Cow's leather anus. Don't worry, Big Shot. We came here already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. We guarantee we will complete the mission. Having received Lu Qian's affirmative reply, Bai Chenyue took out a cat face mask from her space and put it on. Although she had 1,000 faces, its duration was too short. If the time ran out while she was fighting the insects, her true face would be exposed. After doing this, the nightlight wings suddenly spread out behind her. The pure white wings absorbed the light from the sky, dazzling and radiant. With a gentle flap of the wings, Bai Chenyue transformed into a streak of white light, shooting straight up into the sky. Bai Chenyue's figure rapidly ascended in the sky. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. She didn't stop until she reached an altitude of 1,500 meters above the ground. She took out a card from her personal inventory. Monster Attraction Card. Permanent. Description. After use at a designated location, the attraction of that location to monsters increases by 300%, able to attract all monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Note: Use with caution or you might become a superstar in the eyes of monsters, and they will throw you the grandest fan meet and greet ever. Come on, let's have an aerial battle. The card in her hand silently turned into a wisp of black smoke. Centered on her, it rapidly dispersed, merging into the air. In that instant, the whole world seemed to quiet down for a moment. Immediately after, busy. Swish, 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 swish. HSSSSSSSSSS. Countless kinds of spine-chilling sounds rose up from all directions of the city. All the heat crimson worms circling above the small grove, their crimson compound eyes turning blood-red, no longer cared about gnawing on the lingering scent of the pheromone grenades. They changed direction, transforming into a sky-blotting black torrent, madly surging toward the sky. Chapter 256. The boss fights off a million Zerg alone. Not just them. The scattered insect swarms in more distant areas. The ordinary heat crimson worms wandering on abandoned streets, gnawing on garbage and corpses. Those heat crimson worms hiding in sewers, building crevices, laying eggs and hatching. At this moment they all abandoned their immediate targets, raised their heads, and cast their greedy gazes toward the same direction. There was a fatal temptation they couldn't resist, originating from the depths of their souls. Go there. Eat it. Within 10 kilometers, countless heat crimson worms emerged from every corner. They converged into torrents flowing along streets, crossing ruins, charging toward the same coordinates. The insect swarm had begun. On the ground, everyone in the sharp sword team stared dumbfounded at the apocalyptic scene before their eyes. Holy Mother of God! Zhu Yunyang looked up, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. How many bugs is that? The black insect cloud blotted out the sky, plunging the entire world into darkness. The densely packed red and black dots made one's scalp tingle and heart shatter with terror. The top-ranked expert really lured all the bugs into the sky. Lu Qian's voice trembled, not from fear but from extreme shock. Fly. The expert can fly. Zhao Zai's gaze was firmly locked onto the faintly visible white point of light at the center of the insect cloud. His eyes held a near-fanatical worship. Wings. The game had been running for so long he had seen all kinds of items, but something that allowed one to fly like a bird, this was his first time seeing it. And to use oneself as bait, playing with a swarm of millions of insects in the palm of one's hand. The expert was too damn cool. Even he, a grown man, felt his heart stir. This was a true expert. Is this the strength of the top-ranked expert? Gao Jianjun couldn't help but murmur now, his voice filled with awe. Lin Xiaolu, however, felt that person looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lu Ming was the first to snap out of the shock. He looked at the insect cloud in the sky that kept gathering, growing larger and larger, and a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The expert had created an opportunity for them. Next it was up to them. Zhao Zai, your injuries aren't healed yet. You and 2 team members will stay here, take care of Zhao Zai and stand guard. Lu Ming decisively issued the command. No way. Zhao Zai refused without a second thought. He straightened his back, his gaze burning as he looked at the sky. Captain, this might be the only chance in my life to fight side by side with the expert. Even if I die, I want to die on the road of fighting bugs. His right arm still sent waves of numbness, and he was starting to feel a bit dizzy. The blue-purple toxin on his arm hadn't faded. Instead, it was growing brighter. But his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. To witness the miracle of the top-ranked expert with my own eyes, to stand shoulder to shoulder with a god, I would die without regrets. Lu Ming looked at him deeply. In the eyes of this usually frivolous rich second generation, he saw something called conviction. He said no more, changing his command. Sharp sword team, all personnel. Target, the insect swarm's landing zone. Prepare to support the expert. Annihilate the entire insect swarm. Yes. Everyone roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Oh! 1,000 meters high in the air. Bai Chenyue hovered at the center of the insect cloud, feeling the insane killing intent and greedy desire transmitted from all directions. She was like the eye of the storm, calm yet deadly, looking at the densely packed bugs in her field of vision that almost filled the entire screen. Her eyes showed no fluctuation. They're here? Then let the carnival begin. With a thought, she pulled out a large handful of mushrooms from her storage space. Explosive mushrooms. At this moment, she was like Jean the farmer, sowing seeds in her own field. Handful after handful of explosive mushrooms, thrown as if they were free, hurled fiercely toward the densest part of the insect swarm below. Whoosh! 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 Small mushrooms cut through the air, accurately smashing into that dark, oppressive insect cloud. The next second, boom! 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 A series of dense explosions erupted at 10,000 meters high. The sky seemed to be set ablaze. Countless blazing fireballs exploded one after another within the insect cloud, forming a dazzling yet deadly firework display of death. Each explosive mushroom blast cleared an area. Heat crimson worms hit by the explosion's core, along with their hard shells, were directly blown to pieces, turning into splattered flesh and blood raining through the sky. Bugs caught in the blast wave were also sent flying, wings broken, shells shattered, falling toward the ground like rain. For a moment, the sky rained a downpour of flesh, blood, and debris. However, the explosive mushroom attacks were ultimately just a drop in the bucket against a swarm of millions. More bugs, fearless of death, surged forward, filling the cleared areas. Their crimson compound eyes were locked firmly on Bai Chenyue, mandibles opening and closing, emitting sharp shrieks. Bai Chenyue snorted coldly and put away the explosive mushrooms. Warm up over. Her right hand flipped, and a peculiarly shaped instrument appeared in her grasp. The Ripper sonic resonance device. Aiming at the densest cluster of heavy armor strains ahead, Bai Chenyue pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hum! No flames, no explosion, only a piercing hum that stabbed at eardrums, spreading out from Bai Chenyue toward the area ahead. Invisible infrasound waves like the scythe of death swept precisely through that black torrent composed of heavy armor strains. A bizarre scene unfolded. Those heavy armor strains that had been ferociously charging forward just a second ago, waving their hideous mandibles, suddenly stiffened. Fine dense cracks appeared on their hard black shells. 1 second later, pop! 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 Without any external attack, the bodies of those heavy armor strains exploded one after another, like balloons detonated from within. Black-red bodily fluids and shattered internal organs, mixed with shell fragments, blasted out in all directions. Wherever the infrasound waves passed, hundreds, thousands of heavy armor strains were completely pulverized from the inside out, turning into clouds of bloody mist. The sky was forcibly cleared, creating a massive vacuum zone. Not enough. Bai Chenyue didn't pause. She put away the Ripper sonic resonance device, and the pure white wings on her back suddenly retracted. Invisibility. Her figure vanished from the insect swarm's sight. Immediately after, she abandoned flight, her entire body falling like a kite with a severed string, free-falling toward the densely packed insect swarm below. Penetrate. Her body ignored all physical obstacles, directly passing through the bodies of countless heat crimson worms. During the descent, she pushed her mental power to its limit. Now, hum. Brain has electricity. Chapter 257. Food is the god of the people. An invisible mental pulse erupted from her, expanding outward in all directions. Thump, thump, thump. With Bai Chenyue's body as the epicenter, every single heat crimson worm within a 5-meter radius, whether ordinary flying insects or powerful mutated varieties, stiffened simultaneously. Their crimson compound eyes grew dull and lifeless. Their thoughts plunged into absolute chaos. Their wings stopped flapping, their bodies lost all control. Like dumplings dropping into a pot, tens of thousands of insects pattered down from the sky. They carved out an absolute vacuum zone over 5 meters in diameter right through the sky-obscuring cloud of insects. Bai Chenyue didn't pause. The moment the vacuum zone formed, she immediately unfurled her nightlight wings, halting her descent. She hovered at the center of the insect swarm, like the sole monarch of this domain of death. The next second she began to spin. Her body, along with the pristine white wings, spun like a high-speed top, spiraling upward into the sky. During the spin, she activated the ability of her nightlight wings. Void feathers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless feathers composed of pure light element detached from her white wings. Like the sharpest of blades, they shot out in all directions with sharp whistling sounds. Each feather possessed terrifying penetrating power. They easily tore through the carapaces of the heat crimson worms, piercing straight through their bodies. Bai Chenyue's spinning ascent grew faster and faster, and the void feathers she shot out became denser and denser. The scene was like a massive, deadly white lotus blooming in the sky. Wherever the light feathers went, insect corpses rained down. Whether it was the heavy armor strain with astonishing defense or the swift corrosive strain, under the endless barrage of light feathers, they were all riddled like sieves, their mangled corpses falling powerlessly toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, another vast swath of sky was cleared. On the ground, the members of the national team were utterly dumbstruck. "This is so damn cool," Zhao Zhe said, head tilted back, his mouth hanging open wide enough to swallow his own fist. He felt his worldview was being refreshed again and again, then utterly crushed. First, there were the mushrooms exploding across the sky. Then there was that bizarre sonic wave that made the insects explode from the inside. And now this gorgeous yet deadly storm of feather blades. Like a deity descending to the mortal realm. So cool. How could anyone be this cool? I'm in love, I'm in love. Zhao Zhe trembled with excitement, feeling like his heart was about to leap right out of his throat. The admiration in his eyes had transformed into a fanatical flame, almost setting his entire being ablaze. My heavens! Too strong. When will I ever be as powerful as the expert? Zhu Yunyang murmured to himself, completely conquered by the spectacular scene of slaughter in the sky. Lu Qian and Lin Xiaolu, the two girls, watched with brilliant, shining eyes. The white figure spinning and dancing in the sky, raining down death in a shower of light, fulfilled all their fantasies about the words powerful and cool. They increasingly felt that the top-ranked expert was a cool girl. Stop standing around. The bugs are falling. Prepare for combat. Lu Ming's furious roar snapped everyone back to reality. They looked up and saw a massive dark mass of insects plummeting straight down from high above. Some were the batch controlled by Bai Chenyue's brain has electricity, trapped in a state of mental disarray. They weren't dead, just temporarily incapacitated. At the same time, there were also insect corpses killed by the void feathers and explosive mushrooms, all falling down. All units fire at will. Eliminate all these falling insects within 1 minute. Lu Ming raised his Rippersonic resonance device and was the first to pull the trigger. Open fire. Gao Jianjun, Zhao Zhe, Zhu Yunyang. Everyone reacted, raising their weapons and pouring firepower wildly at the insect rain in the sky. The blazing prairie pulse emitter activated again, its magnificent red light curtain sweeping across the sky, vaporizing huge swathes of the falling insect swarm. The blue electric nets fired by the high-voltage electric bug zappers also crisscrossed in the air, electrocuting insects into charred husks. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The soldiers behind them also pulled their triggers, dense tongues of flame spewing forth, accurately striking the falling insects. The enemies couldn't fight back, couldn't dodge, like living targets dropping from the sky. The members of the national team only needed to keep pulling their triggers, enjoying this one-sided slaughter. But deep down they all knew this was all the masterpiece of the expert in the sky. If it weren't for the expert's help earlier, they probably would have already become food for the heat crimson worms. Everyone fought desperately. They wanted to relieve as much pressure as possible for the expert within this 1 minute, to eliminate more insects. However, there were simply too many insects in the sky. Even with their firepower fully unleashed, a massive number of insects still passed through the fire net, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! 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 Insects smashed into the ground one after another, emitting dull thuds. They twitched and struggled on the ground, seemingly on the verge of waking from their state of mental disarray at any moment. Don't let them get up. Increase firepower. Lu Ming roared. Everyone opened fire again. The battle entered a fever pitch. The slaughter in the sky continued. The effect of the first wave of brain has electricity was about to end. Bai Chenyue repeated her trick. She retracted her wings again, used invisibility to dive into another dense cloud of insects, and then detonated another mental pulse. Another massive wave of insects rained down. Immediately after, a gorgeous storm of void feathers shot down all the insects attempting to approach her. She repeated this cycle, like a killing machine, She harvested the million-strong insect swarm with astonishing efficiency. The sky was dyed an eerie dark red. Insect carcasses, bodily fluids, and carapace fragments mixed together, forming a massive rain of blood that enveloped the entire machinery factory. The national team on the ground was also plunged into frenzied combat. They had to deal with the living targets falling from the sky, and also clean up the insects that had already landed and could wake at any moment. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Hurry! Left side! Those few bugs are about to wake up! Zhao Zhe roared, raising the sonic resonance device in his left hand. An invisible ripple swept out, shaking several twitching heavy armor strains until they were disoriented. But his own right arm, due to the frequent use of power, saw that purplish-black discoloration begin to spread upward again. His entire arm swelled up. Xiaolu, give Zhao Zhe a healing wave. Lu Qian shouted anxiously while using her high-voltage electric bug zapper to clear the stragglers around her. Coming! Lin Xiaolu's small face was pale, sweat soaking the hair on her forehead. She kept running across the battlefield, applying healing to injured teammates. Her mental energy was also heavily depleted. Each use increased her dizziness a few more degrees. But she gritted her teeth and persevered without a word. She knew that compared to the expert in the sky who was single-handedly holding back a million-strong insect swarm, her own hardships were nothing. Chapter 258. Everyone salute. The battle lasted nearly 20 minutes. Bai Chenyue's complexion was also starting to turn somewhat pale. Both brain has electricity and void feathers were skills that consumed mental energy, especially void feathers. Each time a light feather was shot, the mental energy consumed was immense. After continuous high-intensity use, she began to feel waves of dizziness. The scenery before her eyes started to blur with double images. Her mental energy was nearly depleted. She glanced at the remaining duration of the monster attraction card. There were only 10 minutes left. And although she had eliminated 80% of the insect swarm in the sky, the remaining numbers were still vast. She had to speed up. A look of resolve flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue. The sharp pain cleared her mind considerably. She stopped spinning, allowing the surrounding insects to encircle her once more. At the moment the swarm was about to pounce on her, she channeled the last remaining majority of her mental energy entirely into the brain has electricity skill. Wherever the mental pulse passed, the movements of all heat crimson worms halted. The madness in their eyes was replaced by a blank, chaotic confusion. Within a 5-meter radius centered on Bai Chenyue, all insects fell into a state of mental disarray. Thud! 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 Tens of thousands of insects, densely packed like a black waterfall, cascaded down from the sky. For the national team on the ground, the visual impact of this insect waterfall pouring from the heavens was utterly terrifying. Everyone brace for impact. A light of unprecedented intensity burst forth in Lu Ming's eyes. The decisive moment. After releasing this super-wide area mental pulse, Bai Chenyue's body swayed violently, nearly causing her to plummet from the sky. A violent wave of dizziness surged over her like a tide, plunging her vision into darkness. Clenching her teeth with her last shred of consciousness, she ignored the falling insects and instead cast her gaze toward the distance, toward that cloud of insects that still blotted out the sky. Holding the 2 Ripper sonic resonance devices, her entire person shot forward like a white arrow released from its bow, executing a sudden vertical ascent. The myriad insect swarm behind her was abruptly yanked by this sudden maneuver, transforming into a crimson torrent that chased after her. As her upward momentum reached its peak, Bai Chenyue's body suddenly flipped, her wings snapping shut. She transformed into a falling meteor, plummeting back along her original trajectory, crashing down with terrifying force upon the elongated insect swarm below. The wind tore at her ears. She pulled the triggers. Invisible infrasound waves reaped the insect swarm. Where the waves passed, entire clusters of heavy armor strains didn't even have time to utter a single shriek before their bodies exploded from within, turning into clouds of dust and ash. 10 minutes later, the monster attraction card's time expired. In the sky, not a single living heat crimson worm remained. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of insect corpses. Fluids of various colors mingled together, converging into small streams that emitted a nauseating, putrid stench. All members of the national team stood amidst the piles of insect corpses, gasping for breath in huge gulps. Everyone was covered in insect fluids and shredded flesh, a wretched sight, but their eyes were filled with the excitement and exhilaration of having survived a catastrophe. They had won. They had actually truly won. A team of just over 100 people had completely annihilated an army of millions of insectoids. 99% of the credit belonged to the big boss. "We did it," Lu Qian murmured, gazing at the figure standing tall in the sky. "Ha ha. Ha ha." Zhao Ze burst into loud laughter. A bluish-purple toxin had spread to his shoulder, and he was now standing only through sheer force of will. He laughed until tears streamed from his eyes, pointing at the sky with his left hand while laughing. "Did you see that? This is what a real battle is. This is what a true powerhouse is. I've decided. From now on you're my idol." He had never felt such exhilarating, unrestrained exhilaration as he did today. Laughing and laughing, he collapsed. Lin Xiaolu instinctively rushed forward, but her severely depleted mental energy could no longer support her. She hadn't taken 2 steps before she also fell to the ground. "Zhao Ze! Xiaolu!" The alarmed cries of Lu Qian and Zhu Yunyang rang out across the chaotic battlefield. The hearts of the crowd who had just been cheering for victory immediately leaped into their throats. Gao Jianjun and 2 other soldiers scrambled to check on Zhao Ze and Lin Xiaolu. Gao Jianjun checked Lin Xiaolu's breathing. "Xiaolu has exhausted her mental energy and fainted. No life-threatening danger. Captain Zhao Ze a soldier said, his voice trembling. "The poison on him seems to have spread." Everyone's hearts, which had just relaxed halfway, were instantly seized with worry over Zhao Ze's condition. They scrambled about, appearing somewhat helpless in this hellscape made of insect corpses and foul-smelling bodily fluids. Utterly exhausted, everyone subconsciously, in unison, looked up. There a figure still hovered. Pure white wings under the blood-red sky appeared so holy they seemed otherworldly. The person wore a neat, efficient black combat suit. Their short, tidy hair stirred slightly in the wind. On their face was a somewhat comical cat face mask, concealing all expression. He, or rather she, hovered there quietly, like a deity overlooking the mortal realm. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood were the masterpieces of the big boss. The impossible victory was the miracle brought by the big boss. Lu Ming looked at that figure, his heart churning with indescribable shock and gratitude. He was a soldier. He knew clearly that without this person, his sharp sword team would have long since been reduced to scattered bones and ashes. He took a deep breath and, mustering all his strength, roared out a command. "All personnel, attention!" The hoarse roar pierced through the lingering smoke and bloodshed. All soldiers still standing, including Zhu Yunyang, Lu Qian, and Gao Jianjun, almost instinctively snapped their bodies ramrod straight. Though they were drenched in blood and utterly exhausted, the military soul engraved in their bones made them stand perfectly erect at this moment. Their gazes burned intensely as they looked toward the sky. Lu Ming raised his arm and, toward the white figure in the sky, performed an impeccably standard, profoundly solemn military salute. Salute! Swish! At that moment all soldiers present, all members of the national team, raised their right hands in unison. No shouts, no words. Only that silent respect. They were using the highest form of military honor to express their most profound gratitude and respect to this unknown powerhouse. High in the air, Bai Chenyue looked down at the rigidly upright figures on the ground, at the raised arms, and was slightly taken aback. The dizziness from her depleted mental energy still swirled in her mind, but this scene was clearly imprinted in her eyes. A sour, scalding emotion welled up from the depths of her heart. What had she done to deserve this? In her past life, she was merely an ant struggling to survive in the apocalypse. In this life, she only wanted to live a low-key life, protecting herself. She had never imagined becoming a hero in others' eyes, let alone receiving the highest respect from the nation's soldiers. She wasn't a hero. She was just doing what she believed needed to be done. But at this moment, she felt that everything she had done was worth it. Chapter 259. The boss slapped the answer in our faces again. The dizziness was intensifying. Bai Chenyue shook her head. She couldn't stay any longer. Her mental energy was almost depleted. If she didn't leave now, she'd probably fall right out of the sky. With a thought, a black shadow appeared out of thin air the next second, plummeting downward. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground made everyone on the ground jump. They saw it was a person, crashing heavily into the pile of insect corpses not far in front of them, splattering dark red fluid everywhere. Meanwhile, the white figure in the sky moved at that moment. She didn't say a word, didn't even look back. Those pure white wings merely gave a gentle flap, cleaving through the sky, disappearing into the distance. When she arrived, it was earth-shattering. When she left, it was without a sound. All members of the national team stared blankly in the direction where that streak of light had vanished, unable to regain their composure for a long time. She's gone. The big boss is gone. Zhu Yunyang muttered to himself, his face unable to conceal his disappointment. The scene of world-shattering destruction from just moments ago was now permanently etched into his mind, something he would never forget in this lifetime. What's that? Lu Qian was the first to react. She pointed at the extra corpse not far away and walked over. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn over. Lu Ming quickly followed. The corpse lay face down in the viscous pile of insect remains, its features unclear. But the most eye-catching thing was the bloody hole pierced through the back of its skull. A single strike, clean and lethal. Zhu Yunyang also came over, reached out, grabbed the corpse's shoulder, and forcefully flipped it over. A face twisted in terror was exposed. Although it was smeared with blood and dirt, he would never mistake that face, even in death. He had looked at this person's profile countless times, remembering every detail clearly. Zhu Yunyang's eyes widened into perfect circles. He pointed at the face, his finger trembling, his Adam's apple bobbing violently up and down. It took him a long time to squeeze a few broken syllables from his throat. W. Wang. Wang Yizhe. That name exploded in everyone's minds like a bomb. Everyone crowded around. Their gazes were like searchlights, fixed intently on the still warm corpse on the ground. Surrounding them were mountains of insect corpses, the air thick with a foul stench, but at this moment no one cared about that anymore. It's really him, Wang Yizhe. Gao Jianjun was the first to calm down. He pulled out his phone, called up the target's profile photo, and ignoring the blood and grime on the corpse, meticulously compared it inch by inch. Facial features match. There's a small mole behind the right ear, that matches too. Confirmed. He's dead. He's dead. The confirmation was like a shot of adrenaline, causing the entire team's emotions to erupt completely. A young soldier stepped forward to look at Wang Yizhe's corpse. At first he just stared blankly, then he began to wail like a child. He had been stationed in Chengdu and escaped the disaster, but his entire family had been in shelter C13. Not a single one survived. Finally dead, this beast. Another soldier's eyes also reddened, venting the anger he had suppressed for so long. Lu Qian murmured the two words repeatedly, tears like broken strings of pearls blurring her vision. But she didn't cry out loud, only her shoulders shook violently. A mix of grief and grim satisfaction was almost tearing her chest apart. She remembered the transmitted video footage that looked like scenes from hell. Remembered those 200,000 compatriots who had been devoured alive in despair and agony. 200,000 lives. Her voice was hoarse as she looked up at the sky. Did you all see? This demon is dead. She started laughing, but as she laughed, her tears flowed even more fiercely. At that moment, Lu Qian's game panel suddenly lit up. She instinctively opened it and found it was a message from... Who's that guy? The big boss? She quickly tapped it open. A line of brief text appeared before her eyes. Who's that guy? Wang Yizhe's blood can suppress and control the heat crimson worms. Boom! Lu Qian's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. She stared blankly at this message, then looked down at Wang Yizhe's corpse on the ground. So, that's how it was. She had been wondering earlier why the big boss threw Wang Yizhe's corpse down. Was it just to tell them the enemy was dead? Now she understood completely. The big boss had delivered the key to breaking the deadlock. When Lu Ming, Zhu Yunyang, Gao Jianjun and the others around her saw that line of text, they all sucked in a sharp breath. The expressions on their faces were even more shocked than when they had seen Wang Yizhe's corpse. Holy! Zhu Yunyang finally managed to get a sentence out after a long pause. The big boss has slapped the answer right in our faces again. On the other side, Bai Chenyue used the last bit of her mental energy to fly dozens of kilometers away, landing in an unoccupied villa. The moment she landed, she dismissed her wings and collapsed onto a sofa. The intense dizziness almost made her vomit. Summoning her last shred of consciousness, she quickly entered her space. Back in the familiar environment, her taut nerves completely relaxed. Her vision went dark, and she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when the game notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to player. Who's that guy for completing the main quest? Heaven's Retribution. Calculating quest rewards. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Skill upgrade card *1. Bai Chenyue slowly woke up. She sat up, rubbing her temples which still felt somewhat swollen. The quest was completed? She called up her system panel. A card emitting a faint golden light lay quietly in her inventory. Item. Skill upgrade card. Description. An ultra-rare card that allows you to designate a skill obtained as a game reward and grant it one unconditional level upgrade. Note. Still hesitating? Those few lousy skills of yours. Just close your eyes and pick one to upgrade. It'll be better than what you have now. Choice paralysis is a disease, you need to cure it. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder. The second-rate junk bought from the shop and items obtained in-game aren't worthy of this treatment. Skill upgrade card. She mentally reviewed the skills she had obtained through game rewards. Universal translation. Lightning legs. Absolute insight. Honor among thieves. Brain has electricity. Universal translation could be passed over directly. Upgrading it further wouldn't be useful. Lightning legs was a god-tier skill for running away. Upgrading it would definitely make her faster. After upgrading absolute insight, would it increase the range of insight? Honor among thieves was a god-tier skill among god-tier skills. She didn't know what changes an upgrade would bring. Would it grant extra rewards? Or reduce mental energy consumption? Brain has electricity. Played a miraculous role in this big battle. Area of effect control. A sharp weapon for group fights. After upgrading, its range and power would certainly be greater. But Brain has electricity also had significant limitations. It only worked on the insectoid race. Each one was very useful. Upgrading any one of them would bring a huge improvement. Which one should she upgrade? If she could upgrade items, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. She'd choose the nightlight wings without question. Bai Chenyue was deeply conflicted. Which one should she choose? Chapter 260. Heaven blesses Zhonghua. In the capital, at the highest level scientific research base. Security here was extremely tight, with guards stationed every few steps, creating an atmosphere tense to the extreme. In the core biological laboratory, lights blazed brightly. Dozens of researchers in white sterile suits were working around various sophisticated instruments, toiling day and night. Their eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the constantly flickering data streams on the screens. On the holographic projection before them, a gene sequence model so complex it made one's scalp tingle was slowly rotating. This was the structure of the heat crimson worm's neurotoxin. Ever since receiving the materials sent by that mysterious player, who's that guy, their research had made breakthrough progress. But they were still missing that final crucial step. They could analyze the toxin's structure, simulate its mode of action, yet they consistently failed to find a stable and effective key to unlock this damned lock. All simulated serums in clinical tests either showed minimal effect or triggered even more severe rejection reactions. The research had hit a bottleneck. Until 2 days ago, Wang Yiji's corpse was sent back to the capital through a player-to-player transaction. In the center of the laboratory, sealed within a special alloy container, was the corpse that was the core of all their research. When Lu Ming reported the news that Wang Yiji's blood can counter the heat crimson worms, the entire command center was shaken. The results are out, a young researcher shouted, his voice trembling. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Academician Chan hurried to another instrument, his cloudy eyes erupting with a startling brilliance. On the screen within the centrifugally separated blood sample, a unique protein structure was highlighted. Found it! Found it! Academician Chen's voice trembled violently with excitement. He braced his hands on the console, tears streaming down his aged face. This is it. This is the key to unlock that lock. The entire laboratory, after a brief moment of dead silence, erupted into a roar of cheers like crashing waves. We did it, we succeeded. Heaven blesses our Zhonghua. Several professors in their 70s hugged each other, crying like children. They understood all too well what this meant. Since the appearance of the heat crimson worms, they had desperately tried to find a solution, only to fail again and again. That sense of powerlessness and guilt had almost crushed them. With the news of the tragedy at Shelter C-13 and its 200,000 compatriots, another layer of gloom had settled over every researcher's heart. Now finally the dawn of hope had appeared. Commence serum synthesis immediately. Academician Chen slammed the table and issued the order. All departments coordinate. I want to see the first finished product at the earliest possible moment. Countless researchers, soldiers, and logistical personnel began running for the same goal. The news reached the Supreme Command headquarters at the first possible moment. When the video call connected, an old general with stars on his shoulders saw Academician Chen's face, flushed red with excitement on the screen. This battle-hardened soldier, who wouldn't flinch if Mount Tai collapsed before him, also felt his eyes redden. He faced the screen slowly, solemnly, and saluted. Comrades, you've worked hard. Chengdu Temporary Command Center. Lu Ming looked at the encrypted message he had just received on his wristband, and his face, tense for days, finally broke into a smile. He turned to look at the members of the Sharp Sword team waiting anxiously inside the tent. Good news, he said with a straight face, making everyone's hearts leap again. The next moment Lu Ming smiled. The serum. Its development has succeeded. For a moment the entire tent fell silent. Then everyone cheered. Holy shit, really? For real? It's done. Thank heavens. Lu Qian, overcome with emotion, hugged Lin Xiaolu beside her, laughing and crying at once. That kid Zhao Zhe has some serious luck. Gao Jianjun walked over and patted Zhao Zhe's bed. The serum's out. He won't die. This time, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. Lu Qian wiped her tears and excitedly opened her player panel, sending this news to the person she most wanted to share it with. Cow's leather anus. Big sis, the serum is a success. It's all because of the materials you gave us, and that bastard's blood. You saved all of us. Bai Chenyue looked at this message and also breathed a sigh of relief. The national team's efficiency truly hadn't disappointed her. Who's that guy? That's good. Make sure to send me a dose. Lu Qian had always remembered that the big sis's pet seemed to have been bitten by a worm. Cow's leather anus. They're already rushing production. We'll send it to you via transmission the moment it's ready. Seeing this, Bai Chenyue felt at ease. Her mouse wouldn't have to die. But just thinking about the overwhelming tide of heat crimson worms made her scalp prickle. Wang Yizhe was dead, but the vast number of heat crimson worms remained unresolved. Who's that guy? What exactly happened at Shelters 13? The other party had mentioned earlier that she was thanking Bai Chenyue on behalf of the 200,000 souls of Shelter C13. The situation was urgent at the time, so she hadn't had a chance to ask for details. Cow's leather anus. That beast Wang Yizhe used Shelter C13 as his first experimental field. We later analyzed that he must have used some method to release heat crimson worm eggs into the shelter's ventilation system or water supply in advance. Cow's leather anus. On the day the disaster erupted, sporadic worms first appeared inside the shelter, gnawing on food stores and attacking isolated individuals. But because the numbers were small, it didn't raise sufficient alarm. Until the external insect swarm launched its full-scale assault. Lu Qian seemed to be recalling the footage from that day, her mood still heavy. Cow's leather anus. The alloy gate 2 meters thick was literally gnawed through by them. The worms poured in like a red tsunami. The 3-level underground shelter was flooded from the bottom up, level by level. Cow's leather anus. We could only watch helplessly on the surveillance feeds as red dot after red dot vanished. Over 200,000 people. There were newborn babies, white-haired elders. They didn't even know what was happening, screaming in despair as they were devoured alive by the worms. Cow's leather anus. There's one scene I'll probably never forget for the rest of my life. A mother trying to protect her child, shielded him with her body. The worms swarmed over them. In just a few minutes her body was devoured. Neither she nor the child survived. Bai Chenyue looked at the words on the screen, as if the horrific scene of that living hell was unfolding before her eyes. Even with her 2 lifetimes of experience, accustomed to life and death, she felt a tightness in her chest now, a chill shooting straight to the crown of her head. When she killed Wang Yizhe, she just thought he was a madman who deserved to die. Now it seemed he should have been sliced 1,000 times, made to taste the agony of having his flesh gnawed away inch by inch. Who's that guy? Now that the serum is developed, it can save many people. Cow's leather anus. Yes, the serum can save those who are bitten, but it doesn't solve the root problem. The number of heat crimson worms is too vast. Their reproduction speed terrifyingly fast. Insect disasters are appearing all over the globe. The casualty numbers reported daily from major shelters are in the 6 figures. And that doesn't even include the victims outside the shelters. Bai Chenyue side. Chapter 261. A2 wakes up. The serum is a passive defense. It can only save people, it cannot kill the insects. As long as the insect disaster continues, humanity will never know peace, and there will always be times when their strength falls short. Like Shelter C13, once the defensive line is breached, even if everyone has the serum, they still can't stop the fate of being swallowed by the sea of insects. Who's that guy? For large-scale extermination of heat crimson worms, does the higher-ups have any plans? Bai Chenyue asked the most critical question. This time the other party's reply came much faster. Cow's leather anus. Yes, this is actually what I was just about to tell you. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow, waiting for the other person to continue. Cow's leather anus. Boss, do you remember the Biological Research Institute materials you sent over before? Who's that guy? I remember. Cow's leather anus. The experts, by combining those materials with their research on Wang Yizhe's corpse, made an astonishing discovery. They cracked the genetic sequence of the heat crimson worms, and even found a hidden flaw in their genetic chain. Lu Qian sent a string of exclamation marks, showing just how excited she was. Cow's leather anus. That lunatic Wang Yizhe, in his pursuit of the perfect killing tool, excessively enhanced the heat crimson worm's aggressiveness and reproductive capacity. But this caused their genetic chain to become extremely unstable, making them very susceptible to induced mutation. Cow's leather anus. The experts used this flaw to successfully cultivate, well, a special sterilizing worm. Sterilizing worm? Bai Chenyue was stunned for a moment. Cow's leather anus. This sterilizing worm itself is not aggressive, but it carries a special genetic virus. When it mates with ordinary heat crimson worms, the second generation of worm eggs it produces can hatch normally, but they will all completely lose their reproductive ability. Cow's leather anus. In other words, as long as we release a sufficient number of sterilizing worms into the wild heat crimson worm swarms, it will take at most 2 generations of reproduction for the entire population to naturally die out because they cannot produce a 3rd generation, exterminating them at the root. Bai Chenyue had to admit, this was truly a genius idea. Compared to physical extermination, this biological method is more covert, lower cost, and its effects are permanent. Once successful, the heat crimson worm species would be completely erased from this planet. However, who's that guy? The cycle for this plan is too long, and heat crimson worms are now spread globally. How many sterilizing worms would be needed? When could they possibly be completely eliminated? Cow's leather anus. Yes, others have raised this issue too, but there's no other solution. For now, we still have to focus on defense and rescue, preserving survivor strongholds as much as possible to buy time for the plan to take effect. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Bai Chenyue, and she thought of something. Who's that guy? I have something. I don't know if it can help. Who's that guy? I obtained a ring by chance before. It can repel and control a small number of ordinary heat crimson worms, but it's not very effective against the mutated variety. Can your side research it? Cow's leather anus. Boss, please wait a moment, let me ask. Not long after, the other party sent a message. Boss, are you willing to trade this ring to us? Name your price, game currency, supplies, or anything in the real world. As long as we can do it, we won't haggle. Who's that guy? No need to buy it. I'm giving it to you. I hope to hear good news from you soon. Bai Chenyue took out the ring she had obtained from Zhang Hao, wiped off the fingerprints and sent it over. She had stronger means of self-preservation. The ring wasn't of much use staying with her. Give it to our motherland. Let it serve its greatest purpose. Hopefully, they can develop a method to deal with the heat crimson worm sooner. Cow's leather anus. Thank you, boss. This was a genuine thank you. From before the apocalypse until now, this person had done too much for the country. The higher-ups had also said not to disturb the boss normally. If the boss doesn't want to show their face, then don't pry. If they are willing to join, they will be given the highest treatment from Zhonghua. It's what they deserve. 2 days later, Bai Chenyue received the serum. What was transmitted was a small box. When opened, white cold air wafted out. Inside was thick foam padding. In the very center lay a syringe quietly, containing a pale blue liquid. Item: Heat crimson worm neurotoxin serum, primary. Description: a specific antibody serum developed to target the heat crimson worm neurotoxin. Can effectively neutralize the toxin and repair damaged nervous systems. Note: congratulations, you have successfully used national-level strategic supplies to save a dying rat. She picked up the box and entered the space. Inside the space, little A was guarding beside A2's grass nest, looking worried and listless. Seeing Bai Chenyue appear, little A jumped up in fright and called out weakly, "Master!" Bai Chenyue stuffed a piece of milk candy into its hand. "I've told you you don't need to be scared of me every time you see me. Am I that scary?" Little A clutched the milk candy and shook its head. Not scary. But it was still afraid. Since childhood, it had heard the old rats talk about the terror of the sky lizard tribe. Now that it often saw them, it was still scared inside. The master could make the sky lizard tribe obey, which meant she was even more terrifying than the sky lizard tribe. Bai Chenyue ignored it and walked to the grass nest, crouching down. She took out the syringe filled with blue liquid and, under little A's horrified gaze, inserted the needle into A2's hind leg. Then slowly pushed the serum in. Little A shivered all over in fright. It wanted to come forward and stop her but didn't dare, so it turned and ran out to call for help. After the injection was complete, Bai Chenyue pulled out the needle and quietly observed A2's reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A2 remained motionless, showing no change. Could it be useless? Bai Chenyue also frowned. Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that humans and rats are different and it needs another dose of serum? Just as she was about to ask Cow's leather anus for another serum, A2, who had been lying limp like a pile of mud, suddenly convulsed violently. Then slowly its eyes opened. At first, those small black bean-like eyes were filled with confusion, with muddledness, but soon they regained their sparkle. It saw Bai Chenyue. It saw those gathered around and A-Fu Big A, an A-man who had come running after hearing the news. Through the crowd it also saw Sadako hiding outside the grass nest, wearing a straw hat, only her head visible, and Bumblebee too tall to squeeze in. And the sky lizard personal guard, emanating a terrifying aura. "Master!" A2 called out weakly, struggling, trying to stand up. A-Fu was the first to pounce forward, grabbing his just-standing nephew in a tight hug, rubbing his own cheek vigorously against it, a joyful whimper coming from his throat. The joy of having survived a catastrophe filled the entire space. Watching this heartwarming scene, a faint smile also appeared on Bai Chenyue's face. She stood up, brushing the grass bits off her hands. Good, the employee is fine now, can continue with the 007 schedule. Chapter 262. Welcome home. Master. A2 struggled out of A-Fu's embrace, bounced up from the grass bed, completely disregarding his still weak body, scrambling and crawling over to Bai Chenyue's feet, clutching her pant leg desperately. Wah! An earth-shattering cry echoed throughout the entire space. Master, I thought I was done for. I thought I'd never see you again, Moo. Those bugs were so scary. They bit me. It hurt so much, woo. A2 cried until he was gasping for breath, snot and tears smearing all over Bai Chenyue's pant leg. He poured out all the pain and grievances accumulated over these past days through his wails. Bai Chenyue crouched down, reaching out to stroke A2's furry head. All right, it's okay now. Her voice was very soft, carrying a tremor she herself didn't notice. The heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart for days finally settled. A2 lifted his head, looking at her with tear-filled eyes, sniffling as he said, "Master, I'll never run off recklessly again. I'll never leave you." Seeing his pitiful appearance, Bai Chenyue's heart softened with both tenderness and amusement. As she held this pet she had regained after losing him, feeling his warm body temperature, she thought again of what Cow's leather anus had recounted. The mother who shielded her child with her own body. The 200,000 lives devoured in despair. They had no space, no golden thread healing mushrooms, and certainly no serum specially developed for them by the nation. When they died, they truly died. A wave of sorrow and a sense of powerlessness drowned out the joy of surviving the disaster. Holding A2, Bai Chenyue's eyes grew hot, and a scalding tear fell without warning, landing right on A2's face. A2, who had been crying his heart out, stiffened. The master was crying? A2's wails abruptly stopped. He was a bit bewildered. "Master." Bai Chenyue quickly wiped her face, sniffed, met A2's concerned gaze and forced a smile. "It's nothing. You getting better is what matters." She stood up, brushing the rat fur off her pant leg. The living must do what the living must do. She could help the national team, she could save one rat, and perhaps she could also save more people. She said to A2, "You just woke up, your body is still very weak. Rest well and recover your strength." Then she looked at the 4 rats and the personal guard around them. "All of you, keep an eye on him, make sure he rests properly." Sadako raised a hand and pointed at herself. Bai Chenyue smiled. "You too." Satisfied, Sadako pressed down on her straw hat, shouldered her hoe and drifted away. After giving all the instructions, Bai Chenyue left the space. The liveliness of the space faded, replaced by the silence and loneliness of the villa. Bai Chenyue put on the heat-absorbing grass clothing. The lowered temperature eased some of the restlessness in her heart. She had always been alone. She originally thought she was long accustomed to it, but for some reason today she found it somewhat unbearable. Bai Chenyue closed her eyes. What flashed through her mind were those faces smeared with blood yet resolute, that resounding salute, echoing across the battlefield. The warmth of A2 desperately clutching her pant leg and wailing. She slowly extended her hand. A simple ancient token appeared in her palm. Base token. Once she established a base, she would no longer be that mysterious "who's that guy" hiding in the shadows. Her every move would be exposed to countless eyes. Betrayal, suspicion, conflict. In her past life, she had seen far too much of the ugliness of human nature. If she established a player base, her secrets, her space, her greatest reliance would all face the risk of exposure. Bai Chenyue gave a self-deprecating smile. She was not a hero, nor had she ever wanted to be one. She was just a selfish person who wanted to survive and live a little better. But thinking of that mother who shielded her child with her body, those 200,000 lives devoured in despair. If there had been a sufficiently strong base at that time, could they have survived? She could save one rat, she could help the national team, perhaps she could also save more people. This thought made her restless and agitated. Damn annoying. Bai Chenyue cursed softly under her breath and put the base token away again. Sitting here with random thoughts wouldn't solve any problems. She wanted to go out and see. Thinking this, Bai Chenyue ate an invisibility mushroom, flew to a concealed location nearest the shelter, and walked over step by step. The closer she got, the feeling of deathly stillness faded, replaced by a sense of human presence. R01 shelter, Chengdu's largest shelter, with a capacity of up to 400,000 people. The perimeter of the shelter was surrounded by 3 layers of electrified barbed wire, with warning signs reading "high voltage danger" hanging on them. Outside the barbed wire, there was a watchtower every 50 meters, manned by heavily armed soldiers vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In front of a huge metal gate, a long line was queued up. These were all survivors returning from outside or abandoning their homes to seek refuge. Bai Chenyue silently walked to the end of the line and queued up. People around her gathered in 2s and 3s, conversing in low voices. "Did you hear? That small outpost to the west was wiped out by the bugs last night. Not a single survivor. Sigh, when will this life ever end? Being alive is good enough. What more do you want? Now bugs are everywhere outside, and this damn weather is unbearably hot. Who knows when we can live a normal life again?" Various discussions drifted into Bai Chenyue's ears. Soon it was her turn. A young man in uniform held a handheld device and scanned her. The device beeped, lighting up with a green light. Bai Chenyue walked through the gate into a passageway. Everyone entering had to undergo major disinfection. This was to prevent bringing heat crimson worm eggs into the shelter. Beyond the door was another world. A space wider than a high-speed rail waiting hall appeared before her eyes. People came and went, but it wasn't chaotic. The ground was clean and tidy. The air held no foul odor, only the faint smell of disinfectant. Bright lighting systems overhead illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. Staff wearing uniforms of different colors busied themselves at their respective posts. Some guiding newcomers, some distributing supplies, some maintaining order. Huge electronic screens hung on the hall's walls, scrolling through the shelter's rules and regulations, as well as the latest external information. All new residents entering the shelter, please proceed to the registration office in Zone A to obtain an identity wristband and receive initial supplies. Zone B is the temporary residential area. Please locate your assigned bed according to your wristband number. Zone C is the work task distribution area. All residents must complete assigned work points daily to exchange for food and daily necessities. Everything was orderly, full of a sense of structure. The moment Bai Chenyue stepped into the hall, an aunt wearing a blue vest, who looked like a volunteer, approached her, a warm smile on her face. "Young lady, just came in from outside? Must have been tough." The aunt spoke with a not-so-standard Shu region accent, making her feel approachable. "Don't be afraid. You're safe here now. First, go over there to get an identity wristband, then take a hot shower, change into clean clothes, have some warm food, and get a good night's sleep." She pointed in the direction of Zone A, then patted Bai Chenyue's shoulder. "Welcome home." Bai Chenyue froze. Home? Haven't heard that in a long time. After her parents left, she had always been alone. In her past life and this one it had always been this way. Hearing these two words from a complete stranger at this moment, her heart was inexplicably touched. Chapter 263. The Ember Unquenched. Bai Chenyue did not follow the instructions to go and complete the procedures. She was just here to look around and had no intention of staying, so for now she simply wandered inside the shelter. The interior of the shelter was divided into many zones, each with clear signage. Living zone, work zone, medical zone, education zone, recreation zone. It had all the essential facilities. On the wide passageways people came and went. Their faces did not carry the numbness and despair of the early apocalypse in her previous life. Though there was worry and fatigue, more prominent was a kind of calm determination to live their lives. The apocalypse had only begun a few months ago. Most people still wore clothes from before the disaster, somewhat dirty and worn but still decent, not yet reduced to tatters. Bai Chenyue walked into a side passage leading to the living zone. On either side of the passage were no longer cold alloy walls, but rows of rooms resembling collective dormitories. In the common areas, tables and chairs were arranged, with many people gathered there resting and chatting. She walked to a corner and saw a young mother scolding her son. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old, sitting impatiently on a small stool, an open Chinese textbook tossed by his feet. "Li Xiaobao, how many times have I told you? Memorize this text. All you know how to do is run wild outside all day, not reading a single word of your books," the mother said, hands on her hips, furious. The boy pouted, muttering defiantly. "It's the apocalypse now, what's the use of reading? It can't be eaten. Might as well go learn how to set traps to catch bugs with Fatty Wong and the others." "You!" The mother raised her hand in anger, but in the end couldn't bear to strike him down. She took a deep breath, crouched down and spoke earnestly to her son. "Xiaobao, listen to Mom. Precisely because it's the apocalypse, you need to read and study even more." "Why?" the boy asked, puzzled. "Because books help you understand things, grasp principles. Look at those bugs, they're powerful, right? But they have no brains, they only know how to eat. We are humans. We are different from them because we can think, we have knowledge." The mother stroked her son's head. Her eyes filled with hope. "Mom doesn't expect you to become some great hero in the future. But Mom hopes that no matter when, you become a person with a brain, with culture. Only then can you live better, understand." The boy didn't fully understand. frowning as he reluctantly picked up the textbook from the ground and began reading softly. Lush grass upon the plain, with each year it withers and thrives once more. Bai Chenyue stood not far away, quietly watching this scene. She felt a stir in her heart. Humanity's greatest weapon had never been weapons or items, but the intelligent mind. Even in the harshest apocalypse, the ember of civilization was still being diligently passed on by someone. Bai Chenyue continued walking forward. Not far away in a recreation area, quite a few elderly people had gathered. They sat together in twos and threes, waving palm leaf fans, chatting, their demeanor relaxed, as if this were not an apocalypse shelter but a park on a leisurely afternoon. Bai Chenyue moved closer and quietly found a spot to sit down. "Hey, have you all heard?" An elderly man with graying hair lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "Heard from a young fellow in the patrol team yesterday. Over in Cloud City, there was a shelter gone." The elderly people around immediately fell quiet, their gazes focusing on him. "Gone? What do you mean?" Another elderly woman wearing reading glasses asked. "Just vanished," the old man sighed, gesturing. "The entire shelter, over 200,000 people. Not a single survivor. All eaten by the bugs." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Over 200,000 people, what kind of number was that? "That's so terrifying. Then here, could we also?" An elderly man began to voice his worry. Before he could finish, an elderly man who looked the oldest among them gently patted his hand with a palm leaf fan. "Oldly, don't think such things." The elderly man pointed to a nurse not far away who was changing a patient's bandages. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. "Here we have the state managing things, soldiers guarding, players protecting. Every day we can drink hot porridge, have a place to lie down safely and securely. That's better than anything." He paused, his clouded eyes revealing a clarity and open-mindedness. "At my age, living to this day is already a profit. Now living one more day, being able to watch the warehouse for a while, guard the gate for a while, means I'm not just taking the state's food for free. What's the point of worrying so much? Just live well in the present." Yes, what use was fear? To have survived the torrential rains, to live safely until now in a world full of man-eating bugs, was already an immense blessing. "That's right, old Zhang speaks sense. We must believe in the state. I'll go sign up tomorrow too. See if there's any work an old retiree like me can do. Can't add to the children's burden." The elderly people resumed their chatting and laughter. Only the topic shifted from fear of the unknown to how they could contribute a little more to this home. Listening to their conversation, the massive stone weighing on Bai Chenyue's heart, because of the Shelter C-13 tragedy, seemed to loosen slightly. Despair and fear indeed existed, but hope and resilience also grew with equal tenacity. The elderly people's conversation naturally turned to the culprit behind the Shelter C-13 tragedy. "Speaking of which, has that beast who killed 200,000 people been caught yet?" An elderly woman asked indignantly. "Caught long ago and dead as a doornail." The previously well-informed elderly man immediately chimed in, his tone carrying a sense of vindictive satisfaction. "My grandson works at the information center. This news is absolutely true." "Dead? How did he die?" This news immediately piqued everyone's interest. Even some middle-aged passers-by nearby stopped and gathered around. "Heard he was executed by a player, shot on the spot," the elderly man said with vivid detail. "Too cheap for him. Someone like that deserves to be sliced 1,000 times. Should have thrown him into a bug swarm. Let him taste what it's like to be eaten alive." "Exactly. I heard there were lots of little children in Shelter C-13. How could he do such a thing?" The crowd's emotions were ignited. Anger, hatred, curses, various voices intertwined. Many among them might not have had relatives or friends in Shelter C-13, but as fellow humans, they felt a deep-seated hatred for Wang Yi's atrocities. Bai Chenyue listened silently. The state had already announced Wang Yi's death. That was good. It could help stabilize people's hearts. Chapter 264. The hero of the whole city. Is actually me? That bastard is dead. But what about the bugs outside? From within the crowd, an old man wearing a floral shirt voiced a new worry. "I heard those bugs were all his doing. Now that he's dead, won't those bugs come attack us here?" This question once again silenced the people who had just been boiling with righteous anger. The mastermind was dead, but the mess he left behind remained. The overwhelming insect swarm was still the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. What's there to be afraid of? A booming voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing an army green t-shirt. He looked at the crowd, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. If the bugs come, we'll fight them. We're the descendants of the Sichuan army. Back in the day, our ancestors, wearing straw sandals and carrying big knives, dared to leave Sichuan to fight the Japanese devils. Millions went out, only tens of thousands returned. Did they ever back down? Now we have shelters, weapons thousands of times better than back then, and tens of millions of fellow countrymen behind us. How could we be afraid of a bunch of stupid bugs? If they dare come, we'll dare to smash their heads in. Come one, kill one. Come two, kill a pair. The middle-aged man's words carried a fearless, heroic spirit. This spirit dispelled the panic and unease in the crowd. You're right. A middle-aged man slapped his thigh. When have we people of the Shu region ever been afraid? Exactly, we got through such difficult times back then, why fear some bugs? If the bugs dare come, even without a gun, I'll fight them with a kitchen knife. Count me in, I was a militiaman back in the day, I have the basics. People's emotions shifted from panic to fervor. The innate courage and unyielding spirit, etched in their bones, was completely ignited. Bai Chenyue looked at the middle-aged man, at the ordinary people around him whose fighting spirit he had ignited, and a surge of warmth rose in her heart. The Sichuan army. A name forged with blood and life. Whether it's the Sichuan army or people from any other part of Zhonghua, the spirit of refusing to admit defeat flows in their bones. Even in the apocalypse, it still exists. Now, this was no longer the apocalypse of her previous life. Our motherland was actively saving the world, and everyone was striving to live. She had always felt that she was alone, fighting against the disaster of the entire world. But now she realized she was not fighting alone. Behind her stood tens of millions of such unyielding souls. She remained hidden in the shadows, but the ripples she stirred had genuinely reached every person, transforming into their courage and strength to resist the apocalypse. This feeling was strange. She continued listening. The topic shifted from cursing Wang Yizha and declaring fearlessness of the bugs to the officials' recent operation. Speaking of which, do you all know? This operation to take down that bastard doesn't seem to be entirely the country's credit. An old man hunched over, lowered his voice, putting on a mysterious, "I'm only telling you" expression. My grandson said the person who executed that bastard wasn't even from the state. It was an incredibly powerful player. Single-handedly wiped out millions of bugs and even saved the national team. I know who it is. An old woman wearing reading glasses immediately chimed in, her voice tinged with a sense of shared pride and excitement. It's called Who's That Guy? My granddaughter is a doctor. She comes home every day chanting that name. She says that's the most powerful person in the game, who has helped the country many times. Yes, that's the name. A middle-aged man who had been listening for a while now leaned in. If it weren't for them raiding that bastard's lair and bringing out a lot of information, the country wouldn't even have been able to develop the serum. People bitten by the bugs would have just waited to die. Oh my, that's truly a merciful living bodhisattva. Who knows which family's hero this is? I'd really like to meet them. Don't even think about it. My granddaughter says they don't want to show their face. No one even knows if they're male or female. They just want to do things quietly. Who's that guy? Sounds like someone quite young. The old man who spoke first slapped his thigh, widening his eyes. Who cares if they're young or whatever? They dared to charge alone into a swarm of millions of bugs and kill that bastard. That makes them a towering, indomitable great hero. Far better than us old folks who've lived our whole lives without doing anything significant. Exactly. From now on, if anyone speaks ill of this hero, I'll be the first to argue with them. When things settle down, we really should erect a monument for this hero. No, you can't erect a monument for the living. We should set up a longevity tablet, burn incense and pray for them every day. The crowd's discussion, every word, fell clearly into Bai Chenyue's ears. When she killed Wang Yizha, she simply thought he deserved to die. When she handed over the information and ring to the national team, she simply thought it was the most efficient method. Everything she did stemmed from the coldest calculations and the most self-serving considerations, all to allow herself to live longer and better in this damned apocalypse. But at this moment, in the mouths of others, her actions were imbued with a completely different meaning. That kindness she herself hadn't even been aware of was gently picked up by them, wiped clean and placed upon an altar. Someone quite young. A self-mocking smile unnoticed by anyone, curled at the corner of Bai Chenyue's lips. She was young, but who knew that beneath this skin hid a soul that had struggled and died in hell? Hero. That word felt so heavy, like a massive rock thrown into her heart, stirring up ripples. She had never thought about being a hero, let alone becoming someone else's faith. Heroes had to shed blood and sacrifice. They had to carry the expectations and lives of countless people forward. Too heavy. She couldn't bear it and she didn't want to. The starting point of everything she did was simply to allow herself to live better. But when the words "who cares if they're young or whatever" that makes them a towering, indomitable great hero rang out, she didn't want to lie. Her heart was still touched. Unknowingly, she had already influenced and changed this world, becoming a light countless people looked up to. Bai Chenyue slowly lowered her head, looking at her empty palm. It was as if that base token had reappeared in her palm, carrying a searing temperature. All along she had been like a lone wolf, vigilantly keeping her distance from the world. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that she had formed subtle, unbreakable connections with this shelter, with these vibrant people striving to live. This strange feeling made her feel unfamiliar, feel panic. Yet, she didn't entirely reject it. She silently turned and left the noisy crowd. Bai Chenyue moved through the shelter. She passed through the medical zone, seeing nurses walking hurriedly, wounded lying on clean hospital beds. Although some groaned, order was maintained, and everyone received proper care. She passed through the work zone. Inside the huge factory building, machines roared. Some were repairing equipment, some were processing things on assembly lines, and others were sorting supplies collected from outside. Everyone was contributing their part to the operation of this massive home. She arrived at Zone C. This was the area for distributing and exchanging daily necessities, and one of the most bustling places in the entire shelter. A huge hall similar to a market. Long lines formed in front of the official distribution points. Survivors exchanged their work points for food, water, and daily necessities. On the other side of the hall was a free trade area. People exchanged items they didn't need for things they did. There was no currency here. Bartering was the most primitive, yet also the fairest method of exchange. Bai Chenyue stopped in a corner. She saw a woman wearing blue work clothes who had just received her lunch from the official distribution point. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and soup. She was about to take it home to eat when she suddenly noticed a woman holding a child not far away. The woman looked young but had a haggard face. The child in her arms was probably only 6 months old, crying loudly. The woman in work clothes noticed her gaze, hesitated for a moment, then stood up, walked into the exchange area, and came out holding a can of milk powder. "Here, don't let the child go hungry." The woman in work clothes had a somewhat rough but gentle voice. The young woman was stunned, her eyes reddening as she waved her hands repeatedly. No, big sister, that won't do. You exchange this with your points. Take it." The woman in work clothes forced the milk powder can into her hand. "Last time my son had a high fever in the middle of the night, and my husband and I weren't home. It was you who ran to the medical station to get the doctor for him. If it weren't for you, my son might have been in danger." The young woman held the milk powder can, tears immediately welling up, choking and unable to speak. Her husband had gone out to work and was killed by bugs. The shelter's compensation points hadn't come through yet. She didn't have enough points to afford milk powder. Her own nutrition wasn't sufficient, so she had no milk, and the child was crying from hunger. "Don't cry." The woman in work clothes seemed a bit flustered. In the apocalypse, who hasn't needed a helping hand at some point? After saying this, the woman in work clothes also handed her own lunchbox to the young woman. Not giving her a chance to refuse, she turned and left. The young woman looked at the food in her hand, then at the departing back of the woman in work clothes, and ultimately said nothing more. She wiped her tears, tore open the milk powder can, found hot water, and prepared milk for the child. With milk to drink, the child stopped crying, taking small sips. Looking at her child, the young woman's face revealed a gentle smile. Sunlight streamed through the skylights in the passage ceiling, spilling over them warm and bright. Bai Chenyue stood in the shadows, watching this scene unfold completely. Her heart was gently bumped by something. Very gentle but very warm. Bai Chenyue continued forward. The sound of a guitar, accompanied by a slightly hoarse singing voice, came from not far away. Following the sound, she looked. A young man with long hair and black-rimmed glasses, sitting in a wheelchair, was holding a wooden guitar, his eyes closed, immersed in playing and singing. On those verdant roads, how many wounds have been endured? On that aged face, the marks of wind and frost are also recorded. The singing wasn't professional, even a bit off-key. But the emotion contained within was exceptionally sincere. There weren't many spectators around, only a scattered few watching him. They either sat or stood, listening quietly. No cheers, no applause. On each face was nostalgia, sentimentality, and also hope. Today only the remnant shell remains, to greet the glorious days, holding freedom tight in the wind and rain. A life spent struggling through hesitation, believing the future can be changed, asking who else can achieve this. The singing echoed in the space, mingling with the roar of machines and the noise of people playing cards, creating a strangely harmonious mix. A girl of about 13 or 14 started clapping. Others gradually joined in. The young man in the wheelchair smiled. I used to think too, with my legs broken, everything was over for me, that living wasn't meaningful. Until the apocalypse came. I saw the patrolling soldiers, the doctors saving lives and healing the wounded, every ordinary person working hard. Then I realized I wasn't finished, and the world wasn't finished either. As long as we're still alive, as long as we're still gathered together, as long as we still have hope in our hearts, we will never be defeated. This song is for all those struggling in the apocalypse but never giving up hope. It's also for ourselves. After speaking, he strummed the guitar strings again. This time it was an even more stirring song. Arise! It was the national anthem of Zhonghua. When the first note sounded, the listeners, as if by unspoken agreement, perked up and began singing along. More and more people were drawn by the singing. The youths playing ball stopped. The middle-aged men playing cards put down their cards. People reading walked out of the library. They all joined in singing. The song grew louder and louder, reverberating throughout the underground space. On every face was solemnity and reverence. In their eyes burned a fierce flame. That was unyielding spirit, resistance, and hope. Bai Chenyue also stood up, unconsciously singing along. She stood at the very back of the crowd, watching the spectacular scene of these thousands of people spontaneously singing in chorus. Her heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. Indescribable shock and emotion swept through her entire being. She finally understood why the country could build such a massive shelter at an astonishing speed and make it operate so efficiently. Because the cohesion of the Zhonghua nation was etched in the bones of every person. No matter what desperate situation they faced, as long as this song sounded, the sons and daughters of Zhonghua could immediately unite as one, erupting with unparalleled strength. With such a spirit, what were mere insect disasters? The song ended, but the stirring atmosphere lingered for a long time. The crowd slowly dispersed, but the atmosphere was completely different now. The exhaustion and worry born from the apocalypse on people's faces were replaced by a fresh strength, the rekindled flame called belief. Bai Chenyue stood motionless among the people. She had seen the apocalypse. She thought she understood it better than anyone. In the shelter of her previous life, people's eyes were the eyes of wolves, stabbing others in the belly for a biscuit. Crowds gathered not to sing but to loot, to riot, to trample those weaker than themselves into the mud. There, trust was a luxury, kindness a death sentence. In the apocalypse, saints must die. That was the norm of the apocalypse, the most real and ugliest side of human nature, inevitably revealed under the pressure of survival. But today here she saw something completely different. She saw a mother's teaching to her child, the open-mindedness of the elderly, the courage of the soldiers, and the pure kindness and mutual aid between strangers. No earth-shattering events, just trivial, insignificant little things. These little things became the most shining parts of human nature. Even in the darkest of times, kindness and hope never went out. Like embers in the depths of winter, though weak, they strove to burn, emitting light and warmth, warming everyone who drew near. On Bai Chenyue's face, the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. "Sis!" A familiar voice sounded by her ear. Turning to look, it was an acquaintance. Chapter 265. A belated apology. Bai Chenyue turned her head and saw a familiar face grinning at her. It was Tian. "Sis, it really is you." Tian ran over in surprise, her 200-pound frame moving with a tiger-like momentum, her delight evident. "I thought I was seeing things. What are you doing here?" "Just passing through," Bai Chenyue said succinctly. "You live here?" "Yeah, my family moved in right at the start of the apocalypse." Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. "Have you eaten?" Bai Chenyue shook her head. "No." "Then come eat at my place. Since you're here, you absolutely have to come sit for a while. It's almost mealtime anyway. You can try my mom's cooking. You saved me last time, and I haven't properly thanked you yet." "No need, it was nothing." Bai Chenyue instinctively wanted to refuse. She wasn't used to this kind of enthusiasm, much less getting overly involved with people. But Tian simply didn't give her a chance to refuse. Her 200-pound frame was like a small mountain as she dragged Bai Chenyue toward the direction of the family quarters. "Don't be polite, you have to come. Let me tell you, my mom's twice-cooked pork is absolutely amazing." Dragged along, Bai Chenyue followed half reluctantly. Fine, it was just a meal. Along the way, Tian chattered incessantly about things in the shelter, from which district had the best food to which post was the most leisurely, never letting the conversation die down. She was still the same, talking a mile a minute. When they reached a relatively quiet corner of a corridor, Tian suddenly stopped walking, and the smile faded from her face. "Sis, I'm sorry, and also thank you." Her voice was low, only audible to the 2 of them. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat puzzled. "Why?" "I'm sorry because of my selfishness," she said quietly. When the news about Shelter C-13 came through, everyone had this pent-up anger inside. "I wished I could personally slaughter that bastard Wang Yizha, but I didn't have the ability. I could only stay at the shelter doing regular protection missions." Later, I eavesdropped on my brother and his boyfriend's conversation and learned the authorities had a raid planned, but something felt off to me. My first thought was to tell you. I knew it was selfish, that it would drag you into danger. But I thought if there was anyone in this world who could kill that monster, it had to be you. I'm really sorry I used you." She paused, the guilt in her tone shifting to sincere gratitude. "Thank you for actually going. Thank you for slaughtering that monster on behalf of those 200,000 unjustly dead people." Bai Chenyue fell silent. So that's what it was. She didn't like being manipulated, but if Tian hadn't told her, would the entire national team have stayed there? She killed Wang Yizha initially just to complete a task, to eliminate a potential threat. But she hadn't known it also carried the weight of 200,000 lives, perhaps even more. For a moment, a tumult of emotions churned in her heart. Bai Chenyue was silent for a moment before speaking calmly. "That monster is already dead. Did you kill him?" Tian's head snapped up, her eyes blazing with intense light. She had guessed it long ago, but hearing it confirmed with her own ears was a different feeling altogether. "I knew it." Tian slapped her thigh excitedly, her voice rising an octave before she quickly lowered it again. "I knew you could do it, sis. I wasn't wrong to idolize you. You're awesome, big shot." The look she gave Bai Chenyue was full of worship and fervor, a true fan seeing their idol. Her joy was so pure that it loosened the heavy weight in Bai Chenyue's heart just a fraction. Bai Chenyue smiled, though the complexity within that smile was something only she could understand. If she had known about those 200,000 souls earlier, the way she killed Wang Yizha would never have been so merciful. Living alone in her villa with water, electricity, and internet all cut off, leading an isolated life completely cut off from the world, she simply hadn't known what was happening outside. If Tian hadn't told her, she wouldn't even have known about the tragedy of the 200,000 people in Shelter C-13. By the time she found out, everything had already happened. She didn't want to expose her identity, she didn't want to cause trouble. But when she heard about 200,000 lives fading away in despair, her heart felt unbearably heavy. She wasn't a saint, but she was human. She had emotions, she felt pain. Let's go. Weren't we going to your place to eat? Bai Chenyue changed the subject. Right, food. Tian immediately returned to her cheerful self, pulling Bai Chenyue forward again. My mom made a lot of delicious food today. You have to eat a lot. The two passed through several corridors and arrived at a residential building. The rooms here were all uniform in layout, with door numbers hanging by the entrances. Tian led her to a door and opened it skillfully. Tian's home had a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. It was clean, tidy, and not very spacious, but it felt warm and cozy. Mom, I brought a friend home. Tian announced as soon as she entered. My parents have one room, I have the other, and my brother sleeps on the sofa, Tian said casually as she fetched slippers for Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue changed her shoes and surveyed the small home. A folded quilt was on the living room sofa, clearly Tian's brother's sleeping spot. A few photos hung on the wall, including a family portrait and some artistic photos of Tian as a child. The little chubby girl in the photos was grinning carefreely. Sweetie, you're back? And this is... A middle-aged woman wearing an apron poked her head out from the kitchen. Seeing Bai Chenyue, a kind smile appeared on her face. Mom, this is my friend. Tian introduced her breezily. Remembering the big shot's name, she couldn't give her game nickname, and she didn't know her real name either, so she decisively omitted it. She helped me last time, so I dragged her over for a meal. Oh my, please sit. Tian's mother enthusiastically took off her apron, wiped her hands on her clothes and hurried over. This child Tian has been wild since she was little. I've never seen her bring any friends home before. You're the first. Come on, don't just stand there. Without waiting for a response, she pushed Bai Chenyue down onto the sofa, then turned to bring over a plate of freshly washed cherry tomatoes, bright red and looking very inviting. Girl, eat up, don't be shy. Just treat this place like your own home. Without another word, Tian grabbed a handful and stuffed them into Bai Chenyue's hand. Eat. These cherry tomatoes are super sweet. We have a lot. Take some with you later. Bai Chenyue looked at the cherry tomatoes in her palm, then at Tian's mother's warm, smiling face. The slight awkwardness in her heart gradually faded away. She picked one up, popped it into her mouth and gave it a light bite. Sweet and tangy juice burst open in her mouth. The taste was pretty good. She thought to herself, I wonder if this stuff can be grown. I should dig out those agricultural materials our motherland gave me later, and have Sadako try planting them in the space. Far away in the space, meticulously tending to the mushrooms, Sadako suddenly sneezed. How is it? Tasty, right? Tian asked eagerly, as if presenting a treasure. Tasty, Bai Chenyue praised sincerely. Chapter 266 Warmth. The warmth of an ordinary family had become far too distant for Bai Chenyue. In her previous life, she had seen enough of the ugliness of human nature. After her rebirth, she had always been a lone wolf. This sudden kindness and enthusiasm left her somewhat flustered, yet there was also a trace of greedy attachment to it. These cherry tomatoes are actually grown by me. Tian leaned in close and whispered to Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue was puzzled. She looked around but couldn't see any place where tomatoes might be growing. My family doesn't want me to talk about it. I'll show you later, Tian said, her eyes curving into crescents, looking very mysterious. Bai Chenyue didn't need to ask to know, it was probably some kind of item that allowed one to grow vegetables. She was very curious. Could it be that Tian also had a space? As they were eating, the door opened. A handsome young man walked in, followed by a tall and powerfully built man. Brother, you're back, Tian called out. The one who entered was precisely Tian's older brother, Tian. When he saw Bai Chenyue, he was momentarily stunned. Brother, this is my friend Luoyi. The one I told you about, the one who participated in the encirclement and suppression operation, Tian introduced. Hello. Tian nodded at her, offering a greeting. The man behind him had a full beard, and was wearing the uniform of the base security team. He looked Bai Chenyue up and down, his expression friendly. Shaoan, is this your friend? Tian's mother greeted with a smile. Come in, sit down. Xiao Luo is here too, come sit. Tianan and Luoyi changed their shoes and walked in. We really owe you all a lot this time. I heard you went to participate in the encirclement and suppression operation and caught that bastard. You're real heroes, Tian's mother said, her face full of admiration. Luo, the bearded one, gave an honest smile. Auntie, we were just following orders. The truly amazing one is someone else. The whole family surrounded Luo, asking him all sorts of questions, treating him like a hero. Bai Chenyue noticed Tian's lips curling slightly, a hint of displeasure on her face. She knew this girl was feeling indignant on her behalf. The real big shot was sitting right here. Yet she could only be a little nobody. Bai Chenyue reached out and patted the back of Tian's hand, signaling her not to mind it. Tian leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, and muttered in her ear. This is so infuriating. They have no idea you're the most awesome one. Bai Chenyue didn't speak, just quietly glanced with her eyes at Tian and the bearded man. She also lowered her voice and asked gossipily, "This wouldn't be your brother's boyfriend, would it?" Tian's expression switched from annoyed to gossip mode, her eyes sparkling, wearing a full-on gossipy look as she winked at Bai Chenyue. Yes, it's him. Bai Chenyue understood. She discreetly sized up the bearded man again. His name was Luo. He was tall and sturdy with an air of uprightness. Then she looked at the handsome, slender Tianan. The difference in their builds. She couldn't help but lean close to Tian's ear again. Your parents don't object? My parents don't know, Tian whispered back into her ear. If they knew, my brother's legs would get broken. Just as the two were secretly exchanging information, Tian's father returned. He was carrying a toolbox and still wearing his electrician's work clothes. My dad is an electrician, responsible for electrical maintenance in our district, Tian explained. My brother is in the logistics department, and my mom is an accountant. Tian's father put down the toolbox, washed his hands, and then ducked into the kitchen to help. Tian continued whispering. My brother and Luo got together before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse came, their feelings grew even stronger. Bai Chenyue glanced at Luo, who was talking with Tianan. He seemed to sense her gaze and looked over. Without changing her expression, Bai Chenyue picked up a cherry tomato and offered it. Want some cherry tomatoes? Luo was momentarily stunned. Tianan declined on his behalf. You guys eat them. He doesn't like these. At that moment Tian's mother called from the kitchen. Shaoan, come get the dishes. Tianan responded and got up to go into the kitchen. Luo immediately followed him in, familiarly helping to get the bowls and chopsticks. Watching this harmonious scene, Bai Chenyue thought this family is really interesting. The food was quickly brought to the table. The not-so-large dining table was filled to the brim. The rich aroma of the dishes, mixed with the bold scents of fermented broad bean paste and Sichuan peppercorns, whetted everyone's appetite. The twice-cooked pork glistened with oil. The slices of meat, a mix of lean and fat, were coated in a deep red sauce, paired with green garlic shoots. It looked perfect for rice. The stir-fried pork kidney was cooked just right, tender and crisp. The dry-fried pork intestines were fragrant and crispy, not a hint of greasiness. There was also a plate of refreshingly stir-fried water spinach and a bowl of steaming hot tomato and egg soup. Right in the middle sat a small dish of crystal-clear pickled radish. Quick, try my mom's pickled radish. It's super tasty. Tian was the first to grab a chopstickful and stuff it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out as she mumbled indistinctly. My mom's jar of pickling brine is a treasure. It existed before the apocalypse. We've moved several times and never had the heart to throw it away. Bai Chenyue picked up a slice of radish and put it in her mouth. Crunch. It was crisp and refreshing, sour with a hint of sweetness, carrying a faint elusive spiciness that awakened her taste buds. Delicious, she praised sincerely. You silly girl, don't just let her eat radish. Eat more meat. Tian's mother scolded with a laugh, picking up a large chopstickful of twice-cooked pork and putting it into Bai Chenyue's bowl. Bai Chenyue looked at the small mountain of meat piled in her bowl and picked up a piece. The salty aroma of the fermented broad bean paste and the fatty fragrance of the pork crashed open the floodgates of memory. She remembered that year when she was 15. Her mother was just like this. Knowing she liked the lean parts, her mother would carefully pick out the fat and put the best piece into her bowl, murmuring, Eat more, you're growing. Her eyes suddenly felt tight. She lowered her head, quickly scooped that piece of meat into her mouth, and chewed vigorously, as if trying to swallow down the sour bitterness along with it. Auntie, the twice-cooked pork you made is really delicious. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Tastes a lot like my mom's. Ah, if it's delicious, eat more, eat more. Tiantian's mother, not noticing her unusual state, simply thought she was hungry, and laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. Tiantian's father didn't speak much, but he would listen in from time to time, urging Tiantian to serve Bai Chenyue more food. Girl, what kind of work do you do? Tiantian's mother asked Bai Chenyue about her job during the meal. I just arrived, haven't been assigned anything yet, Bai Chenyue replied. Oh, no hurry, no hurry. Settle in first. Luoyi, who was sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Are you a player? Bai Chenyue looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wow, a player. Tianan's eyes lit up. So envious. My sister is one too. Luoyi chimed in. If only I were a player. I could buy items and killing bugs would be easier too. What's so good about being a player? Fighting and killing all day, so dangerous, Tiantian's mother said, looking at Tiantian with heartache. The family all knew about their daughter's status as a player. Every time she entered the game, her mother worried herself sick, terrified she might never see her daughter again. Chapter 267. He's a god. A hero sent from heaven. Tiantian didn't care much. Becoming a player already put her ahead of most people. Because of that identity, her family's life was far better than others. If she had the choice, she'd still become a player. Someone told me this clearance operation, was it dangerous? Tiantian's father asked curiously, taking a sip of wine. The moment Tiantian's father asked that, the mood around the table changed. The smile on Luoyi's face faded. He picked up his cup and downed a large gulp as if he needed liquid courage to say what came next. Dangerous. He put the cup down, voice heavy. Dangerous doesn't even cover it. Our entire squad nearly got wiped out there. Tiantian's mother and father both turned pale. Didn't the news say it was a great victory? They executed that bastard Wang Yizha? Tiantian's father asked, puzzled. Luoyi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The news reported the outcome, not the process. We were lured there. It wasn't a clearance at all. It was a trap set by Wang Yizha. Bai Chenyue picked up a piece of stir-fried pork kidney. It was tender, cooked just right. She ate quietly and listened. Luoyi seemed lost in memory, fear still visible in his eyes. The moment we arrived, something felt off. It was too quiet. The captain ordered everyone to be on guard, but it was already too late. That madman Wang Yizha never intended to run. He was just waiting for us to come die. The whole plant's underground was hollowed out. There were millions of worms hidden inside, crawling out from beneath the floor, from the walls, from the ceiling, pouring out from all sides. The red mass surrounded us, pinning us down. Tiantian's parents sucked in a breath. Tiantian's father pressed. Then how did you? Luoyi's eyes flicked to the twice-cooked pork. Bai Chenyue was about to take a piece of meat, followed his gaze, then curved her chopsticks in midair and picked a tomato from the tomato egg soup instead. We were saved. Luoyi paused, choosing his words, searching for the right description. No, not saved by humans. Saved by a god. A near-fanatical reverence spread across Luoyi's face. When we all thought we were going to die, the worms that had been attacking like lunatics suddenly acted as if they'd seen a ghost. They all turned and fled, rushing in a single direction in a swarm. We were stunned, didn't know what was happening. The captain reacted quickly and ordered a breakout to chase Wang Yizha. But even after breaking through most of them, the remainder were still plenty to kill us. Luoyi downed another cup, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Then we saw it. The god who saved every one of us. Tiantian's eyes shone, and she stole a glance at Bai Chenyue, who was calmly handling the dry-fried intestines. Her mouth couldn't help curling upward. Inside she bubbled with excitement like a pot about to boil. See, my big boss is that awesome. What did this god look like? Tianan asked, drawn in by Luoyi's words. Luoyi shook his head. We still don't know whether the person was male or female. They wore a mask and a white outfit, and had a pair of beautiful white wings on their back. Wings? Tiantian's mother gasped. Like an angel? More impressive than an angel, Luoyi said without hesitation. You guys should have seen the scene. We barely broke out and looked up. Worms were flying into the sky like lunatics, forming a swarm darker than storm clouds. I was petrified, thinking the world was ending. He gestured with his hands to describe the cataclysmic sight. The boss first dropped a huge pile of mushrooms down below, bursting among the swarm like fireworks. The worms exploded, blood and flesh raining down like a storm. Luoyi described it animatedly, spittle flying. The coolest part was the boss's wings shooting out countless beams of white light, circling up there in the sky. The worms were turned into sieves. That scene so badass. Really absolutely badass. Tiantian's mother and Tianan listened dumbfounded, their chopsticks frozen, utterly stunned by Luoyi's painting of the scene. Only Bai Chenyue remained composed, collecting her food with effortless grace. She picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork. It was fatty but fragrant, rich without being greasy, then grabbed a slice of pickled radish. Tian watched Luoyi gesturing wildly, and then glanced at Bai Chenyue's calm profile and swelled with pride. She desperately wanted to stand up and shout, "See that? The boss who cut through millions of worms like chopping vegetables is right now eating my mom's twice-cooked pork." But she couldn't. She shoved rice into her mouth as fast as she could, using chewing to hide the grin that threatened to split her face. Luoyi's tone carried self-mockery but more reverence. The boss knocked them out from the sky so they fell down, and we finished them off from below. If not for the boss, we wouldn't be alive. His mouth was dry from talking. He lifted his bowl and finished the remaining tomato egg soup in one gulp, wiped his mouth and sighed. That's what I call a true earth-shaking hero. I don't know what they look like, but if I could see them once, my life would be fulfilled. What does this hero look like? Tall? Muscular? Tianan was starry-eyed, unable to construct the hero's image in his head. Luoyi slapped his thigh and launched into wild imagination. I heard Brother Zhao from the national team say the boss was male, but he was flying up there, I couldn't see clearly either. Fu cough cough. Tian exploded the mouthful of soup she just swallowed. She coughed violently while stifling laughter, shoulders shaking, her face flushed dark purple. She sneaked a look at Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue didn't react much. She finished her rice, then silently ladled another bowl of tomato egg soup and drank it. Tian's mother, seeing her daughter in an awkward state, smacked her lightly. "Child, how old are you? You still choke on soup." Then she joined the conversation with enthusiasm. "Such a mighty hero, no idea if they're married. If not, I know a few good girls." Bai Chenyue paused mid-sip. "No need at all." Tian laughed even harder, nearly crawling under the table. Her mother shot her a glare to mind her image. Luoyi expressed gratitude. Not only did the boss save us, but they also killed that bastard Wang Yizha. They said Wang Yizha's blood was the key to counteracting the worm toxin. After the captain reported it, Beijing experts researched through the night, and within days the antidote serum was developed. A hero who saved countless people. Tianan marveled. "Exactly. My colleague's son was bitten while patrolling a few days ago. His arm went purple, he was vomiting and had diarrhea. Yesterday afternoon they injected the serum and he woke up a short time later." Tian's father nodded heavily. "A hero like that deserves a long life." Bai Chenyue's grip on her spoon tightened slightly, her mind full of thoughts. Chapter 268. The base order shocks the hierupes. The big shot is actually from Shu? The meal was thoroughly enjoyed by both host and guest, except for Tian, who almost choked herself to death from holding back laughter. "Take this, girl. These pickled radishes go well with rice." When Bai Chenyue was leaving, Tian's mother stuffed a sealed glass jar into her arms. The jar was still warm, clearly having just been scalded with hot water. Bai Chenyue couldn't refuse and had to accept it. The enthusiasm of an ordinary family left her somewhat flustered, but her heart felt warm and fuzzy. "Sis, I'll walk you out." Tian unceremoniously wrapped her arm around Bai Chenyue's shoulder and led her outside. The two walked along the broad passageways of the shelter, surrounded by bustling crowds, filled with the vitality of everyday life. "My mom's just really enthusiastic, don't mind it." Tian Tian chuckled. It's nice. Bai Chenyue said softly. It really was nice. When passing a junction, Bai Chenyue paused, her gaze drawn to a wall at the end of the corridor. On that wall hung a huge electronic screen displaying the words, R01 Shelter Contribution Wall. Below were rows of photos, men and women, old and young. Most photos were in color, showing people wearing various outfits, some in military uniforms, some in white lab coats, others in ordinary work clothes. Below the color photos was a row of black and white photos. Not many people. Bai Chenyue counted. There were only about 20-something black and white photos. This is our shelter's contribution wall. Tian Tian followed her gaze, her tone carrying a mix of respect and longing. Only those who have made significant contributions to the shelter can have their photos hung up here. Let me tell you, getting on this wall means much better treatment for your family. They get double the monthly supplies and priority for better rooms. Tian Tian clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling. When I work harder and complete more missions, I want to get on this wall too. Then my parents and my brother won't have to live so cramped. Bai Chenyue looked at her but said nothing. Family. For Tian Tian, it was the entire meaning of her struggle. And herself? She no longer had a family. Bai Chenyue looked at the photos on the contribution wall. Black and white photos meant sacrifice. Behind every name was a shattered family. She remained silent, saying nothing. By the way, sis, Tian Tian seemed to remember something, leaning in mysteriously. If you ever want vegetables, just message me anytime. I'll deliver them to you. Vegetables are no problem. Bai Chenyue thought of the plate of plump, juicy cherry tomatoes and felt a stir in her heart. You have a vegetable growing item? Heh, as expected of my idol, you guessed it right away. Tian Tian proudly raised her eyebrows. I have an imagination creature. A mini cultivation box that can grow vegetables inside. But my parents won't let me talk about it everywhere. Afraid it might cause trouble. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood. No wonder her family could produce such fresh, juicy cherry tomatoes. Next time you come to my place, I'll show you. Tian Tian wore an I have a treasure expression. Bai Chenyue nodded. The two walked all the way to the shelter's exit. The heavy metal gate slowly opened, and the outside heat and noise rushed in. Just see me off here. You go back. Bai Chenyue stopped. No way, I'm walking you outside. There's something else I need to give you. Tian Tian pulled her along, her attitude firm. Bai Chenyue couldn't win against her and followed her out of the shelter. Tian Tian looked left and right, confirming no one was around, then let out a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath as if having made some decision, and opened her inventory. The next moment, a simple ancient-looking silver token appeared in her hand. Bai Chenyue saw the token and raised an eyebrow. Base token. Sis, this is for you. Tian Tian solemnly pressed the token into Bai Chenyue's hand. Bai Chenyue looked down at the base token in her palm, then up at Tian Tian. Where did you get this? Reward from the last seeking the source mission. Tian Tian answered honestly. I thought about it for a long time and still felt giving it to you was most appropriate. Then why don't you use it yourself? Bai Chenyue asked the key question. Once you activate a base, you won't have to worry about safety anymore. Having a base meant having an absolutely safe sanctuary. For anyone surviving in this apocalyptic world, it was an irresistible temptation. But Tian Tian shook her head vigorously, her face showing a clarity and rationality beyond her years. I know exactly how capable I am. The base token is good, but it's also a hot potato. Once I activate a base, I become a living target. Then, people wanting to steal things, people wanting to take advantage, they'll all come knocking. Dying myself doesn't matter, but I can't drag my parents and brother into it. She looked at Bai Chenyue, her eyes extremely serious. This thing can only reach its full potential in your hands. You're stronger than me, stronger than everyone. You being the Lord is most suitable. Bai Chenyue fell silent. Owning a treasure without the power to protect it invites disaster. Without absolute strength, possessing such a treasure would only bring death. If you're worried about your and your family's safety, you can cooperate with the state. Bai Chenyue's mind worked quickly, immediately thinking of a win-win solution. Hand the base token to the state, let them establish and manage the base. Oh right. Tian Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, And she slapped her thigh. Why didn't I think of that? Handing it to the state is both safe and useful, and I might even get a big contribution. She looked at Bai Chenyue with even more admiration. See, this is the boss's perspective, coming up with the optimal solution in minutes. Bai Chenyue watched Tian's excited expression but was calculating something else in her mind. 1 base token could establish 1 base. What about 2? An idea gradually crystallized in her mind. She looked at Tian and slowly spoke. When you make your request to the state, have the base built in Chengdu. Built in Chengdu? Tian was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood. The boss is from the Shu region. The boss wants to stay here. And, Bai Chenyue continued, you can't report this directly. You need to find a trustworthy person to act as a go-between. Your brother's boyfriend. Didn't he participate in the encirclement? He should know people from the national team. Have him pass the message. I'll listen to everything you say. Tian nodded like a chick pecking rice, memorizing every word the boss said. Going through Luoyi was indeed much better than recklessly running to report it herself. What about you? Tian asked, then immediately felt she'd asked a stupid question. The boss was so capable she must have her own plans. Sure enough, Bai Chenyue just glanced at her faintly. If even you could get a base token, how could I not have one? Tian suddenly understood. Right, she was ranked 2nd and had a base token as a reward. Then the top-ranked boss's reward could only be more generous. Boss, are you going to establish a base too? Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Chenyue shook her head. I don't need it. I'll hand it over to the state when the time comes. Establishing a base meant exposing her identity. Handing the base token to the state was currently the best choice. Tian instantly understood. The boss didn't want to reveal her identity. When establishing a base, the Lord's information was disclosed to all base members. The boss's identity would definitely be exposed. So, the boss planned to hand her own base token to the state too, letting the state take the lead. And she herself only needed to request the base be built in Chengdu. Didn't that mean the boss would also live in this base in the future? Holy crap! I can be neighbors with the boss. I can see the boss every day. I can deliver vegetables I grow to the boss daily. Tian's inner self was screaming wildly. The fat on her face trembled from excessive excitement. She felt she was about to faint from happiness. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, drool nearly flowing from the corner of her eye again. Sis, don't worry. Leave this to me. She patted her chest, producing a dull thud. I'll handle it perfectly. Bai Chenyue looked at her silly expression and reminded her again. Don't be in too much of a hurry. Hand it over in a few days. Find a suitable reason, so the state doesn't think we colluded. Got it. Tian nodded repeatedly. The boss considered everything thoroughly. The reward from seeking the source was a base token. What about the other mission? Bai Chenyue thought of something and asked. The other mission had no reward. I didn't even participate. Tian knew she was referring to the mission involving participating in Wang Yijia's encirclement. She was also quite curious about what reward the boss got but didn't dare ask. After giving a few more instructions, Bai Chenyue turned and left. Goodbye, boss. Tian waved reluctantly. Bai Chenyue didn't look back, just waved her hand. Her figure soon disappeared into the night. She didn't return directly to the villa. Instead, she walked slowly around the perimeter of the R01 shelter. The light spilling from the shelter resembled a warm lighthouse in the sweltering darkness. She remembered the vivid faces inside the shelter. The mother teaching her child, the open-minded and cheerful elderly, the passionate and unyielding citizens, and the selfless kindness between strangers. All of this was completely different from the apocalypse she experienced in her previous life. In her previous life, shelters were hellscapes where people preyed on each other. But in this life something seemed different. Was it because the apocalypse had just begun? Or was it because in this life, with the state's strong intervention, the light of humanity hadn't been completely swallowed by darkness? She didn't know. But she knew she was affected by that atmosphere. She always thought of herself as a lone wolf, accustomed to traveling alone, accustomed to seeing everyone as a potential threat. But today she wavered. Perhaps she could try to believe once. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath. The sweltering air filled her lungs but made her chaotic thoughts exceptionally clear. She stopped and took out her own base token. The silver token gleamed coldly under the moonlight. This time, she murmured to herself, her voice as light as a breeze. I'll take the gamble. Chengdu, Sharp Sword Team Temporary Command Center. Lu Qian stared at the continuously scrolling casualty data on the screen, her mood heavy. Although Wang Yizhe had been dealt with, the threat of the heat crimson worms remained. Across the country, new strongholds were being breached daily, and new death tolls kept coming in. At that moment, a notification sound pulled her thoughts back. It was a private message. Seeing that familiar nickname that made her heart race, Lu Qian jolted and immediately sat up straight. Who's that guy? Are you there? Lu Qian's fingers flew across the keyboard, afraid that if she replied a second late, the boss would go offline. Cow's leather anus. Boss, you finally contacted me. What are your orders? She had just sent the message when a trade request window popped up, filling her entire field of view. Another trade? What good stuff was the boss sending this time? With an excited heart, Lu Qian looked at the trade list. When she saw the item name and description, her entire body froze. There was only one item in the trade list. A palm-sized silver token with an ancient design, engraved with intricate architectural patterns. Item: base token. Description: a token capable of leveraging the underlying rules of this world. After use, it can create an absolute territory protected by the game within a designated area, establishing a player base. Characteristics: 1. Absolute territory. After generation, the base will possess a basic defensive barrier, isolating it from certain disasters and low-level creature invasions. As the base upgrades, defensive capabilities will gradually improve. 2. Lord's Law. You may allow other players or local residents to enter and reside in the base. 3. Everything in ruins. The base starts at level 0 with rudimentary functions. After establishment, it will automatically activate the time-limited emergency mission, the Foundation of Home. Completing the series of missions can upgrade the base, unlocking more missions and functions. 4. Lord's authority is transferable. Lu Qian's mouth slowly dropped open, her eyes widening like copper bells. Base token? Establish a player base? Absolute territory? She felt her brain couldn't process this. She flipped through the description and characteristics several times before finally digesting this astonishing information. Holy shit! An earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the command center. Lu Qian sprang up from her chair. The movement was so violent that the chair toppled over. Captain Zhaozhe by Wan Xiaolu, come quick and look at this. Her voice cracked as she held up her player panel, rushing like a madwoman toward Lu Ming and the others who were in a meeting. What's wrong? What's wrong? Did the bugs attack? Zhu Yunyang was the first to rush over. Something huge happened. Lu Qian shoved the panel in his face. Lu Ming, Zhaozhe, and the others all gathered around. When they saw the description of base token on the panel, the entire command center fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the game-changing functionality of this thing. I'm not seeing things, am I? Establish a player base. Zhaozhe stammered, his handsome face flushed red, whether from excitement or shock. Absolute territory protected by the game, isolating disasters and low-level creatures. Zhu Yunyang muttered to himself, thinking of the tragedy at Shelter C-13. If we had this back then. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his meaning. Except the trade. Lu Ming was the first to react. Oh. Lu Qian fumbled nervously on the screen. The trade success notification sounded. The base token quietly entered her inventory. Felt real, like a dream. Who's that guy? Reward from the Seeking the Source mission. No use for it. Giving it to you. Looking at the message from the boss, Lu Qian felt her eyes grow slightly hot. From strategies to Research Institute data, to the insect control ring to now the base token, the boss time and again at the most critical moments sent them exactly what they needed most. Never asking for anything in return. The greatest of heroes serve their country and people. Truly worthy of being my idol. Zhaozhe murmured, looking at the nickname. Who's that guy on the panel? pure admiration and fervor in his eyes. This is the true style of a boss. Casually giving away an item that can change the world's landscape without batting an eye. Cool, so damn cool. The boss. I could cry. Lin Xiaolu choked up. He picked up the communicator and reported this astonishing news at the fastest speed possible. When the base token information reached the Supreme Command headquarters in the capital, those high-level leaders who remained unruffled, even if Mount Tai collapsed, collectively lost their composure. An emergency meeting was convened overnight. And Bai Chenyue, after sending the base token, closed the chat window. Concealing her merit and fame, she stood in the night, feeling the sweltering wind blow against her face. Her heart was unprecedentedly calm. She had planted the seed of hope. As for what kind of flower it would bloom or what fruit it would bear, that was beyond her control. But she believed that our motherland would not disappoint her. Few days later. Our 01 shelter. A highly confidential meeting room. Tian sat somewhat awkwardly on a chair. Across from her sat a dashing, short-haired woman. It was precisely the deputy leader of the sharp sword team, Lu Qian. Comrade Tian, hello? I'm Lu Qian. Lu Qian wore a formal smile, but her eyes held scrutiny. Hello. Tian swallowed, feeling a bit nervous inside. Following the boss's instructions, she contacted the national team through Luo Yi's connection, saying she had an important item to hand over. Then she was brought here. You said you have an important game item to hand over to the state? Lu Qian got straight to the point. Yes. Tian nodded and took out the base token from her inventory. When the identical silver token appeared on the table, the smile on Lu Qian's face froze. She stared fixedly at the token, then looked up at Tian, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Another base token? Lu Qian's gaze shifted back and forth between the base token on the table and Tian's face. The shock in her heart was beyond words. A few days ago, top-ranked boss Who's That Guy had just given them a base token. Now, the second-ranked Wind Blows Pants Cold produced an identical one. What was going on? Comrade Tian, this token of yours. Lu Qian's voice was somewhat dry. Where did you get it from? Reward from the Seeking the Source mission. Tian answered honestly. A steady male voice came through the miniature earpiece in her ear. Heartbeat steady, no signs of lying. It was Gao Jianjun. He was monitoring this conversation in real time through surveillance and lie detection equipment. Lu Qian remained expressionless and continued asking. As far as we know, this mission forcibly recruited the top 3 players from the previous leaderboard. Besides you and the top-ranked boss, there was also chosen overlord. But he's dead. The 4th place couldn't participate. So, only you and the top-ranked boss received this reward. I don't know. Tian scratched her head, looking honest and simple. The game gave me this. I don't know about anything else. No lying. The voice in her ear sounded again. Lu Qian grew even more puzzled. If the two didn't know each other, why were their actions so consistent? Both chose to hand over such an important item to the state? Coincidence? She didn't believe it. Then why did you think of handing over such a valuable item? Lu Qian's eyes turned sharp. You should clearly understand its value. Used well, you could completely become a regional lord. Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, her smile carrying a hint of self-mockery. Sis, look at me. Do I look like lord material? She patted her 200-pound body. I know exactly how capable I am. I'm okay at arguing with people, but building a base and hiding it from the state? You overestimate me. This thing is too hot for me to handle. Handing it to the state in exchange for my family's safety is better than anything. These words sounded very practical and matched the persona she projected. Heartbeat, blood pressure show slight fluctuations, but consistent with normal emotional reactions. No lying. Gao Jianjun calmly analyzed. Lu Qian lightly tapped the table with her fingers, her mind racing. Last question. Lu Qian stared into Tian's eyes. Do you know who's that guy? Here it comes. Tian's heart skipped a beat. The main topic had arrived. She wore an appropriately confused and longing expression on her face, even stars seeming to appear in her eyes. Who's that guy? The top-ranked boss? Of course I don't know him. She sighed with regret. If I knew the boss, I'd have clung to his thigh long ago. Would I still need to hand this thing over to you? Wouldn't cooperating with the boss to build a base be much better? Her expression was too sincere, her tone too regretful. Anyone seeing it would think she was a fervent fan desperate to cling to the boss's thigh but unable to. No lying. Gao Jianjun's voice came through the earpiece. Lu Qian also frowned. Really didn't know? Could everything really just be coincidence? In another monitoring room, Zhao Zhe looked at Tian's sincere face on the screen and snorted disdainfully. Acting, keep acting, he said confidently to Zhu Yunyang beside him. Definitely lying. She definitely knows my idol. Zhu Yunyang pushed up his glasses and analyzed. The lie detector shows no reaction, meaning she's telling the truth, or she has a way to evade detection. Definitely the latter. Zhao Zhe said without hesitation. Don't forget what strange items aren't in the game. Getting an anti-lie detection item isn't hard, is it? But why would she lie? Admitting she knows the top-ranked boss would give her more benefits and attention, wouldn't it? Zhu Yunyang was puzzled. You don't understand. Zhao Zhe wore a "you're too young" expression. It means my idol is low-key. Definitely doesn't want to expose her identity, so she told the fat girl to keep it secret. It's also possible this fat girl is the idol's own person. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. His fondness for the boss increased a bit more. Simultaneously, his fondness for fat girl dropped by half again. Zhu Yunyang glanced at him. Aren't you overcomplicating things? Tian, as the second-ranked player, getting a reward is also normal. The boss is so strong. Lying low and winning isn't a problem either. Zhao Zhe couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but his intuition told him things weren't that simple. He didn't believe the fat girl's words. She definitely had issues. In the meeting room, Lu Qian continued questioning. Can you tell me how you completed the mission? Tian told the story of secretly going to the research institute, only omitting everything about meeting Bai Chenyue. From the last Grass Star mission, I got an invisibility skill. I used invisibility to sneak in. Tian also mentioned that her skill could directly penetrate living beings and objects. I just went in to take a look. My God, it was full of bugs densely packed. Scared my legs weak. I stayed less than half an hour and hurried out. Almost scared my soul out. She described it vividly, timely showing a fearful expression on her face. Her acting skills were Oscar-worthy. Gao Jianjun's voice came through the earpiece again. No lying. Lu Qian finished asking all her questions but still found no flaws. This Tian seemed like an ordinary player with explosive luck but not much courage. All her answers were reasonable, with no suspicious points. Could it be they were really overthinking it? Lu Qian's heart also began to waver. She then stood up and extended her hand to Tian. Comrade Tian, thank you again for your contribution. The questioning ended. Tian was politely escorted out of the meeting room. A young-looking, sweet and gentle girl poured her a glass of water. Hello, second-rank sister. The girl's voice was very soft. Hello. Tian took the water and drank half the glass in one gulp. She sized up Lin Xiaolu before her, feeling somewhat curious. The little girl looked delicate and weak, not like a combat personnel. Are you a player too? Tian asked. Lin Xiaolu nodded and said, I'm responsible for logistics and healing. Wow, healing. Tian's eyes lit up. Tian was a social daredevil. In just a few sentences, the two quickly became familiar. Tian had a belly full of words with nowhere to vent. Looking at this harmless little girl before her, she finally couldn't hold back and began probing indirectly. Let me ask you something. Don't tell anyone. Tian leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice. Okay, tell me. Lin Xiaolu nodded seriously. The top-ranked boss, have you seen him? What does he look like? Male or female? Tian wore a curious expression. Hearing top-ranked boss, Lin Xiaolu's expression turned somewhat complicated. She shook her head and said softly, Haven't seen him. I heard from my brother's friend that you participated in the encirclement operation together? The boss went too, right? Tian asked in surprise. Lin Xiaolu smiled bitterly. The boss did go, But he was always wearing a mask and flying in the sky. We couldn't see what he looked like at all. Besides, I was unconscious back then. I had no idea. She paused and also looked curiously at Tian. I thought you'd seen him. After all, both of them had produced base tokens. Me? How could that be? Tian immediately denied it. How could that be? If I'd seen the boss, I'd have followed him directly and wouldn't even be here. As she spoke, she screamed wildly in her heart. Bet you didn't expect it. Not only have I seen the boss, I've eaten with her, chatted with her, added her as a friend. The boss even ate the cherry tomatoes I grew. I also know the boss is a fragrant, beautiful big sister. You ordinary people go be jealous. But fortunately, before coming, I was careful and bought an item from the mall. Item. An actor's self-cultivation. Description. One-time consumable. After use, provides immunity to any form of lie detection for 24 hours, including but not limited to instruments, skills, and items. Price. 2,000 game coins. With the items boost, she wasn't afraid of the authorities finding out. Lin Xiaolu looked at Tian's longing expression and believed about 70 to 80%. Indeed, if someone really knew the top-rank boss, who would give up such a thick thigh? Capital Special Talents Administration Bureau, highest-level meeting room. Around the circular conference table sat a group of high-ranking officials and leaders with stars on their shoulders. Sitting at the head of the table was the highest person in charge of the Special Talents Administration Bureau, Chen Yan. Everyone understands the situation. Chen Yan's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice steady and powerful. 2 base tokens, both requesting construction in Chengdu. One comes from Who's That Guy, whom we've been closely monitoring. The other comes from the second-place player in the Grass Star mission. Wind blows pants cold. Real name Tian. The report from the Sharp Sword team. Everyone has seen it. They suspect this Tian has private contact with Who's That Guy. But there's no evidence. He projected the 2 reports onto the central holographic screen. Now, regarding base construction, let's hear your opinions. Regardless of whether they know each other or not, I believe both bases should be built in the capital. An old general with 2 stars on his shoulder spoke first. Li Zhonggui said. The only requirement Tian made when handing over the base token was to build the base in Chengdu. The old general snorted coldly, refuting. The capital is the heart of Zhonghua. Absolute security must be guaranteed. We can't base decisions on her whims. I believe they should be built in Chengdu. A steady voice spoke up. Chen Yan looked at the speaker. Explain your thoughts. Guo Changfan adjusted his glasses and spoke unhurriedly. I've analyzed all of Who's That Guy's actions so far. From the earliest sale of Grass Star strategies, to later providing cooling supplies, to taking down Wang Yizhi's lair, providing key data and serum clues, and now the base token. Every step of his has landed precisely at the point where we needed it most. His behavior shows strong self-interest tendencies. Everything he does ultimately aims to help himself survive better. But he also possesses strong patriotic sentiment. His self-interest is built on a foundation of benefiting others. He hopes this country becomes better, because only with national stability can he be safer. I've checked all his transactions with the state and all the food he requested the chef to make. It's clear he loves spicy food. And this time he appeared in Chengdu just in time to stop Wang Yizhi's plot and save the Sharp Sword team. I have a bold guess. Guo Changfan's gaze turned sharp. Who's That Guy is very likely from the Shu region. The moment this guess was voiced, everyone at the table was shocked. And Tian is very likely a front pushed out by Who's That Guy. Who's That Guy doesn't want to appear. My suggestion is to respect his choice and not deliberately investigate his identity. We only need to know he's on our side. That's enough. Since he pushed Tian out, let's go along with his wishes. Chen Yan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He stopped and fixed his deep gaze on Guo Changfan. Your opinion is? 2 base tokens. 1 built in the capital. The capital is our political, military, and scientific research center. Guo Changfan's thinking was extremely clear. It's the anchor must be solid. He paused, then shifted direction. The other built in Chengdu. Guo Changfan's tone was steady. The Chengdu base is our stable rear. With it, we can advance, using it as a springboard to radiate outward and eradicate the insect threat. We can retreat, using it as a fortress to preserve our forces. Guo Changfan's idea gained approval from most people present. Regarding the Chengdu base, since it was handed over by Tian, let her activate it personally. We'll assist with management from the side. Guo Changfan continued laying out plans. As for the capital base, after the sharp sword team returns to the capital, select one from among them to activate it. For the person in charge of the Chengdu base, I recommend myself, taking full responsibility for the player base's establishment and subsequent operations. Guo Changfan volunteered. This plan considered all aspects and was nearly perfect. Everyone voted in favor unanimously. After the meeting ended, the news quickly returned to the Chengdu Temporary Command Center. When Zhao Zhe heard this decision, he was the first to jump up. I want to go to Chengdu too. I request to stay here and assist Minister Guo with establishing the base. He blurted out without thinking. Lu Ming glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. Zhao Zhe grew anxious. Captain, don't look at me like that. I'm not going to play. I always feel that Tian has problems. She definitely knows my idol's identity. You're all too easily fooled. Only I can see through her disguise and uncover the truth. He firmly believed his idol was in Chengdu. What was interesting about staying in the capital? Only by staying by the idol's side could he admire her charisma in real time and cling to the thickest thigh. Lu Ming looked at his. I'm obsessed with my idol. I'm crazy for my idol expression and relayed his request upward. Soon the response came down. Approved. Zhao Zhe, as he wished, stayed in Chengdu. He felt the distance between him and his idol had narrowed another step. A few days later, Guo Changfan arrived in Chengdu. The meeting location was set in the R01 Shelter's command center. It was Tian's first time attending such a high-level meeting. She was so nervous her palms were sweating. She sat at the end of the long conference table, looking at the high-ranking officials in military uniforms around her, feeling like a husky that had wandered into a wolf pack. Especially the man sitting at the head of the table, wearing glasses, looking refined and gentle. But she always felt those eyes could penetrate people's hearts, seeing her clearly. She spent the entire site selection meeting in a daze. Ever since she handed over the base token, she had been incorporated into the national team. Worried about exposing the boss before handing over the token, she had contacted the boss, saying she needed to delete her as a friend. She agonized over it for a long time. Finally, the boss said that after the player base was established, she would add her with a small account. Only then did she decisively delete her. During the meeting, Guo Changfan detailed the capital's strategic deployment and formally appointed Tian as the activator of the Chengdu player base. When the appointment was announced, Tian, who had been spacing out, finally snapped back to reality. Me activating it? She pointed at her own nose, stammering. Correct. Guo Changfan adjusted his glasses, a gentle and encouraging smile on his face. Comrade Tian, don't feel pressured. You only need to be responsible for activating the base token. Subsequent construction and management will be handled by our professional team. Tian nodded, somewhat understanding. Understood. She was just a mascot. The third day, early morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The base site selection area had been cleared, with long security lines cordoned off around it. Some players unafraid of the heat crimson worms spontaneously came from the shelter, gathering outside the security lines. They all knew that today would be the day determining the fate of Chengdu, even the entire southwestern region. A player established, absolutely safe home was about to be born. Tian was so nervous her palms were all sweat. Beside her stood Guo Changfan, Lu Ming, Zhao Zhe, and a group of high-ranking officials and players. Surrounding them were dark crowds and countless pairs of expectant eyes. Comrade Tian, are you ready? Guo Changfan's voice was steady, carrying a calming power. Ready. Tian took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself. She took out the silver base token from her inventory. Tian nodded. Holding the base token with both hands, she focused her mind according to the game prompt and selected, Activate. Ding. Player wind blows pants cold, confirms activation of base token. Lord identity binding in progress. Binding successful. Please select base name. An input box popped up. Tian looked at Guo Changfan. Guo Changfan uttered 2 words. Tian input them. Unfolding absolute territory. As the prompt sounded, the base token in Tian's hands erupted with dazzling silver light. The light shot into the sky, exploding mid-air, transforming into a massive silver light screen, like an inverted giant bowl, rapidly spreading outward. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous sight, instinctively holding their breath. The light screen spread extremely fast. Wherever it passed, space emitted faint buzzing sounds. Some heat crimson worms lurking in the soil and ruins, upon contacting the light screen, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted shrill, piercing shrieks. Their bodies rapidly charred and vaporized, not even leaving ashes. My God! It blocked them. It really blocked them. This is amazing. With this thing, what do we have to fear from bugs? Outside the security lines, the crowd erupted with earth-shaking exclamations and cheers. The light screen ultimately covered a full square kilometer area, then slowly faded, disappearing into the air. But everyone knew it hadn't vanished. Instead, it had transformed into an invisible barrier, completely isolating this land from the crisis-ridden apocalypse. This would be the new home. Ding! Level 1 base hope, successfully established. Base lord. Wind blows pants cold. Base area. 1 square kilometer. Base characteristics. Basic defense barrier. Can isolate certain disasters and low-level creatures. If the lord dies, the base will enter a 24-hour lordless state. If no new lord binds during this period, the base will lose the protection of the laws and permanently deactivate. Outside the security lines, the crowd erupted with earth-shaking exclamations and cheers. Upgrade conditions. Chapter 269. Talos Mining Planet. With the base activated, Bai Chenyue returned to the villa. In the days that followed, she almost never stepped outside. Daily life was quite monotonous. Exercise, binge-watching shows, supervising the various employees working in her space, either teasing little A, or studying various mechanical operation video manuals. Every time she looked at these materials, her head would start to ache. What kind of good person still studies when the apocalypse has arrived? If she could just teach Sadako everything sooner, she would be completely free. Now Sadako could already skillfully drive a tractor, operate a forklift to move supplies, and even control an excavator to dig pits. Watching that ethereal figure in white sitting in the mechanical driver's cabin, her movements more standardized than her own, Bai Chenyue always felt an unreal sense of absurdity. Who would believe it if you told them? A ghost can operate an excavator better than a human. If she went to take a driver's license test, wouldn't she pass in one go? That night at exactly midnight, just as Bai Chenyue was about to rest, the game notification tone sounded in her mind. Player, who's that guy? Welcome to the chosen game. Initiate teleportation? Yes/no. Bai Chenyue was not surprised at all and clicked. Yes. Game session commencing. Teleportation in 10 seconds. 98. This teleportation felt exceptionally long. When the sensation of weightlessness finally disappeared, a series of urgent red alarms, replacing the usual steady system notifications, flashed frantically in Bai Chenyue's mind. Warning. Unknown deviation in teleportation coordinates detected. Warning. Abnormal magnetic field detected in current region. Warning. High-intensity mental pollution source present in current region. Prolonged exposure may lead to mental derangement and consciousness collapse. Current region. Talos 7 Mining Planet. High-danger mining zone. Before the alarm sounds could fade, a breath of air mixed with sulfur and the smell of corroded metal flooded her lungs. Bai Chenyue's eyes snapped open. The sky was a bizarre purplish-black. There was no sun, no moon, only a few dim stars in the distance emitting faint light. The ground presented the same purplish-black hue. The hard rocky surface was covered in oddly shaped crystals. Some crystals were as large as houses, others as small as fists. Under the dim light, they refracted a cold, gloomy glow. Talos 7 Mining Planet? High-danger mining zone? Bai Chenyue frowned slightly. A teleportation mishap was also a first. A high-intensity mental pollution source. She carefully assessed her own state. Apart from the foul-smelling air and a faint, negligible buzzing deep within her eardrums, she didn't feel any particularly uncomfortable sensations. Then a new mission prompt popped up. Main quest activated. Junior Artisan. Quest objective, find Landseer. Quest reward, unknown. Quest hint, none. Bai Chenyue looked at this quest, her brow furrowing tightly. Landseer? Is that a person or something? Where? What does it look like? Male or female? On the game panel, aside from a name, there was no information whatsoever. Where was she supposed to look? Immediately after, another mission window popped up. Bai Chenyue continued reading. Side quest activated. Blueprint. Quest objective. Special materials used for constructing blueprint creations can be found on this planet. Quest hint. Special materials are the only means to construct blueprint creations in the real world. After the game update, that new blueprint category had appeared in the mall. Her dimensional fusion reactor also belonged to the blueprint category. The blueprint category contained everything from basic buildings to high-tech weapons, with the prerequisite being the consumption of specified game materials for construction in the real world. Finding Landseer was no different from finding a needle in a haystack, but this side quest offered tangible benefits. Finding someone could wait, but the mining that had to be done. She had been teleported to a dangerous mining zone, but didn't know where the danger was. The more critical the situation, the calmer one must be. The immediate priority was to figure out her current predicament. Map scan initiating. Warning. Strong magnetic field interference detected. Map scan functionality restricted. Scan range reduced by 90%. Scan accuracy reduced by 75%. Current scan coverage, 1.8%. Analyzing. High concentration energy radiation and mental pollution detected in current region. Please locate a safe zone promptly to avoid irreversible mental damage. Bai Chenyue frowned, not expecting the map skill to be affected as well. The surrounding air was permeated with an indescribable odor. It didn't quite smell like sulfur, nor was it entirely metallic. It was more like something had been burnt at extremely high temperatures, mixed with a faint elusive hint of decay. Deep within her eardrums, there was a very subtle buzzing, negligible. The high-intensity warning from the game, while uncomfortable for her, was far from a threat. 12 unknown dangerous lifeforms currently detected. Estimated total dangerous lifeforms, 276. Looking at the pitifully small scan range on the map, Bai Chenyue's heart sank. For the map function to be suppressed this severely, just how strong was the magnetic field here? She zoomed in on the map to check her current location. The map showed she was at the center of a massive ring-shaped valley, and around her to the east, west, and north, there were 3 conspicuous red markers, each labeled dangerous life form. 3 nests forming a perfect triangle, trapping her firmly in the middle. A catastrophic start. Bai Chenyue cautiously advanced along the southern direction, the only path on the map without a nest marker. Her steps were light, absolute insight activated, alert to any movement in her surroundings. After walking for about 10 minutes, she saw a reddish stone protruding from the ground. This stone was only half a meter tall, entirely crimson, its surface covered in irregular cracks. Deep within the cracks, a dark red glow seemed to be slowly flowing. Item. Crimson gold mother ore. Description. The core constituent material of Talos 7 mining planet. Mutated after exposure to unknown energy radiation. Internal structure is extremely unstable. A core material for constructing various high-tier buildings. Note. Its internal energy structure is more complex than a tangled mess. Any severe external impact may trigger a small-scale energy collapse. Unless you wish to personally experience the thrill of being shredded by spatial turbulence, it is advised to steer clear. Bai Chenyue's eye twitched. Construction material? The kind that easily explodes? Just as she was about to detour around this dangerous ore, a new module popped up at the bottom of her game panel. Associated Building Blueprint Module unlocked. Unlocked related blueprints. 1. Geocentric Villa. 2. Floating Celestial Palace. 3. Deep Sea Nest. 4. Folding Fortress. 5-star Rail Shipyard. Looking at these 5 building names that sounded incredibly impressive, Bai Chenyue's curiosity was piqued. She opened the game mall and searched for geocentric villa within the newly added blueprint category. Soon, an exquisitely and intricately designed architectural blueprint appeared before her. Blueprint. Geocentric villa. Description. A super fortress that can be completely concealed beneath the surface. Only a disguised entrance/exit remains above ground. The main structure extends deep underground. Standard design includes 5 underground levels, with potential for infinite downward expansion based on requirements. Main structure utilizes memory alloy and ultra-strong seismic-resistant materials, capable of withstanding a magnitude 30 planetary-scale earthquake. Comes with a complete set of sanitation systems, air circulation systems, and self-sufficient energy systems. Core materials required for construction: Earth Dragon Bone times 1000 units, Memory Space Gold times 500 units, High Purity Energy Crystal times 50 units, Crimson Gold Mother Ore times 1000 kilograms. Price: 1,500,000 game coins. Note: congratulations on discovering the ultimate dream home for a terminal shut-in. As long as you don't foolishly venture outside, even if a world war breaks out or the planet is destroyed, it's none of your concern, provided that the foundation you built with 100 units of explosives doesn't send you skyward first. Looking at this description, Bai Chenyue's eyelids kept twitching. Extremely expensive cost, god-tier functionality, and equally god-tier risks. Did the person who designed this blueprint have something wrong with their brain? Who would spend 1.5 million game coins to buy a blueprint, then expend countless rare materials to build themselves a tomb that could explode at any moment? She proceeded to search for the other 4 blueprints: Floating Celestial Palace, Folding Fortress, and so on. Chapter 270. Talos Mining Planet 2. Bai Chenyue closed the mall and turned her gaze back to the vast canyon. The dark red crimson gold mother ore was almost everywhere here. The entire canyon was a massive powder keg. Dangerous as it was, looking at it from another angle, it also meant that as long as she wanted, she could obtain massive amounts of building materials at any time. Even if she didn't build anything herself, she could take the materials back to sell. Dig. Bai Chenyue hesitated no longer. Whether she would use it or not, getting the materials into her hands first was the priority. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, let alone such a huge ore deposit. With a thought, she released all the labor force from her space. Sadako, Bumblebee, personal guard, wind rats, everyone out to work. Sadako in white clothes and a straw hat, the yellow Bumblebee, 10 burly and powerful sky lizards, and 5 furry wind rats appeared out of thin air, creating a rather spectacular scene for a moment. 1 hoe each, start digging. Bai Chenyue pulled out a pile of high-energy ion labor-saving hoes from her space and distributed them. Sadako took the hoe with an air of deep resentment, floated to a piece of ore, and began chipping away at it, 1 strike at a time. The Sky Lizard tribe warriors, however, seemed much more excited. They roared, brandishing their massive claws and hoes, fiercely hacking at the hard ore. Chips of stone flew everywhere, and their efficiency was astonishing. The wind rats were even more in their element. They didn't use hoes, directly revealing their sharp claws. Their speed at digging through soil and mining ore was faster than machines. For a time, the entire canyon echoed with the clink-clank sounds of mining, bustling with activity like a large-scale construction site. Bai Chenyue nodded in satisfaction, picked up a hoe herself, and prepared to join the mining army. However, she had only taken a couple of swings when she noticed something was wrong. Bumblebee, why aren't you moving? She turned her head to look and saw Bumblebee frozen in place, holding a hoe swinging pose, completely motionless like a statue. The red light in its electronic eyes had also gone out. Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. She walked over and gave it a push. Bumblebee showed no reaction. Item: Imagination Creature Bumblebee. Status: Core module severely interfered with by strong magnetic field. Circuit system extensively burned out. Has entered an irreversible state of paralysis. Note: Please accept my condolences. Your Autobot has turned into a pile of scrap metal. Unless you can find a God-tier mechanic plus a universe-level garbage recycling station, you'd better prepare to find a prime location to bury it. By the way, the soil quality here isn't bad. Burying it might mean digging up an antique robot 1,000 years from now. Bai Chenyue. Question mark. Scrapped? It only dug twice and it's scrapped? What's going on? Bai Chenyue's gaze swept over the other creatures that were mining. This look revealed a new problem. Besides Sadako and the sky lizard tribe who were still full of energy, tirelessly swinging their hoes, the movements of the wind rats had all become somewhat sluggish. Bai Chenyue shifted her gaze to the most diligent worker, Sadako. She saw Sadako's white clothes fluttering, the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe in her hand wielded with impressive vigor and high efficiency. It was just that on her pale face, the resentment had almost solidified into a tangible substance. Status: mentally sound, resentment value plus 10%. Currently pondering whether to plant cherry tomatoes or white radishes first tonight. Note: as a pure spirit body, mental pollution is like a bowl of chicken soup for the soul to her, and an expired one at that. No effect whatsoever, even misses returning to the space to farm a bit. Without a doubt, your modifications to this ghost are on point. Bai Chenyue automatically ignored the resentment value and looked at the 10 sky lizard tribe warriors howling as they mined. They were still ferocious. Status: mild mental pollution, 1.5%. Battle spirit high, but rationality is slowly draining away. A flicker of red light can be seen deep within their pupils. Note: the berserker switch has been cracked open a sliver. Countdown to them mistaking the hoe for an enemy's head. 3 days. Finally, her gaze landed on the 5 wind rats. The other 4 were okay, but little A's condition was the most severe. It kept digging holes, throwing out both ore and soil indiscriminately. Its body trembled slightly, and it occasionally let out squeaking sounds. Species: wind rat little a. Status: subjected to high-intensity mental pollution, consciousness in disarray, sliding towards the edge of losing control. If not treated promptly, will descend into complete madness within half an hour, attacking all surrounding creatures indiscriminately. Note: congratulations, you are about to acquire a mad rat that recognizes neither kin nor foe. Friendly reminder: mad dogs bite hard, and mad rats are no different. Bai Chenyue remembered that the map had warned that this area had high-intensity mental pollution. Her own mental energy, boosted by the brain has electricity skill, far exceeded that of ordinary people, so she hadn't felt any discomfort. But the wind rats clearly couldn't withstand this pollution. Mental pollution. A flash of inspiration struck Bai Chenyue's mind, reminding her of that skill she hadn't used much. Brain has electricity, besides boosting mental energy, had another ability: targeted mental purification. It could release a circular mental pulse to cleanse mental threats inside and outside the body. She immediately ran to little A's side and placed her hand on its small head. Targeted purification. She pressed her hand on little A's furry head. An invisible mental pulse, centered on her palm, swept through little A's entire body. Little A's body shuddered violently. Its originally unfocused, fearful eyes gradually regained clarity. It blinked, saw Bai Chenyue in front of it, let out a pitiful squeak, and buried its head in her embrace. The pollution was gone. Bai Chenyue was overjoyed, but she absolutely didn't dare let little A stay here now. She stored it in her space to keep the paralyzed bumblebee company. This area was seriously creepy. It seems I can't let them stay outside all the time. Bai Chenyue made a decision. The wind rat tribe's mental resistance was clearly weaker. Their pollution rate was much faster than the sky lizard tribes. After performing mental purification on the wind rats one by one, she stored them in her space, not giving them another chance to be polluted. She only kept the 10 lizard group of sky lizards with the highest mental resistance, and Sadako, who was completely immune to pollution. This way the pressure on her would be much less. In the canyon, the mining team had become considerably quieter. But safety always came first. After rearranging the mining team, Bai Chenyue's mood calmed down a lot. Although she had lost Bumblebee, a capable assistant, and the wind rats couldn't fight, at least the core combat forces, the Sky Lizard tribe and Sadako were still here. The Sky Lizard tribe warriors truly lived up to being a warrior race. Not only were they formidable in combat, but their mental resistance also far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Bai Chenyue estimated that at their current rate of mental consumption, a collective purification roughly every 3 days would be sufficient. This way she would have enough time to explore this dangerous mining area. Keep digging.